have a gavel tonight. Are you prepared to use it?
Gosh, that's a tough pill.
Oh, my dad.
No, yeah.
How are your reflexes, Paul?
I'm good, I can move it right.
I can duck.
Okay, we got both.
Yes. So Molly, they said, oh, we're gonna move in with you. Cause I got a ranch, mine's flat.
Either that or
Everything's on one floor.
infrared's on there.
Just carry infrared thermometers on.
Oh my God, I got more toys.
Check with them first. No,
I'm afraid to look. Yeah.
guess who gets it?
Bring your ringer off.
It'll be very dark.
I have to.
It'll be very dark. I suspect it will. It's 7.
I got 7.
I just turned the alarm off. Yes.
All right, looks like we're live and recording. Good evening. Today is Monday, June 3rd, 2024. I'd like to call the regular Board of Selectmen's meeting to order.
Stephen Sedlak.
Troy Lemire.
Paul Marino.
Paul Harrington.
Todd Archelashi.
Glenn Albanesius.
William Hester.
Candy Perez.
William Pozo. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3, agenda review. We would like to add under new business E2, the grand list 2023 proposed due date. Can I have a motion to add that?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 4, approval of our regular meeting minutes from May 20th.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, citizens' comments. The Board of Selectmen welcomes public comments. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes and may speak once. Who would like to speak? Go on up, Frank. Just make sure you speak into the microphone so they can hear you on the recordings.
Frank Oliveri, 108 Shore Drive, Winston, Connecticut. All I ask is, what happened Saturday, budget was put down. All I ask is, similar to what you said in the paper, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's gonna be that simple. I think what you ought to do is go back and look at everything. Go back to zero and look at everything, looking at the department, starting with what it's needed, what they need to open the door and close the door in the morning. And look from there and start from there.
All right.
And come up with hopefully a fair budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else wish to speak? Nora?
Hi, Nora Mukarski, 605 West Wakefield Boulevard. I'm here on my own accord. I guess you found that many of you are new here on the board, and you found that campaigning is one thing, governing is another. The last 7 months, especially when there's a whole myriad of different constituents that you want to prove or support and discuss and make happy. I do want to tell you, though, tonight you're going to hear about a boiler. You're going to hear about our emergency need for a boiler tonight for Pearson. We have students that definitely need the heat. We're already, while it seems like we're still in the summer, by the time we push these pieces and process these through, you're going to find that it's going to be an emergency. So that's what we're going to ask for, and we're going to give you a timeline later today on your agenda. I also do want to remind you that when you consider the budget, we are looking for a superintendent, and it's no easy task. It's one of the most important jobs the Board of Ed can do. We want to find really strong candidates. We want to find candidates that have tremendous talent. We have found one in the last 8 years. It's not an easy task. So when a budget doesn't pass, it does not send a good message to trying to find strong candidates throughout the state of Connecticut. So we came out of receivership. We've had a definite movement up in a positive direction. We'd like to continue that, and I need you to recognize that. Secondly, we also took a $300,000 cut prior to coming to the town. We split it in half with Gilbert. through the work of Gilbert. I want to remind you that we have State Statute 1034 on our hands. Gilbert does not have to take any piece of any cut moving forward. Gilbert is a vendor, which means that their bill comes in, we have to take it as is. And it was not unanimous that the Gilbert board accepted that cut at $150 apiece. So I want to make you aware of that. If they do not, then the cuts come from exclusively K6, if they choose not to. So I just want to remind you of those couple things. It's definitely a difficult decision and where you're going in terms of where you go forward, but 55% of the budget for the town is the education. It is the asset that you want to continue to build and not lose the progress that we've made thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Who else would wish to speak? Anyone? Anyone? Moving on to item number 6, Town Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do promise you, eventually, when I can sit at my desk for a period of time and craft a report for you all, I promise I will do that. It's just been another 2 weeks of a lot of meetings and a lot of learning more and more about this absolute great town. But I'll give you some quick things that have gone over the last 2 weeks. One of the real exciting things that a few of us got to experience on this board is we did get to go over to the Gilbert School, and we did get to talk to a civics class over there. I thought that was really exciting. It was great. It was great to see the questioning that some of these young students came with us at. It showed a lot of interest. There's hope for our future, which is very, very positive with just the way they engage with each one of us. And I want to, personally thank the Gilbert School for inviting us and allowing us to engage with our next future leaders of this great country that we live in. Moving on, we had a lot of developer meetings over the last 2 weeks, and I'm going to touch upon a few of them. We had Nova Farms, which is a marijuana grow farm. They were interested in purchasing 257 and 259 Torringford Road for cannabis grow operation. They do plan on going before Planning and Zoning on June 10th with their site plan review, and hope to have this project all ready to go with potentially plants in the ground sometime in the beginning of July. This is a real deal. They have grow farms in other states, Maine, New Jersey, opening shortly in Maryland, and hopefully soon in Connecticut as well. Followed up with a meeting with 161 Meadow Street. Up the street, it's that abandoned white building for a preliminary meeting with the redevelopment. They're looking at putting 47 apartments in there. That's the Nest Corporation. They're also involved with the Veterans Hospital being built right now. So they came in, had a preliminary meeting with us. It was pretty interesting what they had to say. I know a lot of you may be thinking, where are we going with this? Is it market rate? Is it workforce housing? They do want to work with the town in terms of what percentage goes, with workforce, AKA affordable housing, and then market rate, what, obviously the price could mean in this market. So we'll be back to them with more meetings. So just preliminary meetings on that. Following back up with, I know we talked about the Bank of America building at our last meeting. And I heard you all very loud and clear get a roof on that building. We're out to RFP. That RFP is going to be closing the middle of June. I hope to be able to move on that fairly quickly with some blight money. I think that is an important asset that the town owns, and we do need to protect that asset at all costs. So I'll be back to you hopefully at our next meeting with what it's looking at in terms of pricing and things of that nature. More importantly, developers are continuing to call. We were going to have a meeting with Bridge Street, 10 Bridge Street. That meeting got postponed due to a death in the family. They are coming back in 2 weeks. Had a chance to talk with the potential owner along with his attorney. They're coming with a very aggressive plan. I truly believe that that project has the potential to move forward, especially that they're bringing on new partners. And tomorrow, just to give you a preview of more developers coming in and looking at a lot of the different real estate that we have to offer, I did follow up with the real estate agent that the town had selected several months ago. He's still working on his proposal. He is away on vacation right now, but when he comes back from vacation, we're gonna touch base and hopefully have him in here at the end of June, so you all can hear the proposal of those. I'll use it, that low-hanging fruit property that we could potentially move right away and potentially increase our grand list. And then we also brought in TMA, which is Tax Management Association. If you remember back when I sat just at that table interviewing with you, it's that personal property tax audit. I'm gonna go a little bit more in depth when we get down to item E for the budget discussions. We can talk a little bit more. I do have a handout for you as well. But all in all, thoroughly enjoying the time that I have here, and look forward to just polishing this diamond that we have. We have an absolute diamond of a community, and we're gonna continue to polish it, and this thing's gonna shine really, really good. That's all I have.
Any questions for the town manager?
Paul, back to the marijuana thing.
Yes.
Is there any extra taxes that come out of growing marijuana, or is it just the land
It's,
values?
so great question. It is personal property tax, it is land value as well, but there's no additional 3% tax where I think you're asking about, when the bill was passed down in Hartford, that communities that signed on to be able to have dispensaries in their town, they would get 3% of the sales. There isn't 3% because this is a wholesale avenue, but speaking with these gentlemen, they do have, and I want to go back a little bit further, Nova Farms does have legitimate licenses through the state of Connecticut. They also have the ability to open up retail shops as well. When you get in front of me, I'm not just gonna sell you one thing, I'm gonna sell you two things. So we're already looking at real estate to potentially open up a dispensary here in Winchester as well. So not on the initial farm, but hopefully down the road, if they open up a dispensary, we'll get to 3%.
Other questions? Moving on to item 7, correspondence. Does anyone have anything? Seeing nothing, item number 8, boards and commissions.
Thank you, Todd. We have very limited business tonight, where we have 2 nominations to put into place. Kevin Burgio wants to be a member of the Conservation Commission, a term that would expire in '28. And Stephen Plumley wants to be a member of the Economic Development Commission, an alternate, that is, term to expire in April of '29. So we'll keep pushing those 2 nominations forward and should have appointment at our next meeting.
Moving on to item number 9, unfinished business. We have none. Item 10, new business. 24-31, consider and possibly approval of the Neighborhood Assistance Act tax credit for the American Mural Project.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I'm going to talk about A and B. We'll treat them separately, but when we talk about both A and B, it's consideration and approval of the Neighborhood Assistance Act tax credit program from the state of Connecticut. I had to spend a little bit of time today researching that because this is something that I was unfamiliar with. So let me share all the information that I learned today. So the Connecticut Neighborhood Assistance Act, also known as NAA, tax credit program, is designed to provide funding for the municipal and tax-exempt organizations by providing a corporation business tax credit for businesses who make cash contributions to these entities. The credit may be applied against the following taxes. It lists them all out. So what's before us tonight is 2 programs that the AMP, American Mural Project, has come before us. The first one being for $13,000 for the material for a new roof. In essence, they want to raise $13,000 for the materials for a new roof. They're going to go after is maybe a wrong word, but approach businesses for potential donations. When they approach that business for a particular donation to help offset the cost of the materials for that roof, it becomes a tax credit for that particular entity to give them the money. So what's before us tonight is approving the application for $13,000 to be a part of the NAA program that the state of Connecticut offers. I do want to make it perfectly clear that the $13,000 and the other one that we talk about is not funded with any taxpayer money.
Questions?
Is the tax, it has nothing to do with our tax, it would be state tax, you're saying?
That is correct, yeah, so it's a tax credit, so when they apply for both federal and state, you know, when they're looking for tax credits, probably more on the federal level. I'm not an accountant, but there may be some tax credits at the state side, but this has no bearing on any of the revenues that we take in as a municipality.
So basically, they're not getting any money, they're just getting tax credits to give to donators.
That is, yeah, so a donator would give them, let's say you got one donator that would make the whole contribution of $13,000 a business. That business would have a $13,000 tax credit that they could put on their federal and state tax return, keeping in mind that the community program must be approved by both the municipality in which the programs are conducted and DRS. So it's a two-step process. When the statute was created, that it's not only the municipality that has to approve it, DRS also has to approve it as well.
Any other questions? All right, we need two motions. Anyone want to put forth a motion?
I move that the Board of Selectmen support the application to reallocate the 2023 funds and designation of Town Manager Paul Harrington as liaison for application for Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program from the American Mural Project.
Second. Do we need the dollar amount on each, or just, that's fine?
Just
Okay.
that's fine on that one. We could, you know, it's 24-31. We can note the record on that, which, you know, could reference this page.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Second motion?
And Mr. Mayor, if I can, similar 24-32, this is $24,500 for the construction labor of the new roof. The first one was for the material. This is now for the labor to put that material on the roof. Very similar, not very similar, exactly the same. It's a tax credit that they are looking to have us sign off on, including DRS, which when they go to businesses, they can have the tax credit.
Do we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Selectmen support the application and the designation of Town Manager Paul Harrington as the liaison for the application for the Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program from the America Mural Project.
Second that.
Thank you, Steve. Any other discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Moving on to item C, discussion the BOE boiler and solar projects. Melanie?
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight to be able to discuss these two important topics. Just kind of want to back you into the conversation a little bit. I know Ms. O'Day Wyrick was here a couple weeks ago and kind of apprised you of the situation. So starting back on March 26th is when this discussion had ensued. On March 27th, I had updated the then town manager, Bob Geiger, on the situation to obviously relay that information to the Board of Selectmen. Once Mr. Harrington came on board, it was probably within the first, few days of him being here that we also had a discussion and information request to go to the Board of Selectmen regarding the boiler. Our initial investigation into this situation, we know Pearson's boiler is about 45 years old. It's been on its last leg for quite some period of time right now. It has been repairable up until most recently, the last few episodes that it's had. However, with the last few episodes that it's had, parts have been needed to be purchased on eBay. That's how obsolete some of the equipment is that is in there. I do want to thank Mr. Pozo for coming out and spending, several hours with us, educating me on HVAC and also, helping to write the specs for the RFP that was produced. So the Board of Education had provided me with a directive to put an RFP out for companies to solicit vendor information. Our RFP close date was the 23rd of May. On that date, we had, I believe, 5 bids that were viable. We had a 6th bid, however, it was not turned in on time, thereby not eligible for consideration. We had bids that ranged, in essence, from around $316,000 to the low $600,000 figures. So wide span. After thorough investigation of the RFPs that had come in, the proposals, the Board of Education had voted to select Connecticut Combustion as the vendor to present to the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Pozo, being our resident HVAC expert, has had the opportunity to be able to review the information. I also have the owner of the company with us tonight because I'm sure that there will be HVAC questions that I am incapable of answering for you. The selected bid amount, he was the lowest bidder. When talking, sometimes we don't always go with the lowest bidder. We're always looking at what the other inclusions and exclusions are in RFPs whenever we get them. The second lowest bidder had a number of exclusions that would have been cost incurrent because we would have needed them as part of this process, thereby driving that price up. So I'd like to invite Dean and Nancy up, and I'd like to tell you a little bit more, though, before we go on about kind of the need and the timeliness of this particular situation. So we know that we're looking at potentially $316,000, upfront. What that doesn't include is the potentiality of a 3rd round of HVAC grants through DAS. So as you're aware, Winchester's reimbursement rate is 72%. That would mean that should Winchester successfully land one of the 3rd round, which is likely to happen, they've just closed the 2nd round out, there's financing left over from that round. All indication says that there will be a 3rd round. It would thereby make the reimbursed amount back to the town of around $227,000, costing the town $88,480 roughly for the cost of the boiler should a successful grant award come through. Timeline associated with this, our RFP was due on the 23rd. Right now, we are before you tonight to be able to determine the next steps in the process, and largely deals with acceptance and financial stratification around this. So we are on a timeline in the fact that this boiler needs to be, contracts has to be signed, permits need to be pulled, we have to order the materials, we have to demo the current situation and that is in like 2 floors down in the Pearson basement. There needs to be installation of the boiler, the pipes, connection to the current monitoring system that we have in place there. There needs to be inspections, there needs to be testing, and then ultimate certification of the system. I'm sure there are steps in there that I have missed or grossly underwhelmed their responsibility, but the long and the short of that is that time is kind of the essence. This isn't a project where we can go into, middle of September and not have heat in our building. To that end, we have several students in our building that are that have a cold illness. We have some sickle cell children, and we also have children with Raynaud's disease, which is a circulation disorder. So they actually have health plans in order to ensure that they're warm. They don't go outside in the winter time, they're in the building, so heat in a boiler is not having an option. We also, as a Board of Ed and a Board of Selectmen, have a legal obligation to maintain our boiler system and our infrastructure. As you know, before I came here, our infrastructure, when it came to schools, was much to be desired. We have absolutely invested in the infrastructure and maintenance and ongoing support of our schools, so this is part of that process. So if I could invite Dean to come on up, please, and Nancy?
Mel, can you slide your chair, because there's a third chair right
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why it's Mel to slide your chair.
So I'm sure there are questions that you're going to want to ask Dean, whether it's business related to his own personal ownership of the business or product specific, but he's here for you to be able to ask and answer.
Dean, first question. Currently, what's the delivery time for your systems?
It's sort of a qualified answer, probably not exactly what you'd want to hear,
I just want a time
but
frame.
around 6 weeks
Okay.
would be typical. I should impress that a week now probably translates to 2 weeks, maybe a month from now, if you follow what I'm saying. So the further that we go out, the worse it gets. It's just sort of the nature of the beast at this time of year.
Other questions from the board?
Anybody else have anything?
I just got one before we go to you. I by far have no knowledge of boiler stuff, but I do know a little bit about it. And through conversations, it came up that the zoning in the school is not correct. There's a room that cannot be shut off. We have to open windows and other, because of the heat. Are we addressing this issue with the boiler system?
So
Because now's the time to do it.
Mr. Pozo is the first person that's ever brought this to my attention, and I don't believe Nancy has any knowledge of it either. So one, I need to do some background investigation on the situation, but, you know, if there's a situation, we'll handle it. It's what we do.
Yeah. Well, I'm
You know,
saying
so
now's the
whether
time.
that's done, you know, in exact compliance with this particular RFP through this, or whether that's just done through, you know, a regular maintenance or situation as such, you know, if there is an issue, we'll look into it. I just need to know when and where.
That was on my list.
I actually have one. Since you're doing the boiler now, and Bill might know this, is this an above-ground oil tank, in-ground oil tank? And how long has the oil tank been in the ground or?
Natural
So
gas.
it's
Natural gas?
Yes. Right now, both of the schools, Bachelor was our only school that was on oil. So we are both, schools are on natural gas at this point.
Perfect.
Bill?
All right, I have a couple questions. So, let's start with, we'll start with the contractor first. I was reading through the specs now, in your RFP, you gave the option of 2 different boilers. You gave a Loctivar and I believe a PK fire
Right,
tube.
Right, actually, that was asked of me after the bid submission, but yeah, I turned in 2 different.
Oh, okay, all right. The Loctivar I'm very familiar with. The PK, is that all stainless steel?
Yes.
Internals? Okay. I didn't see specifications, and I may have just overlooked it on your RFP for exhaust on this. Are you going metal exhaust, are you going PVC?
If I recall correctly, you had specified polypropylene.
Okay,
And
yep.
either of these boilers can use that.
Okay,
I don't really have a horse in that race per se. I think either would be sufficient.
and are you gonna go up the existing chase that's in the building, or are you gonna poke right through the outside wall?
We were
and go
directed to go out the existing air louver and up the side of the
Up the
building.
side of the building, okay. This is a question, I guess, for both Mel and you. Chemical treatment on a condensing boiler is pretty critical. Due to the nature of water that's heated, correct?
Well, there are pretty specific standards with respect to either of those boilers and just about any condensing boiler I can think of. That being said, they're not overburdensome or really all that rigid. As I'm sure you're aware, in a heating system, that water that's going around the building is constantly reused. So unless you have a leak, which is really the enemy of any water-based or hydronic system, where you've got new water coming in that you've got to deal with, that water over time tends to neutralize. So the amount of chemical treatment that you have to do to achieve these standards isn't
extensive.
It's not overly burdensome, but you don't want to screw it up either, to your point. So,
Exactly. So in these plans, did you account for any chemical treatment, or would that be up and
well,
over and above?
I'm going to give you a sort of a qualified answer, and I don't want to sound like a politician, but when a contractor is bidding a job and the specification is not hundreds of pages long, it becomes a little difficult for us to not price ourselves out of the job, if you follow what I'm saying. So we try to hold a pretty high standard at our company. Our reputation is everything. And I did pose, it was a real pain in the neck, basically, to Nancy pre-bid. I asked a lot of questions, some of which were responded to, some of them weren't. So I didn't want to include things to the point where I might lose the job or not be in the running, where somebody else, because I know there's a lot of folks out there that are sort of looking for an open spec, no offense meant in any way, but you want to be low or close to low so that you're engaged in this conversation. So that being said, there's room to add some things, certainly. Did I include, for example, chemical slug feeder? No, I did not, because it wasn't called for. But it's not a super expensive item. And I was asked these questions about a week and a half ago. And I think I can say fairly categorically, after looking at the bids as they come in, I think we can pretty much add just about anything that you would want to throw at me without exceeding bid number 2. This is really all that we do, my company. We don't do similar trade work. We don't do plumbing, toilets, domestic plumbing. The joke I always use is I know how to use them, but I'm not going to work on them. We don't do air conditioning. We can do those things, but our real bread and butter is the mechanical room and pumps and wet heat. So I like to think that that gives us an edge. We're sort of a specialty firm. Really, we're always looking to grow a little bit. This isn't a school system that we've been in, and we went after your work maybe a little more aggressively than we might otherwise. So.
Well, that's going to lead to my next question. You were, now again, Mel brought this up, that you didn't list any exclusions. And exclusions aren't, I know you mentioned that the next bidder up had a lot of exclusions. Sometimes that's a good thing, because they specifically tell you up front, we are not covering this, we're not, so you kind of know. Just like this gentleman, if he went in, he was removing some pipes, we said we had the asbestos removed. If he finds a big chunk of it, are you paying to get rid of that asbestos and test it? No, this is what some of the inclusions was with the other thing, so you don't get hit with these costs unknowingly. I've been through that boiler room, I don't think we're gonna run into any hazardous materials, any asbestos. But you were quite a bit cheaper, and I was just for almost the same similar equipment. So I was curious how you arrived at that, and that.
Well, one way that might interest you a bit as a fellow that has been around it, the new equipment traditionally is a water tube design, so that one way that the boilers get a lot more efficient is they tighten up the heat exchanger. So as the water is flowing through the boiler vessel and the fire is going in there, the surface area is much greater. So the amount of heat that that heat exchanger can extract from that fire is ramped way up from how it used to be. And we see these big, large boilers with these big open flue passes inside. That's why they really aren't as efficient. So there's some positives and negatives to all of that. But one of the things that presents a bit of a challenge is it's much harder for the water pump to push the water through that boiler. It represents a much greater head loss. So one way that that's taken care of is by a redesign of the piping system, and we sort of set up two different loops. One loop that's just around the boiler, and the boiler gets its own pump, so it can circulate through the boiler independent of what the building pump is doing. And that's called primary secondary piping. Now, one of the advantages of the Patterson-Kelly equipment is that it's a fire tube boiler. So it's sort of a reverse design of the heat exchanger, and the water flow through it is much easier. The head loss is much smaller. We don't need to go to primary secondary piping. And I think that's one of the reasons that my price is much lower. It doesn't mean I can't give you the lock and bar if you would prefer, but it does mean that if we do go with the lock and bar, I would prefer to go primary, secondary. The price might go up a little bit. So,
Okay, so the Lockdovar was a secondary? Was the secondary ad, you said you were asked to offer another alternative?
my basis of design is the Patterson-Kelly.
It was.
But if that wasn't something that you preferred, certainly, I like to think it's, at this point, it becomes more of a team approach as you become our customer, so.
Okay.
I tend to think you were kind of looking for somewhat of a design build here, which is really what we typically do. But when I engage that, I try to bring the customer in, so.
Right. Critical spares for the PKs. I know, I've already checked on the Lockdovar. I know the delivery on the Lockdovar. I know the critical spares for the Lockdovar. I know where I can get them and how fast I can get them. The PK, I'm not familiar with.
Okay, by critical spares, you mean spare parts or sort of sugar items?
Absolutely.
So Patterson-Kelly is manufactured in Pennsylvania. It's not even, it's about a 2.5 to 3 hour drive to the factory. I've made it once or twice myself. It's very well supported. The rep is in Southington, Connecticut. They carry a lot of things on the shelf. That being said, there are a couple of those sugar parts, an igniter, flame sensor, those types of things. But I don't think this is anything super crazy. Those parts are hundreds of dollars, not thousands.
So I guess my question was more geared to availability. One thing that, so I don't really play in this world. I know I say I'm a boiler guy, but this is a lot different from what I do. I have 200 horsepower first power flame boilers in there, and I'm using high pressure steam. But that being said, a boiler's a boiler, right? If I have a pump go down, I have a UE amplifier go down, the worst thing I hate to hear is, well, yeah, we can get you the part, but it's 6 months out.
No.
So I stock critical spares, the critical spares that's gonna keep me down on the shelf, so that if we're down, I wanna be back up and go. I have to.
Right.
Yeah,
back up and
especially,
going
you
immediately.
don't want 3, 4, 5 years looking for parts on eBay here either.
Well, I mean, again, I think depending somewhat on what you chose, there was, at the bid walkthrough, there was one manufacturer's rep that attended, and I wouldn't say things for that particular one are 6 months, but they're not necessarily available on a shelf. To me, if it's more than 48 hours, that's a real drag, to say the least. In some respects, that's why you have 2 boilers, in case something breaks down, but I usually try to encourage a customer maybe to keep 1 or 2 of these things on hand and just store it in the cabinet. If I was to get hit by a bus, or you wanted to go with another company, I wouldn't want you to be let down, and certainly we wouldn't provide a project for you that way. Our goal would be that when we're out, hopefully you wanted to continue to see us, and we're trying to grow a relationship here, but if it didn't work that way and you wanted to stay with another mechanical contractor, he could easily pick it up and service it, so.
Okay, what else do we got here? Does PK or Lochnavar offer any warranties or extended warranties with the signature of a service contract?
Well, a service contract, I think would be through your provider. It could be through us, certainly. The equipment warranty, most of these are usually pretty standard, in that the heat exchanger, which is the vessel of the boiler, is usually 10 years. And just about everybody is pretty much settled on that in the market. The electronics and the other stuff usually varies, but it's typically a year from the date of installation startup. So, as said, I would, certainly our goal would be that we would maintain this for you afterward.
Okay, and you guys have, so I know you're out of Middlebury. What do you have for local support technicians? Obviously, your 24-hour response.
Yep.
Do you have any technicians local or?
Closer than Middlebury? No, pretty much everybody is in that area,
Right
maybe
over there.
around a 10-mile radius out of there. That being said, it took me about 35 minutes to get here this evening.
Right, okay.
I'd like to tell you I'm the president of the company, so I don't do service work, but that's just not the case. You might see me more than anybody else.
Well, we're hoping that we don't have to see you or any
Yeah, you
guys
won't
for
see
a
me at
while,
all.
but.
That's right. That's right. I have a feeling you'll be seeing me.
So Mel, I guess a couple for you. We discussed the chemical treatment. Again, with these boilers versus what I have, mine is critical. If I don't treat the chemicals for a week in a high-pressure steam boiler, I have an issue. It starts eating away at the boiler. That being said, you do need the chemicals checked and upgraded. I'm assuming with these condensing boilers, once or twice a year is sufficient on those?
Yeah, maybe a little more often
Where
when you
mine's done
first
daily.
got started.
Mine's done daily right now.
Yes, sir.
I have to do mine daily. All right, so,
So I think that's easily addressed through a service plan. You know, I don't think there's anyone on our staff that is a chemical expert for water and
absolutely.
so I think it only makes sense, like, if you're gonna invest, $300,000 into a boiler, the investment to take care of it and properly monitor it only makes sense, so.
Absolutely.
There are companies that I work with that I could reference you to that specialize in just that industry.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're aware of a couple.
Yeah, I use Clearwater.
Yeah.
If you're moving.
One thing I would like to see, again, especially depending which boiler you choose, and that wasn't in the spec, is a particulate separator. Again, as these heat exchangers get tighter, it becomes easier for normal debris that might be floating around in the system that might not normally be a problem for you to get into one of these things and
Plug it up.
Plug it up. So there's some really enhanced particulate separators that I don't want to say that they gold-plate a job because it would give you the wrong idea, but I feel it's the right way to do work like this. It is expensive in that if it wasn't specified, again, I didn't want to add to the price, but being upfront as best as I can, it's something I would encourage you
Well,
to.
and this is what we want to expect. We want the upfront, because what's the average cost to come unplug one of these heat exchangers?
Well, you don't.
There you go.
You don't. You replace it. And it's not something you want to entertain.
There you go. So, Troy brought up a point that I had my list too. And again, you and Nancy said, I guess you're not aware of this, but, so I've been through the school, as you know, and through the boiler room. One problem we have at Pearson is sometime back, we put a lab on the 3rd floor where we opened up a couple classrooms, I guess, made one large room. And we added radiant heat to the walls
Okay.
to to make up for the heat, because with the new design of the room, the heat wasn't sufficient that way, so they added radiant heat. Well, apparently whoever added the heat, we never put zone control or thermostats in that room. So basically now when the boilers come on in the fall, that room just gets 85, 90 degrees. And it's constantly hot, so to temper that room, because you have no thermostat, we basically crack the windows and let the excess heat out, which is,
How long ago that was? 'Cause I'm not familiar with
I,
that situation.
I don't know how long the install was. I don't know how long ago. I don't know if that was 10, 15 years ago or whatnot, but apparently it's still an issue. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because it may be an additional expense we gotta look at, because if we're gonna cut these boilers out and we're gonna drain the system back, now would be the time to look at, do you not agree that now would be the time to, if we have to cut into that and put zone valves in there, and now would be the time to do it, because we don't wanna put new boilers in, fill the system back up, get everything running, and say, all right, now we have to address this problem we have up there, so.
I mean, I'd wanna talk to the third floor teachers, quite frankly, because
Okay.
to my knowledge, it has not been anything that has come to my attention.
All right, okay.
But, you know, I have no
Well, good.
problem investigating further.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
I
Bill,
think
how
we
do you
need to
know this?
verify. Speaking with the facilities guy at the school, said he gets calls from the teachers in that room that it gets too
Well, I
hot.
think one of the things that, you know, we've had a boiler that has not been working efficiently or working, you know, in some aspects. And the heat throughout the entire building is irregular, depending upon if you're on an outside wall, an interior room. You know, some rooms have no windows, other rooms do have windows. So I think, you know, there is definitely not uniform distribution of heat throughout that building. And, you know, there's always a warm spot or a colder spot, you know, within reason. So I'd wanna investigate that a little bit more.
I agree, but I think we should look into that, like I said, because if that is the case, now would be the time to address it,
Sure.
you know, when the system's cut up. That's probably all I have for now.
Anyone else? Candy?
Yeah, I don't know which one of you, but in terms of getting this thing in, if we voted tonight, you know, to move it along, is there a performance bond with specific target dates?
Yes.
So the target date that was put in the RFP was by middle to end of September with the completion, like hit the button, it runs. Because we know that weather in September can be, you know, where you wanted to crack your heat a little bit sometimes.
What happens if it's not done by the end of September?
It will be done.
Or what if it wasn't?
Can't happen.
Well, it's true, but
But to Candy's point, I guess it's
Well,
not supposed to happen, but it happens.
we've been at it since 1977, and we've never failed to meet that completion date. Now, that doesn't mean that all the insulation will be done and all the gas pipe will be painted, but it does mean that you won't be without heat.
And my other question is, having been on the Hinsdale Building Committee for a couple of years there and going to a bunch of those meetings, change orders always, you know, come into play. So when you're asking for the amount of money you're asking for, is it including a space for change orders? Because you must have mentioned at least 2 of them so far.
There has not been a contingency fund assigned to an RFP. We did not build a contingency fund.
So the request to us, is the Board of Ed budget going to cover these change orders, or is this gonna be a contingency added to the request from us?
It's gonna be a contingency added to the request.
So in addition to the, I think you call it a particulate filter?
Yes,
That was something not in the specs that you recommended. What else is not in the specs that you recommend as we're talking about contingencies and change orders? What else might be in the specs that's missing, in your opinion, to make this an efficient job?
Well, there's probably a few specialties around the pump that, you know, I think maybe that if you were the, sort of the point person, I'd like to go through that with you.
So this is the way to rephrase Paul's question. The way I would ask you if you were coming into my business, if this school was your building and you were were putting these boilers in your building, what would you do to them to make sure that these were? Because regardless of price is obviously an issue. What I wanna see go in these schools is I want a good longevity and good service out of the system.
Right.
So I guess to add to Paul's question, what would you do if these were your boilers in your building? What would your recommendation be?
In terms of the equipment,
Yeah,
The add-ons to
the add-ons.
The add-ons.
the add-ons. Well, I think if the customer was to come back and say, well, look, I really like the lock and bar option, and I wanna do that, and we were gonna have to revise the piping system, I probably have to have a little look at that before I could answer the question entirely. Maybe 10% total, off the top of my head.
Are possible changes?
Yes,
Assuming we stay with the PK, which was what you bid, right?
yes. I think that would be the least costly.
So that particular boiler choice, we still looking at potentially 10% for change orders or recommendations to those specs?
No, I think it would be less than 10% if that was the case. Again, it's a slightly different design, so.
It's a fire tube.
A boiler guy might wanna
It's a fire tube boiler.
pick on that a little bit.
PK?
The primary, secondary piping modification I talked about does have some advantages to it that you might want. So usually at this point, this is when you try to engage the customer directly if possible and say, you know, what would you like better? If it was my building, to answer your question, I would have no qualms whatsoever with the Patterson-Kelly unit. It's a top-notch piece of equipment, control-wise, it's very easy. I think school staff can manipulate it well and do what they would need to do, even at the sort of the entry-level things
So
that they
the
might want to do.
PK integrates well with the BMS that the school's currently
Yeah, well,
using as well?
that's all a BACnet basis of language, so in that case, one is necessarily the other, you know.
Okay,
The language is the same,
all right.
so,
And you would still recommend adding to the PK particulate filtration
either.
and a chemical slug
Either
injector?
one, yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think if we were to, part of what is gonna happen here if you engage us, I would get into the building as quickly as I could. There was some back and forth a bit, even on the size of the equipment. And size of the equipment, whether it's a 2.5 million or 3 million input unit, varies a lot in price. It's very often when we're taking the building with older boilers and going high efficiency gas, it's usually an opportunity to make the boiler a little bit smaller. So usually what I do is a connected load study where I go in and basically count up all the radiation. This air handler has an output of 45,000 BTUs. This one might be 145,000 BTUs. If I can get the drawings, that helps me a lot. I total the whole thing up, I add piping and pickup, and I sort of work my way back to sizing the boiler correctly. It takes a little bit of time, but I think it's a responsible thing to do. If that was the case, I'd come back to you and say, look, we went in with a 3 million BTU, and according to the math, we can get by just fine with a 2.5. I'm giving you some money back. So that's typically where we try to live, because most customers, if I can do that, they want to have me come back, and that's sort of the name of the game. So I'd like to get that, sort of get involved in that study, but I don't usually do that until we're engaged. So I think at that point, once that was done, I would probably come back to you and say, here's what I've got, maybe we can save a little here, you'd like to spend a little bit here. If we have a look at this particular room, this is what I think that's gonna cost, and I can basically give you the informed answer that I think that you're looking for. In all honesty, I don't know the building. This would be my, aside from the walkthrough, I've been in it twice, so.
So I think that may have been part of the referral in the RFP as part of the study and engineering, with whoever we go to, and I think you're right, a study does need to be done. I'm sure they can provide you with the drawings of the building. However, due to past administrations of past contractors and whatnot, I don't know if the as-bills, which is why I think the study needs to be done, because I'm not positive the as-bills have been updated every time something's been modified in that system or in that building, i.e. the lab. I'm assuming it's on the drawing and what they did and added thing, but as we all know, I'm sure you've been in many buildings where you looked at the drawings and are not a true representation of what you're looking at all. And I run into that actually all the time. So I think a study is important. That's what I have for now.
I'm sorry for the qualifying answer.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
How much is the performance bond for?
It represents 100%.
Other questions from the board?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just to help with the board when it starts discussing this, I just want to go back, because I'm taking notes. We talked about a warranty, 10 years on the exchange, 1 year on the electronics. Is that just parts or parts and labor?
That's parts.
Just parts, okay.
But under the, honestly, I'm not sure whether it's listed in the RFP or not, but you get a 1-year warranty from us on the entire project, every work.
And then the manufacturer's doing the 10, okay, okay. And then, and I know, probably gonna move into the discussion, probably next. So, before us tonight is 316,000. But and I know you've worked with municipalities before. When we go out, however we go out, we're gonna ask for a particular dollar amount. And you kinda only wanna go out once for that dollar amount. But I'm hearing the conversation, and it's good that it went a few ways, contingency money, everything like that. So I don't exactly know what the ask is tonight in terms of dollars.
What I'm hearing is potentially language around a do not exceed 10% of the RFP bid is something, that we may want to consider. That way it gives immediacy to allow the study to happen, but it also caps the limit on the allowable amount. So, 30.
347,600.
Yeah.
So 347,600, if it wasn't clear. Obviously, it's an ask, and I think we want to be abundantly clear. This board is understanding where we don't want to go back twice. Mel, I do agree with you that it sounds like it's a 10%, possible contingency. Sounds like there could be savings as you get into the project. Could go to I'm not a boiler guy, 2.5 versus 3. I caught that, don't know what that meant, but as this board starts to discuss, I want them to feel comfortable with what exactly the dollar amount is being asked for. And it sounds like that dollar amount is probably the 347,600.
Yep.
Maybe go to 348. I like round
Yep.
numbers, but that's the board's choice. But that's all I had, just to help with the discussions.
Paul,
thank
just for
you.
clarity, the potential grant would pay the 347, or 70% of the 347.
72% of that.
Yeah, whatever the total amount is, so the overage would be part of that bonding as well, or part of the grant as well.
Yes.
That
And
is,
that's provided a third round of HVAC grant that comes out, more than likely, there's no indication that it will not, but
so,
I just want to preface that.
yeah, I can speak on that a little bit, of that grant. So that grant did become available, and many towns couldn't act on that grant. In fact, I got a call from the commissioner asking why we weren't applying for the grant. In order to apply for that grant, when it was given a literally 8-week window,
It was a ridiculous window.
all your funding had to be in place for these massive projects, meaning you would have had to gone to a Board of Selectmen, a referendum, had everything in place in order to apply for the grant, which then excluded a lot of the smaller communities, which simply can't reach into its savings account and spend $1, $2, $3 million on an HVAC system. So a lot of the bigger communities were awarded the grant on the first round, but not a lot have applied. So what I'm hearing from the state level is the third round will become available, and towns should have more time. We would present ourselves in a very good phase that we have spent the money like these other towns did and now applying for the grant, so we don't have to jump through all the hoops of referendum. Again, no promises, but what I've heard is that the third round will become available. There was a lot of, and this is being funded a lot with ARPA dollars that the state of Connecticut received, and those dollars are still earmarked for, clean air and all of that. So I am hearing, as the same as Mel's hearing, that this grant will become available in the not-so-distant future. And if you all decide to move forward with it, we are poised to really have a great potential of getting that grant at 72%. I did speak with Mel earlier today. They 100% will engage with the town, whether it's a letter, anything like that, that if and when that grant does happen, that grant would directly come to the town, wouldn't go to the Board of Ed, it would come back to the town, so.
So, just for clarity purpose, probably not, but what if something happened, the state come back and said, sorry, you didn't qualify for the grant, you're not getting it?
Then we pay the 347.
Pay the three, yeah, yep, yeah.
So
And
just
when
so-
that's, when that, in
Again,
essence, you're
just like
authorizing.
Mel said, for clarity
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and
Yep.
whatnot. I
We're-
mean, not
we're,
that we can't do this, we gotta do it, but
This discussion is about spending 347, and hopefully we're getting a chunk of it back, but you have to plan for the 347.
And 600.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, the grant does allow for post-completion submission, so you can do your whole project, finish it, it's working, it's running, the third round opens up late in the fall typically. It gets awarded during the winter, and then, that's how that works. So you can do your whole project before submitting for them. You just have to make sure in this process that you look at what the second round standards were for submission for the grant. Make sure you check all those boxes, because those are the same boxes they're gonna look to have available for the third round of the grant. And you don't wanna miss a box, because then you're not going to get your $347,000 back,
Well, or 72% of it.
or yes.
So how do the specs match the boxes for the grant? That would be another thing we need to look at then, right?
That was in the RFP, that was actually a bullet that I added to ensure that whatever vendor we ended up selecting, that all of the specs of their equipment and their process met the recommendations of the HVAC grants for DIS.
Good to know, thank you.
Candy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question, but I see Anne Marie in the back and Paul. Because we had such a large savings account, because over the past few years, we've been doing a good job with budgets and everything. I'm sure that we have those 347 in our accounts, in the savings account that could be allocated to this, correct?
We certainly can, yes.
And not go below the 16%.
Anne Marie,
I don't have my computer up, but I can answer that question, I think, when we talk about the budget, because I have that calculation with the allocation on balance. So I can look it up while you're working on that, we can talk about it. Because remember what you have allocated going forward into 2025. But
roughly 1.9 million.
Right, but we didn't go down to 16%. We went
No,
down
sure.
to like 18 or something.
There's definitely enough room in there. I'm sure Anne Marie's gonna double check it. We talked about it early this morning, but we felt confident that, I don't think.
Plus, we also have a budget that has to be adjusted now, so.
We do have a budget.
So things can be changed in the budget if everyone decides that that's what happens, so.
So, a couple more things for clarity, and maybe you can answer this, Paul, so, and this involves you too, and Nancy. I mean, ultimately, the goal is here, we're replacing these boilers, but we discussed the room, that may not be right. I believe you have a problem with your building management system, because I've also seen a demonstration of that, where you can read 60% of the rooms in that building, but there were some changes done years ago where they integrated some of the old controls, tried to put it in the new, they didn't read, so there's, say, 30-40% that you can't actively monitor on your building management system, should ultimately be straightened out eventually. That, I don't know that we have to do this, that is more of an IT thing. I guess, this equipment is this property of the school and the Board of Education, or is this property of the town? Do you get what I'm saying there? We're saying the Board of Education is responsible for, we own the town of Winchester owns the property in the building, correct?
Correct, but we are responsible as users
For
to
maintenance?
maintain it.
Correct, okay.
Yes. But you ultimately, as a town governance structure, you have a responsibility to the buildings, the safety and the welfare of the buildings that we occupy.
Correct, and I'm not saying we don't wanna do this, but do we have the opportunity to make improvements at the same time? I guess is what I'm saying. This grant that we're getting, is this strictly for replacement? If you come in and did a study.
It is not for repair.
So anything over and above the installation and the
So
purchase equipment is,
Fixing that third floor room would not qualify for the grant because
Okay.
this is for replacement, it is not for repair or brand new installation. Yes.
okay, all right, well,
So that would
that's
be
good for
something that I think,
clarification.
You know, if, I don't know what the cost of putting in valve control or anything is, I mean,
Well, I think in that stead, I don't wanna say anything, sort of tongue in cheek, but I don't know anything about this particular problem or how to fix it.
Which is why this study's, or at least another
So
walkthrough is very,
In terms
very
of
warranted.
the figure that you're trying to arrive at, unfortunately, I can't approach that yet.
You know, that third floor problem may exist, but this project is focusing on the RFP, the specs of the RFP, and what we're trying to accomplish. If there's a problem that can be resolved while the system's drained and you're replacing boilers, and that's the time that it makes sense, and I think, you know, we have to look at that as a change order, obviously, or whatever, but I think we could potentially go on all night talking about lots of probabilities. Let's talk about what we know we have to do. I had one other quick question. There's 2 boilers in this building, right?
Correct.
side by side.
What is the condition of the other boiler and its age?
Dead.
So,
They are not in working order.
So are we removing 2 boilers and replacing it with 1? Is that what this project, no, we're not.
2 for 2.
We're putting in 2 boilers with this. Okay, well, that's good news, actually. I'm glad to hear that.
You always want to have a backup there.
Other questions?
one last one, are these 2 boilers, when you put them in, which you jog my memory, thank you. So we have 2, one boiler is capable of supplying heat to the school, correct?
Well, again, I'd like to
Or-
have the opportunity, but yes, that would be the idea.
Well, that would be the idea, correct?
Yes.
That's what I'm assuming. So are
100%.
these gonna be set up on a lead lag?
Well, your building management system typically
Will control that?
runs it, that's how we would breathe down their neck to do it, yes.
Yeah, I would prefer that, because, so lead lag, we wanna cycle these boilers the same amount of hours, so that we're not wearing one out constantly and playing catch up with the other. That's probably about all I have for technical
Yeah, as
questions.
far as funded, I don't know where Candy was going with this, but maybe the same direction. I'm considering this a capital expense. Because the budget failed, then we have an opportunity to go back and redo some stuff. I think we could remove something out of capital and replace it with this because it's an emergency. And then replace that capital that we moved this year into next year. Just my opinion. Is that able to be done, is basically?
At this point, anything's capable of being done. I just put this out there for discussion and for a thought. If you put it in next year's budget, and the budget fails on a second referendum, as the gentleman stated, that for every week that you delay this, it's roughly it's 3 or 4 weeks of actual added time. The clock's ticking. If we're confident that we can get a budget through on the second referendum, we're probably not talking a ton of time, but Troy, to your point, yep, you have the option to definitely fund it in the 24-25 capitals.
The other option, which for me, I kind of see this as time is of the essence. There's two other ways to be able to handle the potential immediacy of the situation. You could potentially utilize section 912 of the town charter, which is emergency appropriation, and I've kind of bulleted what those big talking points, the item needs to be less than $500,000. It needs to be made by the recommendation of the manager and a vote by not less than 5 members of the Board of Selectmen. You would hold a public hearing between 3 and 10 days following that motion. That motion gets filed with the town clerk's office. Or the second option would be the Board of Selectmen may make a unanimous decision that would eliminate the need for a public hearing if it would jeopardize the lives, health, safety, or property of citizens. So, you know, this is obviously a health and safety issue. We're dealing with heat, we're dealing with, you know, the timeliness of this. So under section 912 of the charter, there are those two options should the Board of Selectmen want to move forward with either of those.
If, go back to this capital idea, if you replace what's in current capital with this item, you still have a spending level of a budget that people have during the past couple of weeks put out there in terms of how much we're spending over last year. And so the percentage won't change. You know, if you just exchange this into the capital, the bottom line of whatever it was, like, was it 41 million something? If you cut the operating budget, then maybe it drops, but if you leave capital where it is, it's still at 41 million, which would be compared to last year's spending level. Not necessarily the mill rate, but the spending levels.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is that it doesn't change the mill rate, so I think people were concerned with the mill rate, not the
Well, I don't
bottom
know,
line
I mean,
number.
you know, I see all sorts of things that have circulated, you know, calling our spending over 10%, blah, blah, and on and on. So, well, I'll get to that when we get to the budget part, but for this, it's, you know, it's, whether it goes in the budget or we do an emergency appropriation, which we have to be, you know, really certain of and be clear what we're gonna do with that, it still, one has to be done. There's like no way around it. You know, it's like staring at us, right? So it's right there. So no matter how we do it, they should start the project, because if it goes in our budget, then it just becomes this priority item in the budget, and the budget would have to get zeroed out, like below, to, you know, not have the money for that. You'd be cutting other things, because once you have a contract, whether it's a, you know, the employee contracts or other contracts, you have to start eating away at other things around the edge and not those particular contracts. So if we put it in the budget and gave them the go-ahead, then that money would be there. It would be a guaranteed signed contract to go, and if it wasn't an emergency appropriation. So either way, we should say go, and then where the money comes from is how you all decide right now.
Paul, if we agreed and voted on this as, in terms of an emergency fund that would allow them to start the study and move the project along, we would still have the ability to take money out of capital to pay for that and keep it out of the operating budget, which potentially is the mill rate issue.
You only have 135,946 of capitals that is being funded from the general fund allocation in your 2025 budget.
That's the budget that failed, though. So the budget's starting over, essentially, yes?
I think what you were saying, Paul, though, is if you exchange this into the capital, so instead of, let's just say, instead of spending 2 million in capital, we spend 1.6, we've left the 400 in the savings account. Is that what
Right.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've left the 400 in the savings account, and we only spend 1.6 in the budget for capital, which means we cut out 400,000 worth of capital items that are sitting there right now.
The idea being that we cannot have it as part of this fiscal or next fiscal year's operating budget, which causes the mill rate changes and that sort of thing. We pay for it out of savings.
Right.
To your point, even if we do the emergency appropriation tonight, we can still pay for it out of the savings and
Yes.
eliminate that in the operational
Yes.
budget. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
I think it's important, and Anne Marie talked about it, when you look at the budget that failed, the roughly $1.9 million in capitals, only 125,000?
So of the $2.1 million that was appropriated for capitals, that was included for capitals, only 135,946 has an impact on your mill rate.
Right.
The rest is,
Everything else was already
Were you able to find out what the,
Yeah, so it brings it down to, approximately 17.3%.
so if we do an emergency appropriation, spend it straight out,
With the 348 and the 2 million that is currently allocated for the 2025 budget, it brings you down to about 17.3.
which is still 1.3% higher than,
So that means we don't change any of the capitals that were in the previous budget.
unless
can
we
still-
want to do it outside this project.
We can still do that work, and we could fund this in capitals and keep it out of the operational budget.
Yeah.
Then we have nothing to work with the next budget.
Well, you know, that could be right, but I also know, looking at where the run rates are, I can tell you that there should be a large chunk of money getting turned back in to the general fund at the end, on June 30th. For example, you know, one easy one was we funded $60,000 in the investment account for revenue. We were at 580 at the last glance. I mean, there's $520,000 that's immediately getting injected into, you know, the rainy day fund. If I were to guess, and I won't, you know, put this, it's going on record because I'm being recorded, but, you know, there could be a potential $1 million going back into, that's over collection of revenues, and then expenses not spent right to the final dollar. So, you know, you want to be careful, but yeah, we're going to draw down 1.9 million or 2.1 million, wherever you all end up. But remember that the close of this fiscal year will return money to that general fund as well, building up, as this town's done great over the years, building up its savings account. We're going to continue that practice and build up the savings account when we close this year out as well. So it's not all doom and gloom, and, you know, we're going to be at 17.3%. No, I think when we close this fiscal year, you know, we do our audit, I think we'll be back up in the 20% range, with the savings and the revenues and all of that, so, which allow us to do even more things next year in the budget and invest in the community. So, and there is a fourth option, just so everything's, you could go to referendum with it, and treat it as an item that wasn't appropriated. So that is a fourth option, that you all have as well, that you could just treat it as, you know, appropriation that was not discussed, and we could open up the polls. There is a cost to that, obviously. We're opening up the polls already. We're opening them again once Mr. Rollins comes up here and speaks. So I just wanted to give you all of the options that you have before you tonight.
I would prefer that we settle this here and tonight and not have to drag this out to referendum.
I just got one more question.
Correct.
Anne Marie,
Yes, sir.
could you tell me what the 1%, which is, if we're at 17%, what's the value of the 1% over the 16%? So what is that in dollar
So
figures?
your general, it's based on your general fund revenues.
Correct.
So basing on your general fund revenues, your 2023 general fund revenues were just over $36 million.
So, yeah, but I need to know what the 1% of it is. So if we're at 17% and we need 16 to stay in good bonding rates, and we have 1% left,
1% is 363,500.
that's what I wanted to know.
363,000. Now, keep in mind these are, you know,
Right.
estimated numbers, but.
So that's not a very comfortable number.
Your base
Right.
16.7
No, but it's
is
1.3, I think it was 1.3 above where it needed to be.
And Troy, if you turn in $1 million into your rainy day fund based on, you know, over collected revenues or non-expense line items, you turn in $1 million, that's gonna raise your rainy day fund by 3%. Rough math.
Right. But
So-
we're using 2 million this year.
So, I mean, people will also argue that, why do we have all that money in the bank if we're not using it to improve all the infrastructure that has to be done, right? So there's always that argument when you're over the 16% and we have the money there and it's not working for people, there's that argument too. So the savings account is there specifically for things like this, specifically for emergencies. We have 16%, which is, you know, what emergency is gonna come down the road that would wipe all that out. I shouldn't say that a lot because it's almost hurricane
Oh,
season,
be
55
careful.
flood, things
Candy,
like
I said that and the boiler died the next day.
All right, you two can sit.
Yeah, so, yeah,
jinxed us.
there's weird coincidences happening this week, so I shouldn't speak, so, but yeah.
The reality is that we're supposed to use the tax dollars to improve the infrastructure of the town, the living of the citizens, and large rainy day funds could be considered overtaxing. The money's supposed to go to work.
I do consider that overtaxing.
Yes. Therefore, the cushion of the 1% is well within guidelines, and we can fund the capital improvements that were already important and deal with this unforeseen, although 45-year-old boilers, I guess we should know that was coming, but
Well,
I've been saying it.
anyway, we can
so,
deal with
so
that.
back to the boiler, so we can get this gentleman home to his family. We wanna go back there?
Well, so
Well, we are there, we're looking at funding.
we have to decide, as we move this into emergency appropriations, if there's not a majority agreement here, then we face going to public hearing, and that's gonna take us out another 10 days and, a variety of other things.
I think we do it Thursday, 3 days.
You could do it
If
this
you have a
Thursday?
just so you're clear, if you have a unanimous vote according to the
Right.
charter, then you would eliminate the need for a public hearing. If at least 5 members vote positively, then you would hold a public hearing between 3 and 10 days following the motion.
And there was something, town manager, right?
Yeah.
With-
Upon recommendation of the manager by a vote of not less than 5 members of the BOS, then public hearing held between 3 and 10 days following the motion, and then all of those motions have to be filed with the town clerk.
So I'm good with the recommendation to push the project through, just to check that box. Of the amount, I do believe that contingency,
Not to exceed.
not to exceed, and I do like round numbers, but I know it's 347,600, but I'm recommending 348, not to exceed, which gives us I'm sorry, 400 more, but that's my recommendation, and now it's gonna be to the 7 of you to discuss which avenue you wanna go down.
So we call it the rainy day fund. I would consider this a rainy day. That's what this money is supposed to be for, emergencies like this.
So not to keep everybody here any longer, I know everybody wants to move on, but I'm really not comfortable with that number because I really feel, as a facilities guy and as viewing this, we need to do this study, and if we do have this problem in the lab, may not exist, it may. I truly believe we need to address that. And in my experience, a system like that, if he had to go in, once the system's drained, if he had to cut, add a zone, I can't see that cost exceeding, let's throw a wild number out there, 10,000 to fix that. If we put this number out there that you said and we agree on it, right? And then all of a sudden, I get to walk through this gentleman, he goes, yeah, we gotta fix that, and it's gonna be 14,000, more than what we thought. Are we back here again and we just delayed everything, or do we just throw an extra 10 on it now? If it doesn't, if everybody's okay, do you see where I'm going? I truly believe we need to walk through this system and see if there's some immediate problems. If that problem does exist, that's an immediate problem in my mind. We cannot open windows, let the excess heat out. It just doesn't make sense in my mind to control the temperature. So if that problem does exist, let's fix it, but let's make sure we put enough of a buffer in this number. And if we don't need it, we don't have to spend it,
Right,
correct?
but you could also just put the buffer in the capital plan in the budget.
Right.
You don't
Well,
have
we-
to,
we-
you don't have to put it in this appropriation.
well, we could
You
do that as well.
As things get adjusted, you could put the 10 or 15, and maybe if you're a, really quick man with your math, you would get that done before we go with the final budget.
No pressure.
Well, and actually, Kenny, I guess to your point, we may be better off doing that anyway, because if we throw that number in there, is that gonna affect the paperwork? No, because you said we could put this paperwork in after the work's completed anyway.
It would be
And the repairs
cleaner,
are gonna have to be
so when
deducted.
he would do invoicing and all that, what would be the cleanest way to do it is if that 3rd floor, if it does end up being issued, that's invoiced apart from the
Yes.
actual boiler,
Yes.
because you want clean
It can't be
invoices
part of
going
this
to
project.
DAS.
Can't be part of
yes.
the reimbursement.
Right, okay.
Can't be part of this project.
So see,
I feel comfortable going out of this year's capital if we replace something for it.
Well, that's a discussion. We have to make a motion on this emergency appropriation first.
I'll make a motion to enact section 912, emergency appropriation of the charter, not to exceed 360,000? No,
348. I was 348.
340, not to exceed 348,000 for the purpose of the Pearson School boiler replacement.
I'll second.
So
Any
the
other
discussion about capitals is not part of this appropriation. That's gonna be part of the budget discussion when we get down to that. For this particular thing, we're funding it out of emergency appropriations. And then we may pay for it with the capitals later, but that comes later in our discussion. Does that make sense?
I would, as we're discussing it, because the motion's on the floor, I personally would like it to have a public hearing. And the reason I want it to have a public hearing is because using the emergency appropriation is something that I've only had happen once before.
So that's a bad thing because it's only happened once before?
No, it's not bad, it's just that, I'm just saying what I want.
I would think this is not a new facade for the building or furniture or things like that. This is truly, if we don't act on this, there's no heat in the building in September. So it's pretty hard to argue with the necessity of doing this project. I mean, everybody was here tonight ready to sell us on this project. It's not really a tough sell. We gotta do a boiler.
I kind of feel with you, Paul, a little bit, Candy, and not to buck the horse, I guess, but a number of things can affect his delivery, especially with manufacturing nowadays. We get a fuel spike, COVID-26 comes out, these things can go from, and I've seen this in the manufacturing world, these things can go from 1 week to 7 months delivery like that. Steel, the price of steel jumps, and all of a sudden, large corporations start buying it, and the other ones can't get a hold of it, so.
I just wanna try to put Selectman Lemire's mind at ease here for a second. What I'm talking about is this emergency appropriation for one project, right? That's what we're voting on and talking about right now. When we get to E, which is budget discussions, we can then talk about capital, and do we wanna remove something
So
to
how
pay
we're
for
gonna pay
this?
for it.
Yeah, we can move some capital projects around when we get to the budget.
I'm okay with saying that we need it, yes. Where it comes from is a concern of mine.
We can get to the capital part and talk about that afterwards. What we're voting on right now is, do we want to do an emergency appropriation for this money so that they can start with the study in the building, engage this vendor, and get the project started, given the possibility of delays, the deadline we have in September. So that's what we're really looking at right now. The capitals we can talk about after.
Okay.
And again, I hear Candy's concern, but I can't see waiting to referendum. I can't see any taxpayer in this town.
Oh, it's not
Same.
referendum, it's
Just a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Public hearing, but,
Take
I
public
mean, we could do that, but
The
I
only
can't
rea-
see anybody disagreeing with us that these are 45 years old, they need to be replaced, and the.
Well, you know, I've seen like strange things happen, and I wanna be tactful about this. I don't know if there's a tactful way around this. There are people not in this room that made decisions about this last budget, that drove the decision about the last budget. There are people in this room that may have, and not up here at the table, have pushed put a budget through, but then advocated a no vote. So are people going to be upset that they don't get to have a say on $348,000 without a public hearing? So I guess that's why I'm looking at that is, here's the money, we have a public hearing. If you don't like it, then come tell us. If not, then we vote for it and you can't say we didn't ask you. I guess that's where I'm coming from, is from there.
I think you're right, but I think either way, Candy, somebody's gonna be mad if we didn't vote for it, somebody's gonna be mad if we did vote for it.
Particularly if the public hearing,
We're never gonna make all of them happy.
particularly if the public hearing delays this thing any length of time. I mean, essentially, Candy, you're gonna have the decision, because when we vote for this thing, if one of us votes against it, then
I
it
know.
goes to public
it's going
hearing.
to public hearing.
So, we
No,
can talk about it.
I'm
mean-
perfectly well aware of my hand and my vote.
Yes.
I know all of the ramifications around that, but I also know that Troy has a vote and his ramifications and the power that he had over certain things. So, sometimes I feel like I'm sitting here trying to make decisions, but I'm not, I don't know if I'm making, and I know I can't, right? Because I'm just a one vote over here, so. So that's why whatever, I guess whatever, Troy, what do you say?
I'd say I left it in Bill's hands, and if he's confident that this needs to be done, and that, so I'm a yes vote for this.
So you'll vote for the emergency appropriation?
Yes.
And
Okay,
I'm
then I
okay-
will too, because you'll do it.
I'm okay on camera that if, Candy, if there's a handful of people out there, if there's a handful of people out there that are mad at me because we're gonna do this emergency appropriation, I'm okay with those. I always have a handful of people mad at me, so I
Sorry, folks.
Oh, well,
This,
sorry,
this one
apologize.
vote here is gonna say yes too. Let's get this done. Let's get going.
Yeah.
Just for
We're gonna have fun in about
just for a
10
point
minutes.
of,
Yes,
just for
we
a
got
point of,
bigger headaches coming up.
just for a point of clarity, I think you're gonna have to have two votes. The first vote is for the emergency appropriation. The second vote will be to waive the town meeting, public hearing.
Public hearing.
So you-
Do we have to waive it if there's 7 of us?
So
Charter,
it-
no.
There's 5.
If it's 5, you get the emergency appropriation. Then I read, and I'm not a lawyer, right? The Board of Selectmen, by unanimous vote of its members, shall decide that a delay in making the emergency appropriation would jeopardize the lives and can waive. So I guess if the motion actually states that, then you may only need 1 vote. I just want to make sure we're checking all the boxes, but I think you motioned it, so I think under emergency appropriation, I think you want to add the fact that it jeopardizes the lives, health, or property of the citizens. If that's in the motion and it goes unanimous, I think that waives the public hearing.
So you would amend the motion
Amend the motion
to waive the public hearing?
to waive the public, in the event of a unanimous vote, to waive the public the public hearing, to waive the public hearing.
You have to include the property, the language that says,
I was waiting for Glenn to catch up. So waive the public hearing due to the fact that this would jeopardize the lives, health, or property of citizens in the town by failing to approve this action.
I'll second the amendment.
Any other discussion on it? All in favor? Unanimous?
There you go, Mel.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mel, as we move forward, I'd like to be involved in the selection process of whether we're gonna go lock the bar or the PK.
By all means, you can
And-
have that
and-
sole choice.
I would love to.
That's recorded, by the way.
I would also love to do the walkthrough with you.
Sure.
As well as you to investigate some of
So I'm gonna have
some of the
Nancy kind
issues
of
that I've discovered already.
coordinate that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You're
We're not
stuck
done
with,
yet.
I
We're-
know,
we're
you're
not
stuck
done
with
yet.
me
No,
for
I don't
one
know.
more thing.
solar panels.
Yes.
Oh, I don't need to be here for that, really.
So, another thing that's over 45 years old is Pearson's roof that likes to leak a lot. So we are routinely patching Pearson's roof. I am gonna put Kevin Seibert on the phone with us. He's gonna join us via speakerphone. Kevin, has been working with the Board of Ed on our solar projects.
Hi, Melanie.
Hi, Kevin, how are you? You're on speakerphone with the Board of Selectmen.
Hello, Board of Selectmen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, Kevin, I just opened the conversation around solar, but I'm gonna back you into this conversation also. So, when Hinsdale was built, the roof was built so that it could have solar installation, non-penetrating solar through the roof. So, basically putting big sandbags is the layman's way of saying, like, they would be, like, laid on the roof, and then not penetrating through with, like, nails or screws. So.
Yes, all roof solar is ballasted these days, so we would not, we definitely wouldn't be putting any penetrations on either building.
So Hinsdale would be offset for, amount of dollars. I've got the chart here to be able to walk you through the financials on this. The second piece of that would be Pearson. So kind of the whole reason behind this is the Gilbert School needed multiple roofs on their building, but obviously the capital funding to do that was millions of dollars. We're the same situation at Pearson School where, Kevin?
Yes,
There's a lot of background noise.
I apologize. I am in a car. Let me see if I can get into a quieter spot.
Okay, thanks. So, the Pearson roof has been leaking routinely. We patch it, it leaks again. It's over 45 years old. It's 15 years past its life expectancy at this point. However, coming to the town and saying, can we pay $1.1 million for a brand new roof for Pearson isn't reasonable at this moment. So we have come up with a solution to be able to put a brand new refurbished roof on the Pearson School, the same product that the Gilbert School is getting for zero out-of-pocket cost to the town. So Kevin is so much more versed in the financial aspect of this. I would like him to kind of explain how this works. So, Kevin?
Sure. So we were able to get a roof quote that was considerably less than the one that you had received from another roofing contractor. That saves a lot. And then the way we put this project together is we took the aggregate benefit of the 2 solar arrays and used that cash flow to cover the cost of the roof. So we took, for example, 2 solar systems that are generating annual cash flow, and then funded all 3 projects, roof, and solar, in one loan, municipal loan, through Bank of America. Bank of America does municipal loans with all the non-appropriation clauses and all the language that needs to be in there for ambulance and fire trucks. And so by aggregating these 3 projects, the roof, which has no payback, is being paid for by the solar, which normally would have a greater payback than this is showing here. So you're giving up some of your 25-year cash flow and solar to get yourself a roof. So in summary, you're getting the roof done at no out-of-pocket because it's being paid for by the solar. And then later on in the solar's life, it actually does still deliver a significant amount of cash flow to the town. Does that kind of answer the questions?
I want to be able to show you guys the cash flow sheet on this.
Kevin, what happens to the panels when they are no longer useful? Who's responsible?
Kevin, the question was, what happens to the panels when they are no longer useful?
Well, the panels have a useful life of 35 years. And today, the salvage value of panels, given the metals that are in them, is significantly greater than the removal cost. So we have some systems in California that are already being removed that were very, very early adopters. And the companies have decided to upgrade them to a more efficient panel, and we're actually getting our customers paid for the removal of the panels because they're using them. So to answer your question, at the end of useful life, 35 years, we're told and seeing firsthand that the salvage value of the materials in the racking and in the panels is greater than the cost to actually remove them. It's literally just a ballasted racking system with ballast and panels, and somebody would come in and just take them away and pay you some nominal amount of money for doing so. It's recycled, I assume.
So what this does on this financial chart, and Kevin, I'm on the financial chart right now. So what you see in the first year, so if the Board of Selectmen move forward with moving the financing of this to Bank of America, you would see in the first year, the system production would be this amount, this column right here. The utility rate plans to increase exponentially 2%, roughly per year. Then you would have your savings that you would be savings from the solar. Your REC is the incentive through the electric company, through Eversource. 403,000.
Yes, everything you've said so far is spot on. The REC, the incentive which has been awarded by Eversource and you're guaranteed for 20 years, will come in. The savings, as you mentioned, are there, and then the payment gets made. And the first year is really the only nominal cost to the town, which is that slight negative. By year 2, you have the guaranteed federal tax credit payment that municipalities under the Inflation Reduction Act are entitled to receive. So we would help you we have a company that will submit the paperwork for you, and you will get a direct check from the federal government equivalent to what a for-profit company would benefit from if they were to do this system. And so when you get that check, you would apply it as a one-time, no penalty prepayment down on the note, and that way it lowers your cost of that note over the lifetime and applies the credits where they belong. So again, once the system's installed, we submit the paperwork alongside of you as a simple form, and long before that payment is due, you will get it back from the federal government. And then when you make your second year payment, it is included in that amount. And it basically takes the value of that tax credit and applies it towards the loan amount, exactly what Gilbert is doing.
Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah.
So does it go to year 6 that we have to make payments, and then after that we don't?
So after when you look right here in this area right here, total annual increase, after year 4 is when it becomes profitable. So you start making, and then once it's paid off after the 20-year note, it becomes profitable, at around $120,000 a year.
So during the first 20 years, as you're paying off the note and basically funding that roof cost, it's more or less cash flow neutral. It has a little bit of positive equity, but once the note is paid in full, obviously 100% of the benefit goes to the BOE or town, and that will continue. That document only shows 25 years, but really the effective life is 35, so it will continue. But we just kind of run out of paper and just draw the line at 25. But yes, that's all correct.
The loan is for 20 years. The lifetime the warranty on the panels is for 25 years. Correct me, Kevin?
Correct. On both the roof and the panels,
yes,
there is a performance warranty, which means the numbers that we have in there, the system is guaranteed to perform at that level. Yes.
Kevin, can I ask a question? It's Paul, the town manager here. You just talked about that performance guarantee. So if we don't make that kilowatt production, is your company writing the check to the town or to the Board of Ed?
Could you just repeat that, please?
Yep,
I couldn't quite hear.
He's talking about the kilowatt per hour, and if the system wouldn't produce what you're predicting it to produce, who is writing the check to the town or to the Board of Ed, since it's a guarantee?
Or ultimately to the bank?
The performance guarantee is that the panels will produce at the rate they are rated for. So it's a 490 watt panel, and the performance is monitored and can be realized. But as far as the actual production, whether it comes up greater than it is yours or less, it is still your responsibility. While the performance of the panel is guaranteed, there's no physical guarantee on the payment component. That being said, everything is very conservatively calculated as required by the utility and the bank who's lending you the money. They're basically lending you the money based on the realization that you're going to have that money in your budget. So they've actually looked at that as well. But there is no check being written in the case it doesn't come up. But it is the performance warranty is the functionality of the panel. The actual, how much money you actually save it is going to vary year by year, but it is on the very conservative side. And our guess is it's going to be 10 to 15% higher than it's on that model. But there's no way to guarantee that.
Do you have examples of other similar-sized schools or buildings that have entered into a program like this and what their performance was over 10 years or 15 years?
Kevin, did you hear that? The question
Uh,
was, do you
yeah,
have
think about
examples?
other schools. Yes, so big banks have been owning and operating systems really for municipalities for the last 15 or so years. Not until the Inflation Reduction Act made it possible for a municipality of the tax credit did ownership programs become something mainstream, and that's only been in the last year. So there aren't any 15-year-old projects with municipalities that have been owned necessarily. I know that obviously banks use the same exact model when they do their financing, but no, there are no municipal loans that I know of out there where this has been modeled for years because it's a fairly new program.
Yeah, I have a question on the utility rate. You start out at 16.5 cents and then it goes up to much higher. Is the utility rate, is that just based on it going up all the time? Because we know the utility rates have gone from, with Eversource, when we're at 23 cents, but then you could get it at 9 cents or 8 cents. So when you figure out that utility rate over the next 20, 25 years, is this just assuming it's going up?
Kevin, can you explain the utility
Yes.
rate calculation?
Yes, I was able to hear that. So the utility rate is exactly off your current bill. Basically, when you do net metering, you avoid cost on both the demand and the generation. So when you use numbers like 9 or 10 cents, those are just generation. Those are not distribution charges. In aggregate, your offset is 16 cents currently. And in the model, it assumes, again, a conservative 2% per year increase. And that's why you see a slight increase. You also see in the column next to it, the production going down by 0.4%, which is the degradation of the system. So all these numbers have been very carefully considered and approved by the lender and the utility as numbers that are industry standard. But there is an assumption of 2% utility costs. If electricity doesn't rise at 2% per year, there will be adjustments in that model. Very, very slight. If you take the whole adjustment out of the whole 20 years, it's a relatively nominal amount of money.
So if we don't have that 2% per year, do all our paybacks and all that figure out the same way, or is it different?
Yes, if you lose, so if you don't have the 2% utility rate increase, then the model would have to be adjusted. But it's a very nominal amount of money. I mean, you can probably play with it, or we certainly could show you how incidental amount of money that piece of it is. More than likely, it's going to be the other way, as rates have really gone up and continue to go up.
What's nominal? Because a lot of things around here may seem nominal to other people.
I apologize. I heard what's nominal.
Yeah, what's nominal?
Okay. So where your savings is $1,000 a year, it might go down to $500 a year. It's we could certainly model that out for you, but it's a very 2% on the electricity rate is a very small component of that calculation. We have done that for other people in the past as just in case. 3.5 to 4 cents is 30-year average for utility rate increase, and we're modeling out just about half of that in the assumption.
Kevin, it's Paul again. I got to go back to the performance rate, and just so you know, I actually have solar on my house at home. I bought my system, and I hear about the warranty and the performance, although you can warranty it and you can tell me I have a performance warranty, but I really don't, because you're just telling me it's going to happen. But let me tell you an example that happened at my house. So my system went down on year 8, and Tesla had to come out and basically replace the whole system. By the time the tech came out, diagnosed it, ordered new stuff, I was 4 months without my panels. So the good news is that Tesla wrote me a nice big check for the 4 months that their performance of what they promised me would be there, because I was paying Eversource, for those 4 months. So when I talked to this board, obviously, and we want to get them comfortable with it, that if the system goes down, and if it's down for 4 months, we're going to be responsible for this note, or the Board of Ed is actually. They're responsible for the note. And ultimately, they're going to have 2 possible bills that month, or several months. One being to Eversource, and 2 being to the Bank of America note. Now, when the system's up and running properly, everything works seemingly. But without any type of a performance guarantee, I caution the board and I caution the Board of Ed as well, that you could be fronted with 2 bills that particular month. The Eversource bill, and we all know how banks work, they want their money every month, and Eversource wants their money every month.
I think I caught about half of what you said, but I think I have the gist of the system that was on your house. It was covered under a performance warranty, but it was down for 4 months, and so that became your responsibility.
It became my responsibility, but Tesla has promised me I'm going to produce X amount of kilowatts a year. If it doesn't produce the kilowatts as promised, Tesla writes me the difference in the kilowatts that system did not produce. So while I'm paying Tesla ultimately wrote me a check. And the true-ups, well, mine's, I believe, in October, where I'm buying and selling credits all year long. And obviously right now in summer, I'm having a lot of carryovers, which is great. But the 4 months that my system went down, I was paying Eversource. Board of Ed's going to be paying Eversource, but they're also going to be paying Bank of America.
Yeah, so there is no performance guarantee with regards to that in commercial solar, other than to just do a PPA rate or have someone else own and operate the system. The benefits of ownership are significantly better than any other option, especially for municipalities now, but there are some small risks. And so if the system is down for, a month or 2, 4 sounds like a Tesla problem. But if the system is down, the panel company is not going to write your check for that time. They are going to pay to put put panels in, but there is some inherent risk to ownership, and I don't know that there's a solution for that. But the upside is $1.2 million roof, I guess, that you're not writing a check for, so you're kind of offsetting some of that risk by some of the reward, I guess, in this case.
Well, agreed, but we are technically writing a check because it's all included in the note, so it's not, I understand that, and Kevin, I do agree with you. Purchasing the system outright and that's what I did on my house because of the tax credits that I got from both federal and state government at the time. The state was offering incentives as well. I bring it up only to caution this board and the Board of Education that if there is a problem and we hit a real cloudy period, we become London overnight, and it's cloudy every day, your Eversource meter is going to start, turning on.
The weather isn't going to impact it. It's not a weather issue. It's an animal ate the wires or the panels went down for some reason. And if your system's 8 years old, I would say technology's probably come a little further. We have like 99% effectiveness for the system's life is typical for commercial solar. But fog, wildfires perhaps. If there's wildfires in Connecticut, perhaps you could have an issue. But weather is not going to impact the modeling. It's all got 30-year weather data built in.
What's the roof cost of $200,000? What is that number telling us?
Kevin, can you talk to him about the roof cost on the model here at $200,000?
Yes, so I believe the roof cost is about $500,000, $300,000 of it, which is required for us to be able to do the solar, therefore becomes part of the ITC tax benefit at 30%, and $200,000 of it is just it's just roof repair that absolutely needs to be done. And so it's a breakout. Some of the roof cost is built into the solar, and 200 is separate for tax purposes. But the roof cost, I believe, don't quote me, was more like 488 all in.
I believe that's
200.
accurate.
Yeah, 200 doesn't qualify for the ITC. The rest is built in for the ITC.
I have a question, because I was on the Gilbert board for a little while they were talking about the roofs, and when they, they did the, what is it when you do the, like the x-ray of roofs, and then you try to figure out how much of the roof needs to be done, the underlayment, et cetera, when you have to go down to, like the rafters and then build it back out. What kind of repairs are you planning for this? Is it just, are you overlaying what's currently there? Are you gonna be taking off what's currently there? How exactly is the roof going to be done? Because if you're saying the roof is 500,000, and Melanie started the conversation with a new roof could be over $1 million or $1.1 million, what exact repairs or replacement will you be doing?
A great question. I'm not the roofing expert with regards, but my understanding is that, or I know there's been core samples, and we know which pieces of the roof actually need to be cut out and removed. The other quote you had was, I don't know if the roofing contractor's sitting in session here, but was a complete tear off and replace, which is really not necessary. And the coating product, which is exclusive to GE and our partner who does this, is a much more streamlined way to avoid waste and removal and actually just do what needs to be done to provide the 25-year warranty. So yes, there are pieces of the roof which can't be sealed without being removed and replaced, but those are strategic as opposed to an all or nothing approach, and allows us to get the price much lower and give you that GE 25-year warranty on the entire roof.
And Paul and Melanie, this is a loan which the board would put in, and we have to do the whole bonding for this? Because the board has to sign off for any contract that extends out over the year and stuff. So this would be added to our and Anne Marie, this would be added to our debt ratios?
I'm not sure I got that question, Melanie.
As far as I understand it, the Board of Education can't borrow funds under their own name because they're in the town's tax ID number. I'm curious to know what the interest rate is that they baked into the loan amount.
Good question.
Kevin, what is the interest rate on the Bank of America loan?
Well, it hasn't been, the underwriting hasn't started because we haven't submitted anything. The last one that we just did for the town of East Haven was 4.75% fixed.
So that appears to be calculating out at about 2% right now. So
Sorry, say that again?
In there, it's about $400,000 worth of interest. That, just very simple math, looks to be calculating at 2% on your loan payment over 20 years.
Could you repeat that so I can hear it clearly,
She's saying
Melanie?
that the current loan payment, it looks like it's calculated out to be about 2% per year.
No, definitely not.
Is it more than that? Oh,
What? Yeah, no. It's. I think
Because of
we
the
usually.
balloon payment.
Yeah, we probably calculated it closer to 5 as an estimate, and once we get into underwriting and hopefully 4.75 or whatever we got last time comes in, it'll be a little low. But if you look at the total amount financed, hopefully that's closer to 5 in our document than 2, unless there's just a mistake. But I don't think so.
Okay.
Kevin, are municipalities or commercial systems eligible to go to like Green Bank? I know the state of Connecticut and Green Bank had a much lower interest rate, closer to the 2% range. Are we exempt from getting the?
Yeah, no, the Green
loans?
Bank doesn't do municipalities for loans. They only do roof leases and PPAs, which is not in your best interest. You make a fraction of the money you're making here. And their current rate is above 5%. We've done a number of them for commercial customers, but we can't run this through the Green Bank, or we would have tried. We had to get an exception for Bank of America for you because their minimum loan amount is $2 million. and they agreed to do this for you for less than that. But nothing, the Green Bank doesn't do it for municipalities right now.
So, Anne Marie, you may or may not know this answer, but currently we have a solar facility up on Platte Hill, and the town gets credit, and part of the credit goes to the Board of Ed, and the other places in town, right? So do those credits then shift more to like the sewer plant or other places, or does it keep with the school?
I think if you choose to, I think the town, when they put that agreement in place, chose the 6 or 7, no, it's more with the schools, because you've got 2 schools on it, right?
Yes.
So I think it's 7 entities, because we've got 5 on the town side, I think. And 5 or 6 on the town side, I think. And so I guess you could potentially choose another location that can shift, if the Board of Education is getting a benefit from separate solar panels, yeah.
So you all know about that?
I only sort of caught the gist of the conversation, but it's sort of about how you keep track of the payments and the savings.
No, we have a solar farm in which we benefit as a school district from the generation that comes off of that solar farm. And
Most likely a PPA, right? Some kind of preferred rate.
I don't know the answer, but the question really was, would the town be able to take and repurpose the solar credits that we get to another municipal building in the credit? So really not a question for you, Kevin.
Okay.
Long and short.
There may be more solar opportunity in town. I mean, there's certainly, this finances make so much sense with the tax credits, but I know these schools were our first priority, and really the one with the roof, trying to get that covered. That was our priority when we started this.
So, I gotta bring up one more point. I'm sorry. I wanna just caution both boards, with weather and everything like that. One of the items we didn't talk about is snow. And I don't know the roofs all that well, but when snow are on panels, I can tell you right now, I can pull up, on my app, and I can show you the production I have every month and all of that, and I can tell you there's snow on that panel, and I have a pitched roof. Until that snow falls off, then I start, producing what I'm using. Not knowing the roofs all that well in the schools, how quickly is this, and we're in a snow belt up here, how quickly is the snow gonna fall off of these panels? Because again, I caution, the what?
Depends on the temperatures.
Well, yeah, but are we flat roofs?
Yes.
We have flat roofs, and I believe, Kevin, correct me if the panels are pitched.
They are
though,
pitched.
on the roof.
Okay.
They're not flat
Yeah.
panels, correct?
They're not flat. They're going to be pitched at whatever optimal is to north to south at 5 degrees. And Solar Edge, the product that we use for the inverters, you can have real-time access to the data. And it was kind of our intention to put a monitor in one of the schools or somewhere in town hall, just to kind of show the production of all the great work that's been done, and cars taken off the road. But it's all real-time data, and they are flat, around 5 degrees on a flat roof, ballasted.
So, question on maintenance and repairs. You talk about inverters and all of the other components that go into this system, and you've got how many years, 25-year operating projection here. What type of cost for maintenance, repairs, bad inverters, what are we looking at over 25 years, or what's the experience on that equipment?
So, there are operations and maintenance agreements that you can do. The panels are covered for 25 years. Racking is as well. Inverters, 15 years. So at some point during the 15-year period, you will likely have to replace the inverter on each school. Inverters are in the $15,000 range, or in that ballpark, a relatively small amount of money for the production. But everything is covered, and how you choose to do any repairs is when needed is really something I would probably look at much further down the road, as there's really nothing to break in the first, there's no moving objects there's no bearings or belts or tires, but certainly something that there are going to be some expenses in 25 years, but most everything is covered under warranty.
And when you say the inverters, for example, are 15 years, is that parts and labor, or is that just parts?
You know, it's a ballpark number. I would say that the inverter is probably a $15,000 total change out in 15 years from now, if and when it starts to fail.
So
I
it's
think his question was, does it include parts and labor?
Yes,
That-
yeah,
okay.
yes, sure.
The warranty does for 15
The
years?
warranty does?
Yes.
Kevin, what brand of solar panels are these? Because my typical experience with solar panels is they perform like crazy for the first 10
So-
years, and then the efficiency decreases rapidly after that. You're saying these will perform for 25 years?
Well, Q-Cells is probably the highly recognized panel manufacturer in the world, and they are producing American-made panels now as well, and have a balance sheet, in our opinion, that backs up a 25-year warranty, because that's very important. They're calculated in the economics that we've shared with you at a 0.4% degradation per year. That's assuming you never clean them or do anything to them. The performance is already built into that, and that performance can be monitored by you or others and validated at any time. I mean, solar panels are all over and performing. And Q-Cells is a tier 1 bankable, something that the Bank of America and Eversource will, give all these incentives based on these numbers. These are the numbers that are in the calculations are factual, experienced numbers from the industry. But Q-Cells is what you would want to and Solar Edge would be the inverters. Solar Edge and Q-Cells, we feel both are the best in the industry, and that's all we use.
I just, being aware of time and agendas and whatnot, and my head is spinning on the numbers up on the board and trying to make sure I understand what they all are and all the questions that we asked. I wonder if it would be more productive if we had staff, Anne Marie and Paul, and the school people and the gentleman online here, have a meeting and go over the numbers, go over the weather, go over the interest rates, go over everything, and then come back to us with all those answers, and whether or not we're comfortable with this or not. Because like Bill's did his HVAC, so we trust that he knows what he's talking about. But I don't think any one of us is a solar expert, except maybe Paul on his house, but not quite. And then because when we did that solar farm in town, there was a lot of work done by environmentalists, by everybody that the town paid for. The lawyers and stuff did a lot of work on all that and the understanding the numbers. So maybe find somebody that can evaluate this, that's independent of this board anyway, to be able to look at it and say yay, go, or write these things into the contract. So that would be
We
my.
can make that happen. Kevin and I can set that meeting up, and we can make that happen in the next couple weeks.
Definitely.
Anytime I can help, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you for your questions, and hope we can get to the next step. Don't hesitate to reach out, Melanie.
All right, thank you, everyone. Bye, Kevin.
Thank you. Have a great night.
If that's what everybody else wanted to do, I mean,
So Norfolk,
I'm with you.
Bill can attest to this. We're in the middle of phase
No,
2.
What's
We
his
hired
company's name?
we went about the same thing, and I think they're planning on doing it on the school too. The first company came in, started the project, and then bailed, sold it to another company who took a whole year, and we were under contract, so I believe that they're paying us.
It's not coming up in my
And
email right now, but I have it.
They're spending a significant amount of money on infrastructure. So doing the roof is like, they make so much money off of this. It's gotta be unbelievable, because the money they're spending just to set this up. I mean, they got construction crews that've been at my thing since winter doing this. So, I I'm worried about solar only because they came in and bailed, and then we had to buy another company, and I don't know.
I think, to Candy's point, we have a very full agenda tonight, and I think tabling this until they've had a chance to work out all the numbers. Frankly, I think getting to the boiler was a big deal, and
Sorry.
wasn't quite ready for the whole make a decision on the solar panels tonight, but
Motion to table?
motion, motion to table and a second, yes.
Paul's got the motion. Troy's got the second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, would a break be appropriate at this time for about 10 minutes?
Anybody have a problem?
All in favor?
Now you're talking.
I'm gonna get my keys back from Anne Marie. I feel she's gonna like leave.
Back by 20 after.
I'm gonna be sleeping at town hall
Some
tonight.
Pop-Tarts.
We got Pop-Tarts? You don't wanna have the candy? No, you wanna have to get candy.
Didn't ask for it.
And you know, break it to Terry's day. Last year she had Pop-Tarts for all. She has water and Pop-Tarts. I think there's a couple left in the container.
And you know, it's
Don't talk about me, all right? One year.
Well, she wasn't, she was talking about herself.
Bill?
So that's scary, because then.
We're on the hook until the whole thing's paid off, and then
We're still running, so.
But don't some, have one notes where they do compromise.
Like my agreement I have.
On residential.
This is the first recess we've ever had. Bunch of,
If there's hail, I asked about hail, he said there's repair,
When it's cloudy, let me tell you, I don't produce anything when it's cloudy. Like, I can show you here, I mean.
The new solar panels though are much more effective, we replaced ours 2 years ago.
So I got new ones 2 years ago. I agree, yeah, the whole system, 4 months, no power. I'm in standby mode right now, so let's see, today.
So it's not that the weather, the immediate weather doesn't impact it, it does. It's just that our zone, we have 1,550 hours of pure sunlight a year. That's like across the board, averaged out over 30 years. You may not get it this month, but you'll get it next month. So it all averages out, and that's what they're basing on, that's what they say with this.
Averaging the number of gray days, versus the number of summer days, sunny days.
Which is the theory behind it. Yeah, I agree with them on that, but when. No, it does matter, because on cloudy days, I don't produce as much as when it's sunny.
But there's only so many cloudy days.
Typically.
like this 3.5 hour show, but halfway through they said, listen, we're old and we have to go to the bathroom, so we're taking a break.
Oh, yes. I mean, that could happen. I'm just giving you, I'm just being funny. I'm trying to be funny. I'm not sure if I'm pulling it off or not.
Didn't know it was the solar. I kind of liked it. I'm an expert on something.
The amount of dirt
It scares me.
in the road, washing into the catch basins and into people's yards. I mean, something's got to be done about that. Can't continue.
Well, the next item should be easy. Should only take 2 minutes. What? Do you want me to add clerk to this? Just saw that.
What, are you getting a discount? It's $9. Let's go.
It's $8.
Is it 8? I thought it was 9 for a dog.
Only if you're a month late.
That's differently.
It's 11 or 18 if it's not fixed. Not that it was broken. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention when I wrote that.
yes. And then, rainstorm, more new stuff in that we wash in.
So, they tell you at the fourth meeting, I almost took out Bambi right in front of the gatehouse.
Tom picked blue.
And then Hans came up and almost took out one.
Excellent.
Same day?
Time did we?
Yeah, like 20 minutes later.
What time are we?
4 more minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm not sitting. Oh, no, they're all coming. Well, maybe not.
All right, so what do we got? We're at the refunds.
Yeah.
Budget discussion, then Jimmy.
You say that like that's only a few minutes.
Well, in a perfect world it is.
Oh, we had a good day today.
Sold some cars today?
We did.
On a Monday?
We did.
Oh.
Now that everything's electronic, I can look and go, okay, how was the day?
That's good. That's good. But that's not necessarily, is that on your move? Like you deliver 5 today?
Yeah, we try to move them right away. Yes, good for you.
That's how you got yelled at last Friday.
What's that? We're live, so.
Yeah.
I don't wanna, tell them about your business.
No.
All right, we're back from recess. It is 9:19 PM. Moving on to new business, D 24-33 refunds as recommended by the Collector of Revenues.
So as you see in your board packet, you see that you have Grand List 21 refunds and Grand List 22 refunds, totaling the amount of $2,509.07.
Do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Thank you, Troy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Unanimous? Moving on to item E. Do you want to do the grand list date or the discussion?
Yeah, let's do the Grand List.
All right, so the 2023 grand list due date, Paul has a discussion about that with the budget failing this past weekend.
So I had a conversation with our Collector of Revenue this morning. Even if we were to potentially pass a budget tonight to send back out to referendum, we still wouldn't be able to hit the July 1st deadline, knowing that the company needs 2 weeks to populate the data and send out bills. She's recommending that we delay the 2023 grand list due date to August 1st, 2024, similar to what we did last year, trying to get ahead of it. Because, again, as stated, even if we were to present a budget tonight, we wouldn't be able to hit the timeline of getting bills out on July 1st.
And just for the public's knowledge, that means the taxes would be due August 1st, not July 1st, and they would not receive their tax bills until.
But there is another way to do this. You know, it really depends on your confidence level of getting another budget passed. So you can also, the budget runs on this past year's approved amount until you have a budget. So you could send out the budgets based on, tax bills based on what we're currently running at, and then send out a supplemental, or I suppose you'd call it a credit if it went really down, way far. So it really, doing this really depends on everybody's confidence about a second budget. Because otherwise you're pushing everything out until September, and then now you're talking about a lot of cash flows. So I would be more in favor of sending it out and then sending a supplemental.
What is the complexity of doing a supplemental or expense of doing that? Is it significant or not really?
I mean, you're mailing, you know,
A few $1,000s.
yeah, every bill that goes out, you're sending an additional supplemental out. I just caution the board in terms of the collectability rate. You know, somebody that potentially pays their bill, you know, and then gets a supplemental and doesn't understand necessarily what it is, the likelihood of the collection of that supplemental. Unsure, but it definitely is an option of a supplemental. I think messaging would have to be very important of what the excuse me, we sent this bill out because we needed, you know, to operate, and we needed to, you know, keep the lights turned on. And the supplemental bill is the true up of wherever we end up with the budget.
Could you potentially send out bills for real estate and personal property and hold the motor vehicle, since motor vehicle is only due once a year? Real estate comes due again in January, and people will potentially come in to pay their bills and say, if there's a supplemental, wait, there's an additional amount due. So that's potentially how you would, you know, somewhat insulate yourself from, you know, not getting collections on the supplementals. I don't know, you know, if that's a possibility or not.
Well, I mean, if you look at dates and you look at process,
Yep.
you know, you still gotta have a town meeting.
Yep.
You know, so this board has to make a budget, we have to send it to town meeting, you have to hold town meeting, then you have to have a, you know, then you don't do a referendum till 14 to 21 days after that. So let's say you did that this week, and then you held a town meeting, we can hold right away, you start to hold that town meeting, I don't know, let's just say next Monday, just for fun. You're still not going to referendum until the 24th, 25th that week.
Yep.
So the last week in June, right?
Yep.
So,
That's why I backed into,
yeah.
even if we did that all tonight, we wouldn't be able to make, and they need 2 weeks to prep the bills and send them out. This supplemental, another thing that had popped into my head, I've seen towns done it, I've never been part of a supplemental. A lot of people escrow their real estate tax. How the mortgage company treats those escrows, are we chasing that supplemental bill? I know we have the first position, which is a great position to be in.
Well, I guess I'll just say it, you know, there's, I've been trying to think of how to say this, but, you know, I don't know where to go with this budget, and I don't know that I'm not driving any bus. It doesn't seem the board is driving any bus, and there are elephants not in this room that made this budget go down. There's no doubt in my mind. You know, we have a one man out there that, even when the budget was at no increase, was putting up no signs, and the no signs are going out, and there's flyers all over the place, and people are confused about it. Then there's other people sending out no votes, putting up no signs, you know, and so I don't have confidence that I would even know where to suggest anything happens in this budget. I don't know what the number is. You know, is it number 1? Is it number 0.5? Is it 1.5? Is it a reallocation of the money? I mean, you know, if somebody can answer all those questions, you know, right now, then I would say delay, you know, your request. We knew last time what the probable problem was in the budget. It was kind of obvious what it was. Enough people had talked about it, but I don't know where's the number. You know, what's going to happen if it goes down, and then you got your revenues behind, because as everything, you know, squeezes in, and then school starts up, and you're going to have a big load on the, you know, on the payments as teachers start getting paid after the summer and whatnot. So, you know, I don't know I don't know.
Maybe the grand list due date should come after the budget discussion.
Hearing what you all said, I agree with that comment. I think maybe we should go to E2 and then maybe revisit E1.
I think E2 was the grand list
Oh,
due
E2,
date.
okay.
Let's go back to E1.
You want to go back to E1? Go in order.
Yes.
So we'll table E2 for a few moments.
Just a
Hopefully.
few.
Hopefully.
So, as you all are aware, the budget did fail by about 228 votes, or exactly 228 votes. I look at 228 votes, and I always cut that number in half, because you look at the people that showed up to vote. So roughly if 114 people voted the other way, the budget would have been, or 115 people voted the other way, the budget would have passed, all right? So 228, I bring it down to 115. I don't think there's any particular items or items that are really hotbed items that are driving out a particular no vote. I think what drove out a no vote this time around was 7+% tax increase was maybe just too much of an ask to our residents. I want to say this to the board, and I'm going to reiterate what the Board of Education chair said that didn't even pop into my head, but we are at a pivotal time here in Winsted. When we're asking investors and developers to come in and invest in our community, we should show that we're investing in our community. And this isn't to this board, this is more generally speaking to the public out there, because this board, you know, made an effort to show the investment into the community. We are looking to bring on a new superintendent, and superintendent jobs are very competitive, and it didn't dawn on me until it was said tonight that you do want to bring in, you know, the best superintendent you possibly can, and maybe we won't get the best if we're one of those towns that, you know, are fighting education and not funding education to the proper amounts. So, you know, I spent the weekend and I spent today coming up with different proposals, but I think before I speak, I think it's important that if any board member has any particular items they want to talk about, we should talk about those first, and put those cards on the table. Because mine are just proposals, and ultimately you guys are the decision makers, which ultimately push it to the bigger decision makers out there. But I wanted to at least take some time to open it up to the board and hear your opinions on, you know, why you thought the budget failed, what suggestions you have. And I may share, I mean, I probably will share, but I think it's important that I could miss the mark completely. And I want to hear from you folks if you had anything of what we should be looking at before I throw my proposals out, you know.
Who's got comments?
I have a comment.
All right, sir.
First, I think that this budget was a struggle from the very beginning. You know, when we started the budget process, our interim town manager, and he did a great job helping out, but he was out for a long period of time, and we went through, I'd say, a difficult budget process just because of the transition between the previous town manager, Bob helping out, and then waiting for Paul's start date. So I think the budget process in itself was challenging for all of us at best. We knew that the tax increase was a big ask. We looked at a lot of public safety issues that we felt were important. But, you know, now that you get a second go-around or a second opportunity to look at this, I mean, I think there's some areas that we can certainly adjust. And you know, a lot of us have talked about some of these positions that we included in the budget. Deputy chief for the police department has been a hot topic. The fire department has also been a hot topic for many people on the board. And I think certainly we have to revisit those positions. And I think, you know, in general, as we look at different positions and potentially, you know, cutting back on some of those, I think we also have to look at the overall police staffing in general. I think we're still struggling in that area. I understand there's still a lot of overtime, a lot of forced overtime, and frankly, I think a lot of our rank and file patrol officers are burning out, and we need to address that. So as we go through this budget process and we talk about making cuts in potentially deputy chief and some of these other positions that we looked at, you know, we get to restart this. And I think we need to look at areas where we may have to shift some of the budget, not just cut it, but shift some of the budget. But the 7% was a big ask. We knew it was. All of us poured through this budget multiple times, and listen, a perfect budget for all of us would have been a 0% increase. That's what we would have loved. It's just not in the cards when you have to deal with the things that, you know, we were dealing with. But I'm particularly excited by the fact that, Paul, you've had a chance to really pour through it. You had 2 days to pour through it before we moved it to a vote. So I'm anxious to hear what you're going to come up with, and we get a chance to rethink it now and do some things that perhaps, you know, we didn't see the first time around.
Anyone else?
No, I agree with Paul. I'd like to see what you have, and then open it up for discussion after that.
I'd also like to know what Troy thinks, because Troy was the no vote on the board, and he's been very vocal on the outside, and so as one of the people now driving the bus, Troy, we need to know where you stand on what's the final number, what are we going, because, you know, back the first meeting, you gave us this list of all these little, you know, smaller cuts, and you've said things over time, so what are you looking at?
Yeah, I think the ask was too much. The people that I talked to, you know, some of the things that Paul said that they were unhappy with in our decision making, and that was a driver. But I think if we're under a mill, I think that we could probably get it to pass the second time.
So we need to cut $1 million?
Yes. That's my opinion.
Do we know where?
That's kind of leaving it up to Paul, see where he comes up with.
I know, but you're out there, you know, telling
Right.
everybody where things should be cut. I mean, you were pretty vocal about it. So, I mean, we can't afford, you know, the town can't afford multiple referendums, right? So, at this point, you know, if we go multiple referendums, then we've seen what damage that does. So we might as well know where you you think we need to be.
Well, I gave you guys a list. We already talked about the stuff that was missing off there is probably mostly what I would ask for.
Right, but that doesn't get to $1 million. Does it? Oh, yeah, they got to $1,208,000. Because a lot of it came out of capital though, so it didn't come out of the operating.
Right, that's, yeah, the capital we can't.
Right, so the
And the
operating.
capital doesn't help the mill rate.
No, right.
So it's the operating, so,
Right.
you know, we have to get there, and then, once you're satisfied, then are the other people out there, you know, gonna be satisfied? I mean, I don't know, I
I mean,
don't,
one
I
of
don't
the
talk
biggest
to-
drivers that I would see that I would put forward would be the schools. So, I mean, there's, positions that were filled by grants and a lot of people don't wanna fill them positions, so I would ask more on the school side. But that's just me.
Anyone else? You know, when I talk to people on the budget, at least I felt I made it perfectly clear that if the budget failed, there would have to be cuts to services and potentially staff. And apparently 647 people were okay with that. So, you know, now we get to the difficult part, and what are the services that are gonna be cut and affected? I know, Paul, you've got some ideas, so I'm interested in hearing what they are. Because it's a big number that we gotta cut, potentially, and, you know, we gotta figure it out.
So anybody else? I don't mean to cut anything
I
else.
think that's it.
So, I'm sorry, Glenn, I didn't include you, but, everybody takes, one of these books, and then a budget, and then, possible budget amendment consideration. So at the end, you should end up with 3 sheets, in front of you, and I apologize, I should pass this side out as well.
well, these are being passed out, can I ask what our process is gonna be? Like, are we doing it tonight, are we gonna look at it tonight, and then have another special meeting? You know, how long before we turn it around, et cetera? Anybody have any ideas?
Yeah, so what did you hand me here, Paul? There's one of these.
You get one of those, you get one of these, and this keeps going, and then you get
Thank
one
you.
book.
I didn't see the
Yes.
bottom one, all
Okay.
right. So in terms of, I mean, I think, Candy, if we can hammer out a budget and it happens tonight, I think that would be ideal, actually. Paul's talked about investors and that have been interested in our town. And frankly, if we're without a budget, the longer that goes, the less positive that is for investors. Even the Board of Ed mentioned it tonight. If you want to attract a good superintendent, you got to have your budget together and you got to have your act together. So with that said, I'm not sure we can hammer one out tonight, although Paul tells me to be prepared to be here till the wee hours. But if we could hammer one out tonight, I think that's a positive for the town and for everybody involved.
But do we, I guess I would just ask is, I don't know what the people out there want cut, besides the number. You know, I know that people don't want, you know, the 1.99, will they accept a 1? But I don't know what they want cut inside all that. And do we need to, does Paul need, or somebody here need to consult with those people to see what it is that was driving it, that needs to be cut? Because I know there's people that were pretty, you know, that said it needed to be cut, but I haven't heard what.
Yeah, you know, the funny part is we're close to it, you know. We've looked at all the numbers and people who voted against it haven't necessarily done that. I'm not sure that the average person knows where the cuts have to come from. I think a lot of us are looking to Paul, who's really studied the budget in the last week, you know, knowing this could happen, that we're looking for some input there on what and where the cuts should come from. So I doubt that, you know, and again, you look at the sampling of the voting, right? There's how many residents in this town versus how many voted. It's a small amount of people that get out and vote. So it's hard to know what they're thinking or what they want cut, because I don't think they typically know what impact certain cuts are going to have. I think that's certainly up to us to help guide it. and maybe we won't come to a resolution tonight, but if we can, I think moving it forward and getting it back out for the steps that we need to go through would be beneficial, so,
And I think to your point, out of the percentage of people that voted no, I would bet it's a small percentage that has specific line items that they want cut. I think you have a portion of people out there that just, if it means more taxes, no.
yeah. Yeah, it
No.
was,
I don't care if it's for police or fire or ambulance, I do not wanna pay any more taxes.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I
that's
think
it.
it's the
I think
number.
there's a lot
I think it's the, how much they're gonna have to pay.
Right.
People don't have the money.
and you're also talking about last year, despite the mill rate adjustment, most people got an increase because property taxes and values had gone up so dramatically that most people got an increase. Motor vehicle taxes were higher last year. Now, that's since come down and settled.
Actually though, last year's motor vehicle taxes were less. A lot less because the mill rate went from like 32 down to
Right, but
26.
like the real estate, the values were up 38%.
I mean, there are multiple people, especially, there are some people that had no signs out last year whose property taxes went down.
Yeah,
So, I
I
mean,
can't
there-
explain that phenomenon.
Yeah, there was, I mean,
But I'll tell you
some
that-
of the loudest people, their taxes went down.
Well, you're gonna have that percentage
So-
of no voters that if their taxes go up,
Right.
if you tell them your taxes are going up 17 cents next year, they're
I guess that's,
absolutely not.
Paul articulated exactly what I feel over here. I'm sitting here looking at numbers, looking at things that affect services, affect people's lives, affect all that kind of stuff. We've spent months with it, we get huge amounts of paper, we look at all this, and then it just goes out there and people just go, okay, vote no, and then they send out little, special notices to people about why we should, and half of the stuff isn't even right that they send out, and that's I guess I'm more frustrated than I am anything sitting here at 9:45 at night trying to do something that would be thoughtful and matter and make us move forward, but.
I mean, you've been doing this a long time. You know, that you had to have known that a 2% increase was not gonna, or a 2 mil increase was not gonna pass.
Well,
I mean, you had Jack Borg advocating that we were shoving 2% or 2 mil increase down people's throats, and he was a board member on your team. So, I mean,
Right,
obviously
but
the
see,
people weren't gonna let that happen.
The difference is that my team, Troy, was the entire board.
Right.
It wasn't just my team, it was the entire board that worked really well together for a long period of time to look at all these issues and to try to figure out where things would go and whatnot. Here, we're now split. So when we get split here, then that allows for everybody else to be split. And so when the oars are all going the same way, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. But I don't know where to go now. Other than taking money out. So that's why I've asked the
Folk,
question.
they want money out. That's what it's gotta be.
So I think, first of all, I would say that while we don't have a completely unanimous, oars all rolling in the same direction, Candy, I think there's been a lot of work done on this board together
Yes,
that we really haven't had separate teams, so to speak. I think we work well together. The budget's always a tough battle, right? We knew that. And we knew that it was not a perfect process. We hadn't, there was a lot of challenges with the changes in the town manager role, and it was not a perfect process. But that said, we put out a budget that we thought at least made sense at the time. I've had a chance to think about it since it's been out there and watch the vote go down, and there's a few things that I would happily change, and I think we're going to hear potentially some of that. But I think we should let Paul, who has studied it, who can give us a place to start, and then let's see where we go from there.
Take that as my sign. So I think the first item, and this is a road I've taken with you before, is the revenues. So if you could turn your attention to the bound piece of paper, and really just go to page 11. When you have time, you can look at TMA and what they're all about. This is a company that I've used in the past and had tremendous success with them. But when we look at page 11, we look at what I've talked about before, and I talked about it during my interview with all of you, was a personal property audit. We had TMA in here late last week. We sent them all of our declarations, and they've come back with a proposal. So over 3 years, they would audit roughly 155 accounts. These accounts are any larger than roughly a $50,000 declaration. We have 836 of those if interested. And you look at A, B, C, D1, D2, D3s, there's no D4s and D5s. If we break this up over 3 years, if you go to the bottom box, you'll see that we would have to pay TMA roughly $56,000, and they feel that they could deliver $331,000 of new revenue into the budget. And what that would mean is, an increase in revenue. If you look at the quick sheet, I'm not realizing the full $330,000. Again, I want to let the board know that they can't guarantee their numbers. They just go on historical values of what they've done over the last umpteen years in municipalities, not just in Connecticut, but throughout the country. But really, most importantly as well, is they feel that after a 3-year program, they'll roughly find about $36 million of discovered value that currently we are not taxing. So roughly about $25 million in assessed value. We did an average mill rate over the years, is where you're getting, if you question why it's at 31, it was a lot higher, and we talked about it. So roughly over 3 years, we could be looking at additional revenue of $993,000 for the cost of $167,000. Keeping in mind that once you find that $36 million in new discovered property, that goes back onto your grant list. So where we took that loss of $6 million, if we did this program 3 years ago, we would have $36 million. So our grant list potentially would have gone up $30 million over those 3 years. So it's a recommendation I bring before the board tonight, that if we're looking to alter the budget, I look at increasing the revenues on the property tax past due amount. It's typically where municipalities are putting it. Again, you'll see it's $331,000. I'm going to be a little conservative on it and ask that we increase the property taxes on past due to $300,000. I can keep moving around, and obviously we have to fund it. We did fund personal property audits in this year's budget, or in next year's budget, in the amount of $6,000. We're revising that budget, $56,000, so bringing it up to $62,000 total.
You're on the expenditure side now, everybody.
Oh, you're on the expenditure side, yes. So I'm actually, I know we're supposed to go down, but in order to go down, I have to spend a little money in order to bring in $300,000 of revenue. Before we move on, any questions on the program? I know this is a new program. When I had TMA in here and I had the assessor in here as well, his exact words to me after the meeting is, this town is ripe for a personal property audit. It's never been done, and this town is ripe. And I agree with them because it hasn't been done. I know it was done in-house differently. I know that rubbed people some wrong ways the way it was done. I can tell you that dealing with this company in my last town, they're very professional. It's done in a very professional manner. It's not a gotcha philosophy. It's not a chase you down the road and come after you. It's done by letters and correspondence and in-person audits and everything like that. I talked with the business owners in my prior town, even the ones that were found in heavy miscalculation of their personal property. They get it. They kind of said, well, you got us. The sad news is you can only go back 3 years. And some of the businesses, well, you only get to go back 3 years. And they know they've been doing it for 10 or 20 plus years. So any questions on a potential of engaging a personal property audit? It would be a 3-year. So we are looking at 167, I want to get you the right number. Well, it's 55 this year, but $167,000 over 3 years. We'd break up the payment over 3 years because the program would last for 3 years.
What was your success rate in your, in your past position?
They blew the numbers out of the water. They projected a few $1 million, and we ended up, it was absolutely insane, the additional revenue that was brought into the town. I think they predicted roughly, and remember, we have a lot of industry up there. I think the number was anywhere in $4 to $5 million. We almost doubled it when the audit was done.
Yeah, just a couple comments, I guess. I understand the process, because we have done, $4,000 to $6,000 in audits over time. Every year, there's a couple companies that get audited. And so from you, I understand that it's gonna be only companies over 50,000. But, a couple years ago, remember, when we hired a new assessor, the assessor went out after everybody brought in. That year, we brought in, and on our current addition to the ability to have revenue was $300,000 to $400,000 back then, in that year. When they went out and just was done through the assessor's office, so I'm assuming that this will do the same thing. The thing is just remember, everybody here, that the people that are gonna be audited are gonna be paying more in taxes. So that will happen, and maybe that's, a fair thing to do, right, for everybody, so everybody's fair, because some people on declarations declare it, and then some people might have missed something, so I guess that would be the fair thing to do. And I guess my only other comment is, this is a projection that we would get as soon as it gets started, and you would have to have, you're committing $300,000 in the budget to something that may or may not be collectible for the entire budget year, because they haven't started, so you don't have July 1st to June 30th. So if, you wouldn't collect on them until they were assessed on it and the audit was finished. So 300,000, might be not a 330 or, what you predict, but there could be a shortfall in that $300,000 come next May because of the assessment period and when it can be assessed. Cars go October 1st on assessments, and houses go on July 1st. So personal property, I guess, goes throughout the year. It just happens throughout the year. So, so if there was a shortfall in this 300,000, then you open up a hole in the budget, because I don't think the budget going forward, even though there's money coming in this year from investments that wasn't in the budget to produce, money going back into the savings account, we're cutting that pretty, tight to the, the bone, or tight to regular numbers now. So we just have to be careful going out into next, April, May, that this was realized.
To add to that, you'd have to go to a BAA meeting to understand the ramifications of doing what our assessor did, and whether it's a professional company or not. This is Winsted. These people have been getting away with it forever, even if it's fair or not. They will fight tooth and nail, and there will be ramifications, because some of these businesses help the town, and I was told that if it wasn't made right, then the town is never gonna get a nickel out of me ever again. So there is ramifications to doing stuff like this. I happen to be on the BAA, I went through it, so, just so you know.
I don't know what to respond to that. I guess the response to that is, so if one particular business, and I like businesses, if one particular business does things for the town, are you saying we should potentially look the other way?
No.
Oh, okay,
I'm just
because that's what
saying
it sounded
these-
like.
No, these were threats that were made after the fact, that if this isn't taken care of, I'm all done, and, I mean, it
hypothetically in that situation, if a business is providing a service to Winston, and this guy comes to us and says, look, maybe I bought a couple new machines, I bought this, if you tax me on those, I'm not working for you anymore. Well, maybe Norfolk will hire you,
Well,
because
what
if you're
happened-
pulling that, honestly, if you're pulling that, then go ahead, because there's 3 other guys that gotta feed families right behind you in the same business, and the way I feel about, you know, personally, the way I feel about that, so you've been helping the town out, but you've been giving it to the town at the same time, then your days are over. The old boys club is over.
Right.
You can move along, and I'll take another guy that has a family to feed, that wants to declare his equipment and wants to work for the town as well, and he can move in and take the vacuum up, so.
Yeah, well, that's what
Again,
happened. The
this,
equipment-
like the other thing we discussed, we're never gonna make all the people happy.
Never.
There's no, somebody on this list, whether it be A, B, C, D1, D2, somebody's gonna get an audit and be like, this sucks. Well, you know, as a business owner, a large business owner this time, that if you bought a brand new piece of equipment, you put an addition on the back of your building where nobody saw it, and you're not paying taxes, you know what you're doing the second you did it. And if you gotta pay up a little bit, we still gotta pay the ambulance drivers, the cops, the schools, all the services that guy that doesn't wanna pay is using, we have to pay for those, and he's responsible for kicking a little bit. If somebody gets hurt because, you know, I'm not gonna work with you anymore if you take, well, sorry to say, but move on and we'll replace you.
And in
Simple
general,
as that.
if someone's declaring properly, why shouldn't everybody declare properly?
No, I agree. I'm not fighting the fact. I'm just saying, being on the BAA, I seen it. You know, there's, you know, you have to prove that the machine's theirs, and they say it's somebody else's. I mean, there's ways to get out of all this stuff.
Well, but I think a company that does this all over the country versus somebody coming in flying a drone over, you know, 8 acres on the back of 100 and saying, well, that's theirs, we're just gonna tag them. I think these guys probably have a better system of doing this, again, with in-person audits.
I don't know.
Now, Paul,
I've never
on the
done
other
one
hand of
like
this,
that, so,
has anybody ever benefited from this? They ever have these, no, seriously,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
have they ever
so-
gone to a piece of property and said, hey, wait a minute, normally we don't do this, but you're being taxed this much on this, and really you should only be being taxed this much on this.
So, Selectman Poser, you brought up an excellent point. Yes, that can happen, that when they go out and do an audit, they find that the business has over-reported, and they actually ended up saving money. It is rare, but I had seen that happen in my prior town as well, that TMA went out, and boy, that business was really happy at the end of that conversation. And as this process moves throughout, there is a point in time that the assessor, TMA, and the business owner can sit down and negotiate as well. It's not a black and white. There's the ability to sit down and negotiate of what the assessed value should be. It's not. It isn't black and white. That it allows the business owner to be part of the process and to state his or her case in this particular manner. You know, again, I think it's fair. You know, we ask a lot of people to, you know, pay their, you know, motor vehicle tax. We ask people to pay their house tax, you know, supplemental taxes, you know, if they buy a car. Mel, did you have a question? I don't know if I have a question. Oh, that might be a Todd thing. I don't know if that's allowed, but.
Go ahead.
We thought about running an audit on motor vehicles, because I can tell you, there are a large number of families in here that go to school every single day that have different plates on their vehicles that are not kidding.
very true.
More on that later. That involving other states and requesting that state actually, and we've done that, is you can pick the popular states, and you can ask that state that any bill that you're sending to this town, I want a copy of, and that's how you begin that process. And that we can do in-house, actually. That's very simple to do in-house. So, but that is on our radar, my radar as well.
Mel has a good point, because there's a whole lot of New York, Florida, and Maine residents in this town.
But yeah, Vermont, I mean, you have post office box.
Hampshire,
and you can
everything,
register.
they got 'em all.
Yeah. Any other questions on TMA? We'll move on and we can come back. We talked about, we do have a increase in the expense in the personal property audit. Another item that we found as we were combing through the budget, the contracted printing, we under budgeted, which was discovered. So we're actually going in the wrong direction again. We're actually increasing that by $7,500. But again, I think we need to be truthful and we need to budget real, and we don't want to come back to you folks for a transfer. So instead of it being 6,260, it was missed on the early on budget process. That number should actually be 13,760, an increase of 7,500. Moving down into areas, and this starts to begin the hard conversation that I think we need to start to have, is now you're gonna start talking cuts. When you start talking cuts, you start talking the cuts in services. And this is where we're starting with. When we looked at all the line items again, the labor fees for the town attorney, this is the labor attorney, we're gonna bring that down to the original amount last year, not this current year, and the year before, bring that down to $55,000. We only have one union negotiation to go through next year, and I feel we won't be reaching out to the labor attorney as much, so I'll take a $5,000 savings there. There's a line item that we found in the budget. Legal fees, environmental counsel. It started about 2 years ago. We have never used a dollar out of that particular line item, and it's a new line item from 2 years ago. I spoke with Todd earlier today. Feels that it was put in around in the 80s. We can't figure out a reason for that particular line item. And if there,
Was it for the solar panels, or was it for, is it for when wetlands or P&Z or ZBA need an attorney? Or is those in P&Z and, their own budgets? You know, do they have money for attorneys in their own
No.
budgets when they have to hire people?
No.
But this has never been used, correct?
So is the 5,000 going into an account every year for years and it's just sitting
I
there?
don't know how long it goes back.
Solar panels, it was the solar panels, so we did that.
Was
That
that,
was 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I saw, it wasn't there 3 years ago. 2 years ago it arrived, and we've never, at least in the information that I looked, never showed an expenditure out of that line. I asked around, nobody really, felt that we needed to keep that line item. So when you're looking at a budget and it's $5,000, I'm presenting it to you folks to say, I don't think we need it because we've never used it.
So you proposing cutting what out of it?
The whole $5,000, because we've never spent it.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong line, sorry, okay.
That's okay.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
5, and I'm looking
Yeah,
to
all
reduce
right,
it by
yeah,
5.
yep. No,
Now we're getting into the police. This goes back to a budget, and this is a talking point, a position that is vacant or a potentially new position. I'm putting out for discussions, and what this is the administrative salary of that deputy chief's position. There's gonna be more later on talking about the benefit to it, the health insurance, the CMERS, all of that, but we're gonna take the $110,000 reduction if this board goes for it. Another item in the police is, I did make mention to this, after we had passed the budget to go to town meeting, I had met with LCD, renegotiated the contract, and had a $95,000 savings that I couldn't realize into the budget because we had already passed the budget out. So I'm gonna realize that $95,000 savings and cut the LCD contracted service budget by $95,000. Moving on to fire, we did have a new position in the fire department, which was another full-time firefighter, taking that out of the budget. Again, not something, this goes back to when a budget goes down, and we talked about a reduction in services. When you look at potentially new positions, they become, on the table to be discussed if we're going to continue them or not continue them. I put that out to say, okay, that was new. A very difficult one, but I made a very strong point at the town meeting that if we don't fund the budget, we could be looking at increased response times for our ambulance, There's no easy way. You can't shave a little bit, because we've already shaved a little bit. This is 5 days a week, 10-hour shifts. This would be a full reduction of the additional ask from the ambulance of $240,000. Meaning that, just today, and Arnie was literally emailing me the times that three calls went out for an accident that was on Raleigh Street for an individual that hit a pole. Going down to animal control. Animal control, we sat with the town of Harwington. We're looking to have a contract potentially in sharing animal control. In essence, what their contract says is $250 a month for rent and $10,500 a year. We will share animal control with the town of Harwington. So each of those line items is a reduction of now having shared animal control with the town of Harwington.
And we hand over the new vehicle we have to them?
That is correct, sir. Moving on, talk to Mr. Rollins today. Our salt shed's about, and this is a line item, because I wanted to try and present a budget, a revised budget to you all that was just under a mill. Our salt shed is about half full. I asked Jim if we could do a $10,000 reduction. He said exactly what I would have said, sure, but if it snows a lot,
We'll be back.
we'll be back. And it's true. I mean, we could go to the taxpayer and we could conceivably say, hey, we think we're gonna have a bad winter. So we're gonna ask you for additional funding. Or additional reaching into your pocket for money. Or we can take a slight reduction of $10,000 to fill that shed. It's roughly $100,000, Jim, right, you said?
I think we can put about 100,000 in right now and get it completely full, on this year's rates.
So in $10,000, it does move the needle a little bit. I think I was at 0.98, and this brought it down to 0.96. Not a huge mover in the budget, but pray for a good winter, and we all look like heroes. It's a bad winter. I own that one. Going into employee benefits, when you start reducing the complement that was initially proposed, especially in the police department for the deputy chief, you get a CMERS reduction, defined contribution. Unemployment compensation, we had funded originally at $100,000, because at first pass, we were potentially looking at a lot of positions being eliminated. Sitting with Anne Marie and Tom today, we feel that we could reduce that down to $50,000 and be comfortable with that. FICA, health insurance, obviously all playing a factor when you're reducing complements, it backs into the FICA number and the health insurance number. And then last but not least, thank you, Mel, who's met with me on several occasions, even before the budget vote. She originally came in with a $40,000 reduction that she felt confident that the board could offer up. Quickly, that turned to $50,000. Today, we met again, and that $50,000 now turned into a $70,000 reduction that the Board of Ed, or Mel, I should say, felt comfortable giving back as a reduction on the budget as well. So all in all, you have about $725,000 in reductions, with an increase of revenues of $300,000, which is roughly, and it was funny when Candy, Selectman Perez was saying, we gotta find 1 mil, and I said to myself, well, do you have to find 1 million, or can you find some more revenue? So it was funny you were saying that. So in general, we were able to reduce the mill rate by 1.03 mils, changing the new mill rate to an increase of 0.96, which is roughly a 3.64% tax increase. I'm going to take a sip of water and open it up for any discussions.
Well, first of all, I'm not for the ambulance, because I think that is needed way more than a lot of other things in this budget. And I would like to replace that with the town planner, because I'd rather have ambulance coverage than a town planner with 3 people in if we're gonna cut the ambulance, then the town planner's gone.
I kind of agree with Troy. I mean, the ambulance, I mean, we all heard his pitch, and it's, I don't know where we're gonna get it. Listen, I'm not an accountant. This is my first time going over this, but to me, that's a liability, right? That's a huge liability. We gotta do something with that ambulance.
So we looked at it both ways, Anne Marie. If we put the 240 back in, I think it drove the mill rate to 1 point, was it 1.5?
Should be bringing it up about
Point two.
0.25. It should bring it up.
Well, we gotta find that other 240
Yep.
somewhere.
So, I mean, is 1 mil gonna do it? I mean, at 1 mil, will it pass?
I'm not a genie, but I feel comfortable with a 1 mil.
So you'd be okay with promoting a 1 mil?
Correct, that's what I just said.
I just wanna make sure I heard it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll door knock for 1 mil. You know, if I could take a day or two and actually go around and door knock and sell this thing, I mean,
So
we
just,
have to cover some stuff.
just putting the ambulance back, the 240 back to the ambulance, you would be at a 1.2 mil increase.
Can you revisit the town planner savings that we had
$111,000
with plus benefits, right?
with benefits.
111?
111,895.
So what would that do to the mill, if you don't mind?
It's gonna be 1.1, roughly. 1.09.
1.09. You're basically, you're $100,000.
Yeah.
It's easy when a mill is a.
I know. Don't give him the secret, Candy. I look like a hero on YouTube. Gave him the secret.
I mean, again, I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I felt Arnie's pitch, and I really feel it's a liability to the town. I mean, we
I wouldn't feel
I don't
comfortable
even know how
cutting
to
the
word
ambulance either, guys.
You use a lot of this, Candy. I don't even know how to word this. But socially, the town is not getting any better, right? And we're gonna require certain, I mean, there's stuff that happens. We have ODs in the park. We gotta have this ambulance running. We can't rely all the time on the volunteer police department to show up. We gotta do something with the ambulance. I really feel for that. We absolutely gotta put that into my mind.
So what Paul was talking about earlier from Arnie's first email was at 2:05 PM. As he's typing this, there's an unconscious party in town, and it's the second crew call. On Friday, we responded to 9 calls. At 2:08, 3 minutes later, we now have a third call for a motor vehicle accident. At 2:21, and now there's a chest pain, and we're calling Norfolk because we didn't have anybody else to send.
And at some point, somebody's loved one is gonna be having that chest pain or a stroke, and that ambulance crew is gonna be busy. And Norfolk can't respond, so we hope New Hartford can, they can't. Maybe Torrington gets there, but now it's been 40 minutes.
Listen,
And-
I
and
think
it's too
we're-
late.
I think we're all on.
I really don't want that on my conscience. Yeah, I don't want that on my
So-
conscience.
We don't have to beat this one to death. I think we're all on the
Yeah.
same
We're looking
page.
for 130,000.
The ambulance goes back in, but we gotta find some other areas.
The town planner is, again, I stated it, I was 2 days on the job. It's your decision. I know we did receive a lot of emails from various people within the community and businesses within the community. I think the town planner is something that the town should invest in. I think if we can start unlocking these developers, that town planner will ultimately pay for himself tenfold. Or,
You're gonna have to add another $10,000 into unemployment compensation also.
Yep.
Cut that.
So now we're looking for 140,000.
Or, and I'll throw this out there, 1 mil, 1.2 mils, that keeps the town planner, that keeps the ambulance. Do we feel that a 0.2 drives out potential people on this board or in the community that, you know, point two changes that. I'll support 1 mil, I'm not supporting 1.2. But just a question.
I can't give you that answer, but
Okay.
I do know that every point we do add, there's the probability that it does go down. I think the lower we can get it, the first shot going in, because honestly, I don't wanna have to do this again in 4 weeks.
Me either.
And I don't wanna have to have another town meeting and another referendum. I think we, again, I can't give you that answer either, Paul, right? Like,
Okay.
I don't know if point one, point two is gonna make a difference, but I do know that every point one it goes up, it's, you know,
So, Anne Marie,
maybe it goes from 647 to.
You're at 1.1 right now with the additional 10,000, so
So we need
if
100,000.
you're adding back, the ambulance, if you're taking away the town planner and benefits and adding in an additional $10,000 in unemployment, you're at 1.10 increase, so you're at 2749
So just for clarity, the 1.1 you're talking about is,
from the current year.
puts the ambulance back in, but the town planner has been removed, is that correct?
And that puts us at 1.1, you said, right?
1.1.
We're gonna vote on all these individually, right?
You typically have in the past, yeah.
We're just kind of spitballing right now.
What I'm trying to look up is, when's the soonest we can have a town meeting? Todd?
15.
So the way I looked at it,
It has to be 14 days from the vote of your first referendum vote, so it has to be no earlier than 14 days, no later
For
than
the
21.
town meeting,
For the town meeting.
and then the
Then
referendum.
another 14 days after that.
So
So the
14 days would be 4 days this week, 5 days next week, that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The 21st would be a town meeting, a Friday night. Or
Oh, I had the
20th.
No, the
17th.
15th.
15th, but
So
and
your
that's a Saturday, I
referendum
said
vote
17th.
was the first. Your referendum vote was the first, it has to be at least 14 days from the first, so.
Oh, I thought you meant from the meeting we set the budget.
Nope, from the
Oh.
referendum date, so the 15th is the first, so that's a
Possibility.
Saturday.
That's a Saturday.
So the first possibility of your referendum would be June 29th, Saturday.
But the town meeting would be on the 17th.
I don't know, is
Would
that
be on the 15th.
enough?
Well,
On a Saturday?
I wouldn't do
Well,
a time.
that's-
Yeah, I
that
would say
be
the
your
17th.
First opportunity.
Yeah, first
15th,
opportunity.
29th, if not 17th and 1st.
It should be the fire chief and the fire marshal should be the same.
Glenn can count the days, probably, right?
Sure.
Where's that on?
Well, we might need to know it in a little while.
Yeah,
We counted them today.
We counted them. I believe, so I had said the 17th could be the town meeting with the potential of the vote being the first, now that is 4th of July weekend. You do have.
Well, it's a Monday.
It's a Monday, yeah, which could be the second, yeah. I'm just saying the first possible, I'm not saying I was on the first, but, the first potential of a vote could be that Monday. You,
Be
I-
better there than the 8th.
on a Monday vote, or I mean,
The 6th is,
and 6 is, the 4th of July weekend. You could potentially do the second, just because it's a Tuesday and that's a typical voting day. Yeah,
At the risk of being out of order, later on, I'm gonna be proposing a referendum date for a water project for the 9th. You can tag team it. on that date.
I think, Jim, we talked about that way back when we first talked about that project, that we were afraid that putting the water project in with the budget referendum could, if the budget was gonna go down, it could take that water project with it. And we wanted to have them as separate referendums, I think, so there was clarity to the public on what they were voting for.
I think for the first attempt, there was perhaps some wisdom to that. I think you're gonna be reaching voter fatigue by doing so many in such short order. But just saying, there's, we're gonna be paying for one on the 9th anyway, assuming we get approval later on. So just thought I'd throw that out, just so you know.
We just wanted to make sure that your project didn't get caught in the crossfire, though, honestly.
And keep in mind the tax bill indication too. The further you go into July, the further we are out and to be able to get the tax bills out if this is to pass for an August 1st.
If the budget does pass, I would request we have a special meeting to set the mill rate, so I can immediately get those tax bills out. It'll literally be a 3-minute meeting, but, that would be very helpful to.
So I'd
keep
like to offer up, a part-time fire marshal. Half a position.
Troy, what's the dollar amount attached to that?
68,205.
Well, that was for 2022. What's merged with 148 land use? Where's that?
148. The fire marshal line item right now is 148,190,005. It's a salary of 74,550.
There's half.
So what's the payout on that, Anne Marie?
That might take.
Because if you eliminate half that position, you would be paying for past sick time, vacation time,
No, he's retiring anyway.
and unemployment. Huh?
He's retiring, the fire marshal.
Do we have that though? What if-
Yeah.
So the question is, what benefits would be tied to that position?
None.
He's retiring like July 1st, I think.
August 2nd.
August 9th, okay, so,
So you wanna turn
Never
the,
mind that, Anne Marie.
What?
Never mind then.
What?
there wouldn't be there's a payout coming regardless because of the retirement?
Don't worry about,
Right.
worry about the payout, you wanna worry about the benefits, so you wanna worry about the benefits of, is there any benefits tied to the part-time position?
So you wanna turn a full-time position into part-time? Is that what you're
Correct.
recommending?
Yep.
As part-time, would that be able to conduct all the inspections?
I would believe so.
Because there's a backlog now, correct?
There is a backlog now, yes.
Can I ask what it does to fire ratings for insurance purposes? So now we have less volunteers, we're unable to get to a lot of calls. We're eliminating the fire position in here that people were talking about that was needed to respond. And then if we eliminate parts of the fire marshal, does that do anything to our, is it called the ISO rating? I remember there was a big document they had done a while ago. So the ISO rating, will the ISO rating for the fire insurance on my house go up when we are reducing all of these response times, et cetera?
Probably yes.
Yeah, I can't speak factual. I can probably say yes, just based on everything that you just said. When you're decreasing stuff, insurance companies look negatively upon that. You know, a lot of what goes in is how far is your house from a fire hydrant, all of that stuff, and, you know.
They also do response times and.
All of it, yeah. So I think if you're gonna reduce the services, although it's gonna save the taxpayer $35,000, what's it gonna cost them when their insurance premiums go up? Insurance isn't cheap.
Insurance is going up.
Extras.
As it is.
Homeowner's insurance doubled. Went up $1,000.
Could go up triple.
It'd go up even more if you get rid of the fire marshal.
we may have covered this in the past too, but there's a new account under other town properties, Main Street Maintenance, $35,550. What are we paying $35,000 for Main Street Maintenance, for what?
Jim?
That's for the mowing of the banks by the river, it's for the maintenance of the median, it's for just random stuff. Just the random things that happen, you know, to keep Main Street looking good.
I apologize, and I should have had this ready. Jim, Anne Marie, we talked about the decorative poles. Weren't we gonna take 8,000?
You're gonna go from.
2 to 1.
2 to 1, so.
8,000, we never realized
never
that.
did that.
We never did that.
did
So
not do that.
we have decorative poles in the budget, roughly $16,000, and I apologize. We're all over the place today. One of the items that came up was reducing it down to one decorative pole. And that comes into play by if somebody hits a pole and they're underinsured or non-insured, we have the ability to go out and put that pole back up. As Mr. Rollins had said earlier, now I'm gonna do it to us, the likelihood of two going down is slim, one possibly, but it allows us to immediately address that pole and then potentially engage into lawsuit with the person that hit the pole, but at least it gets us up and running. So there isn't, up to the board, there's $16,000 funded in decorative poles. We had talked about possibly reducing that to $8,000 and being able to fix one.
Is that in the operating or?
That's in the operating.
The operating.
And that's gone already, because there's one down now.
Well, that's for this year.
Fortunately, that one is owned by Eversource, not us.
The town only
Awesome.
owns
8.
8 of them.
Yeah, you own 8.
What about the ones on Case? Who owns those?
Us, so 10.
10. Town owns 10.
So I don't know, I don't know, I don't know if that's an item, but there's $8,000. As
So
you,
that just negates the 10,000.
yeah,
So you're back to.
thanks, Anne Marie.
So
Sorry, you're back to 1.09.
I'm looking at this budget again, and I need verification on the social service director again. Are we paying for that, or is that through, because it looks like it's in here, we're paying for it.
We are, but we're moving $50,000
$50,000 out of the,
ARPA.
ARPA.
No.
no, opioid.
Opioid, excuse me,
Opioid
opioid,
settlement,
yes.
the opioid settlement.
Opioid
No,
settlement.
not 50.
I think it was 56. No, we raised it.
20,000, I think.
We pay, part of it is regular budget and part of it is grant.
Is that reflected? Because it looks in here, it's whole, that's why I'm asking.
So-
You have to go to the revenue side.
$15,000.
You have to go to the front of the front pages on revenue to find out.
Yeah, so the opioid settlement, we're using $27,500 of opioid money to help offset that
So,
salary.
hang on, let me look at what we did so far for adjustments, I can tell you. So initially, we put the $50,000 into the budget and revenues, and then I moved it to that. And then we took it out the next round two, we took the $50,000 out.
They start blurring. Yeah, they do. What are you looking for, Anne Marie?
I'm looking for, transfers.
So the general labor for social services is $74,934.
Right, without benefits.
So you're saying it's 74,934 minus, what's,
27.5, second page, if you're
Right.
looking for the revenue.
Right.
So I don't believe we took any money from any particular grant at that meeting.
because we had a long talk about that position, and we talked about making it part-time, and then we looked at the math, I think, with the opioid money, and the savings weren't that great.
I don't have a record that we vote, that there was a line item vote on adding money into the opioid line.
You have
We had an initial transfer in an opioid for $5,000 supplement to the social services director's salary. But then we also added another $15,000, but I don't have that in the list.
Well, we took
the
some of that
adjustments.
money for the Greenwoods counseling too, I believe,
Greenwich
didn't we?
counseling was 7,500. So there's 7,500, and then another 5,000, and then another 15,000. But I don't have, in the list of these pages that we did all the motions on, there's $15,000 in
But you have total of that Fund 15, transfer in opioid settlement of 27,500. The original was 16,500. Or, excuse me, the change was 16,500. Originally, it was, well, this year's budget's got $11,000.
I don't know where we added that in, unless there was another round that I don't have in here. I don't think there was.
I mean, this is tough. I mean, it's, you know, do we go after the kids' education or do we keep a social service director? You know, it's hard. We have to meet this number in order to get this budget passed. So I'm trying to find things that are not gonna hurt other things that are more important in my eyes.
We added an additional 15, and I think it was for the social services, so I think there's 20,000 offset for the social services.
Yeah, I remember the conversation, and when we looked at all of it and potentially turning it into part-time, and with the additional transfer in, it just made most sense to just keep it as a full-time position.
That was the way I recollected.
Yeah, me too.
You had
We walked
strongly
through the math.
advocated for it that way, because it just didn't make sense to not do it that way. How much are we looking for? 110, 100?
No, 77.
Oh, yeah, well,
I think I'll leave it as it is. You're at 1.09 right now, so 90.
90,000?
I just have a question, and I apologize if I've been told what this is and I don't recall it, but it seems to be outside of the Board of Ed budget. What is, town support for education for $697,000? What is that?
There was a way to, the Board of Education line, once you put the money in, you can't take the money out, because because we're an alliance district, once you appropriate that money the following year, you can't cut that line item by any money. So town support for education was put in back in, I wanna say, 2012, 13, as a way to offset some of the non-educational costs on the Board of Education side, such as, plowing, grass, things that weren't in the classroom, but things that were now in control on the town support for education line, so that if you needed to reduce something, you could reduce it there, because you can't, once you put it on the Board of Ed line, you cannot reduce it unless you appeal.
What's interesting is fiscal year '22 and '23 didn't have anything in for that amount. It didn't start, at least according.
No, it did. It was in a different line. It was,
Oh.
it was recast.
Line items have moved.
Yes, the line items were moved so that they were all shuffled around. So it was in the prior year budgets, it was just in a different department.
So we have, I'm sorry, Bill, one last thing. We
Well,
allocated
okay,
697,000, we've spent 324,000 through November. We're expecting that total to end up at that 697, is that?
Yes. Yes. Belle says yes.
I knew that answer.
I knew that
Yeah, I
answer.
knew that
Anyway,
answer.
I had to look at her.
That all stemmed from back in like 2009, 2010, when minimum budget requirements were out there, and there was this big sparring about how many students we didn't have, and should we, the closing and the money, and we couldn't reduce it because of minimum budget. And so that was, Dale Martin at the time, actually, he modeled it, I think, after Windsor or Windsor Locks, had that type of line item, town support for education. And it was just there as a way that the Board of Selectmen could have a relief valve if needed.
So that, I'd actually like to look at that again. So we're using that for what again? Mowing grass, snow removal?
We're using that for, so that's all of your non-educational costs, that's your electricity, your phones, your infrastructure around that, your gas bill,
Your garbage.
garbage, refuse, any type of mower any type of maintenance. Basically, you can think of that as kind of like all of our inspections are in there, that like we are required to have on the buildings, like stuff like that. It has to do with building operations.
Not yet,
Okay, so I guess my question, and I'm not poking you, cause I'm working with you. Is any of that 300 and something thousand for
contracted services that would exceed, say, 100,000 or more?
I can't think of anything that would be that, no.
Okay, who does snow removal? Public Works do snow removal in schools?
No, we RFP that out.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Do we have an average idea what that costs every year? Lawn maintenance and?
No, like the past 2 years, we've hardly used any of it. It's pretty much been just salting and white plowing, so, you know, it's much lighter.
The only reason I'm saying that is because if we could bring you in, I mean, if we were, say, using 100,000 of that a year for, mowing and plowing and salting and,
I'd
you
say
know.
we're under 20,000 for that.
Okay, because my thought was just we could bring you in somebody, take a little back, but pay for somebody to do that full time, so.
Who would you bring in?
No, I mean, my point being is if we were spending $100,000 in contracted services, you can't tell me we couldn't bring in an employee for 60,000, say, you know what I'm saying, to mow.
They can have equipment.
Like Hinsdale has a truck, a plow, and a,
Yeah, the only thing is
Salt box,
though,
do they
like,
not?
whenever plowing is really kind of the most important thing. One, we get the most workman's comp claims when people fall and slip because the sidewalks or the parking lots haven't been salted properly. And we have to open schools on time in the morning, like whether that's a delay or not. And Steve Williams needs all of our fire exits to be cleaned out. So like that area there is really tough to like cut because it deals with health and safety and access.
right, I get it, yeah, I get
Really
that.
hard for that area.
Yep. All right, I was just deep diving.
We've been around that.
That might be for an individual. Yeah, that's generally a question. Yeah, this part-time building official, part-time fire marshal will take care of that number.
Jimmy, I have a question for you about your on-call stipend and overtime. So if you're on call, getting the stipend, how does that work with it? Does that play into overtime?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
They're two separate line items.
separate
Your
things.
on-call
Right.
stipend and your overtime are two
So-
separate.
So the overtime is, you know, you get called in for whatever reason and you have to come.
Right, but if you're getting the on-call stipend, are you also getting overtime?
Yes.
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 The on-call stipend is for, to keep you the on-call. It's
Keeps you
it's
have
a
the
incentive. Yes, it has nothing to do with the hours you put in. It's a guaranteed money whether you come in or not.
So they get,
No, right, but what I'm
they
saying,
get like, what, 2 hours pay to be on call, say on the weekend? Or something like, you know, something like that?
Depends on- there's different unions have different rates.
But something similar to that. I mean, when I worked at Fuel Cell, we got 4 hours pay for the weekend. We'd be on call for the entire weekend. We got 4 hours pay, to be on call. If we got called in, we got a minimum 4. If it was over 40, we got overtime. So something similar to that.
Something along those
Okay.
lines, I just don't.
And that's all contractual though, correct?
It is.
Okay. So if it's contractual, that's that.
Anything in water and sewer?
Oh, that's right. I don't know, guys. Where are we at? If we leave everything where we took?
1.09 right now.
Both part-time.
Anne Marie,
Yes.
we're not going back out to bid on workers' comp insurance. I feel like our rates went way up this year.
They did for everybody on all the lines of insurance. It's a general, the market itself, I think.
Do we have a
general
broker for
liability.
that we're handling?
Yeah.
So we're meeting
Yes,
this week, next week? I don't know. Someday we're bringing the broker in, because,
yes. we're
but I
handling
can't
broker
realize
next
any
week.
of that, because we're just starting the conversations
Increase in workman's comp.
to,
One, claims were up, but two, like, the rate increase was astronomical.
I want to look at it all. It was a huge driver.
I
But I don't
called
have
Sarah to
anything-
go out on it.
Yeah, I don't have anything that we can realize, because we're engaging in the conversations.
Yeah.
It's kind of setting us up to start putting together next year's budget. Never too soon to start looking at it, but I hear you. I mean,
Now,
I
the
looked at,
workers' comp, you had a big increase?
Todd, would it be okay if we start making adjustments? Because maybe there's some adjustments we all agree on and some adjustments we all don't agree on, so that way we can just get to where we need to be and then work and from there.
Just keep the process moving.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
So may I make a motion for what's listed as R14 revenues, the property taxes past due, so that the town manager can conduct a townwide personal property audit and realize $300,000 more in collections.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
And so with that, I'm going to throw in the E36.
Hold on one second. Give me two seconds, let me get my stuff together so I can make the changes
All right.
as you do them.
All right.
She's quicker in my office.
You ready?
Okay.
So it's listed on our form for tonight, E36, Department Assessor, Department number 115, Personal Property Audits. The account number is 1115384 and some zeros, adding $56,000 to that to fulfill what we just passed.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous?
Does somebody else want to do it? You want me to keep going?
Keep going. You're doing fine.
E36, Department name Tax Collector, Department number
That's
117.
E37.
E37. Tax Collector 117, Contracted Printing 117,817, adding $7,500 for automated mail service.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E38, Legal Fees, Department number 119, Labor Fees, Town Attorney, account 119,845, minus $5,000.
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E39, Legal Fees, Department 119, account number 119,845,002, minus $5,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Troy. All in favor? Unanimous?
E40 line from the Police Department, Department number 210, Administrative Salaries, which is the Deputy Chief, account number 210,190, minus $110 and $11.
Second.
Thank you, Troy. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E41, Police, Department 210, Contracted Services with LCD, and due to our town staff doing a good job negotiating this, it's account number 210,831,001, minus $95,000.
Second.
Thank you, Paul. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E42, Fire, Department 211, under Labor Skilled and Professional, which is to eliminate one newly proposed full-time firefighter position. Account number 212,192, to eliminate $56,487.
212 or 211? 192.
211.
Okay.
Second.
Discussion?
So what is that, what are our response times been? Because this was going to be a new position, so where are we at with response times on that?
I didn't look at the necessary response times, but what this is doing is, in my eyes, this full-time firefighting position that we were looking to bring on wasn't necessarily gonna work side by side the current firefighter we have on, but to make sure we have coverage, at night. And as that one firefighter would leave, that second firefighter would be on, so we can roll an engine or a truck, you know, pretty much almost every hour of the day, would be where that position would go.
They work 8-hour shifts? Or 12?
8 hours.
8 hour shifts.
And nighttime is when most firemen are home, so they're available. It's during the day that's our coverage is down.
What's our volunteer roster count?
32.
25.
No, it's 32.
And how many interiors?
There's 17 active,
How many interiors?
12 to 15, I think.
I'm not gonna vote to eliminate this as a family that's had 2 major fires. I understand the response time, so. Just telling you what I'm gonna do up front. So the motion's there, so.
Any other discussion?
Second.
We already
Oh,
voted on
second.
discussion.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? 4-3.
All right, I'll do E43, although I know we talked about not doing this, so I'll make it official. E43, ambulance, department number 215, transfer to outside agency, account 215-805, minus $240,000, and that was to staff another crew.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails. 0-7.
So now, under animal control, there are a bunch of them. So E44, 216, labor skilled professional, count 216,192, minus 19,296, as we're gonna share the contract with the town of Harwinton.
That line item is actually not correct. That line item is supposed to go, the dollar amount is correct, but that needs to go to contract services instead of to labor skilled and professional.
So E44 contract,
We'll go to 0, 29,796 will go to 0, and then we will move that 10,500 to a contract service line item.
all right, say this, so E44, what are we doing with E44?
E44 will go from 29,796 to 0.
Okay, so, all right, so, I got it. So E44, animal control, 216, labor skilled professional, account 216,192, minus 29,796.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. Not to stall it up.
Bill?
We're handing over the animal control vehicle to them. Was that part of the negotiation? We'll give you the vehicle if you share services with us?
Yeah, well, it was,
Versus just selling it outright?
yeah.
Do we retain ownership of it?
'Cause
They're
didn't-
gonna
didn't-
use it?
We do not retain ownership of it.
Did we
Um,
not just buy that, like, within the last year or so?
I don't know if it was the last, I believe it's 4 or 5 years old. I was,
We just
we just bought it? Okay, I'm confusing things. It was part of the,
How much did we pay?
the,
I wanna say we paid less than 20.
Oh, so we bought it, oh, that's right.
we bought it used.
It was a used van.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, when I say 4 or 5 years old, I meant it was a 4 or 5 year old vehicle. Sorry.
right, that's-
I think it
yeah,
was less than
that's-
20.
Okay, that's the only question I had. So we're giving them grandma's van that they drove to church every Sunday. Perfect.
You have something?
That was the same question.
Okay. All in favor? Unanimous?
So, we don't have that other line,
I'm
Anne
gonna
Marie.
add the other line, I will add the other line item, at the end.
Okay, at the end, okay.
Yep.
So E45, animal control, 216, gas and diesel, because we won't have the vehicle, account 216,821 minus 500. No, account 820, minus 500.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Okay, E46, animal control, maintenance of vehicles, account 216,821 minus 1,000.
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E47, animal control, 216, supplies and materials, 216,825 minus 500.
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E48, veterinary fees, 216,825-001 minus 4,000.
Is there a second? Thank you, Troy. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E49, tires, account 216,846 minus 500.
Is there a
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Trying to move it along, that's all.
Good rhythm.
E50, rent, 216,854 minus 8,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in Favor?
So we were,
Yeah, wait.
we were contributing, yeah, discussion, we were contributing to, we were renting part of their facility, is that what that was? Okay,
And we still are gonna continue under the new contract, but at $250 a month.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E51 animal control, 216,855 dog disposal fees minus 150.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
Who got the second?
Me.
Troy. All in favor? Unanimous?
Do you wanna finish off this department with the new line,
Yeah, so E51.5,
E60?
E60,
Yeah, just do E60, and then it's gonna be,
No promises.
216,831
okay.
plus 10,500.
So E60 with contracted services for animal control, 216,831 plus 10,500.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Okay, moving back to the sheet, E52 highways, salt, 311,859 minus 10,000.
second,
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Okay, now into employee benefits, E53, retirement, police, Seamers plans, 918,230,001 minus 36,513 as we eliminated the deputy chief position.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Bill, did you vote for?
Yes, yes.
Unanimous, 7-0?
Yep.
E54, employee benefits, retirement defined contribution, account 918,230,004. Again, because we eliminated deputy chief position, minus 3,389.
That one is the elimination of firefighter.
Oh, firefighter position, I'm sorry.
Seamers, yeah.
Is there a second?
second,
Discussion? All in favor?
Employee
Unanimous.
benefits, 855, unemployment compensation, account 918,250, minus $50,000.
Can I ask a question? Are we going forward and is there gonna be proposed to do the town planner also?
Yes.
Okay, so then that will be reduced by, that will be reduced.
All right, well,
to
let me hold that, I'll hold this one.
Okay,
I'll hold till we get to the new thing. I'll hold the FICA, I'll hold health insurance.
actually, you know what, let's just do all of them and we'll add a whole nother line item. We'll add line items that will adjust from where we are to the next round.
Okay.
That'll be
Can we
easier.
back up a second, maybe pennies, but with the reduction of the animal control vehicle, is there an insurance drop in that? I didn't see a line for, or is that
It's
just?
gonna be, it's
Okay,
gonna be
all right.
minimum.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah,
so,
we don't-
all right,
You're-
just didn't
yes,
know-
there
I
will
didn't know
be,
if there was a
but
line
it's-
for that.
It'll be
You're not
like
talking thousands.
$200.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
You're
so,
talking hundreds
all
of
right.
dollars.
All right, so back to E55, employee benefits, unemployment compensation, 918,250, minus $50,000.
Second.
Thank you, Troy. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
E56, FICA, account 918,900,001, minus $12,737.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Okay, E57, health insurance, account 918,900,002, minus $61,100.
Is there a second?
second,
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Next is E58, Board of Education, Board of Education expenditures, account 1,100, 1,000, minus $70,000.
second,
Thank you, Paul. Discussion?
I think we should wait on this line item because, we have to come up with some money, and if we can't agree on it, then this may be one of them.
It's Until we just come up with the amount, 1.1.
Well, we may have to take more, is what I'm saying, to get it to a 1 mil.
So we could do this cut that was agreed on with the superintendent and the
Then
town
add to
manager.
it.
And then if you wanna make your pitch later on, you could do that.
Okay.
Alright?
Yep.
All in favor? Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
6-1.
And then I believe that's all that was on our list here, so any other items, well, you can tell us where we stand, Anne Marie, based on what
You had
happened.
mentioned the decorative pole, right?
Oh, the decorative pole?
Oh,
I know we
yes.
don't have that.
E59.
Yep.
We
No.
don't have an account number for that right now, but it's Department 325. It is the line item for Main Street maintenance. Let me get to it.
So I'm gonna make a motion under a new line E59, Main Street Maintenance, account 325, minus $8,000, one decorative pole.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
So what would it be at? You need to catch up?
Yes.
Okay.
While she's revamping the numbers, I'd like to just put something out there for discussion. Looking at, so as I recall, and I don't know where we are, because I know we hired one or two and they didn't get through the academy, but as I recall, in the budget that we had 2 additional police officers in that budget, and I also recall the chief was asking for an additional 2. And all of us have received feedback from the police department about forced overtime and continually having to work all that overtime. I look at the $262,000 that we have budgeted for overtime, and I'm asking, because I don't know what the number is, but if we added 2 more patrol officers to our budget, and I know we wouldn't hire them immediately, so it might be a stair step, because it'd be a partial year in the budget, because if we're still trying to hire the first 2, it would probably be 6 months before we would try to be able to hire the second 2, so it's a partial year in the budget. My question is, what's the cost of adding 2 more? And what would impact could we foreseeably see on the $250,000 or more than $250,000 in overtime?
So one officer at an entry-level position at a family rate would be little over $137,000. At an individual rate, you're talking about $119,000.
So that's the total with benefits?
That's one person.
240 for 2.
So 120 minimum, pretty much.
So what would you anticipate if this was gonna be at a stair step or staggered higher because of the timing? What do we think that really looks like in terms of a budget? And can we make that work?
So, let's say you bring in, you half fund, those 2 new officers to begin January 1st. You roughly have $230,000, you're gonna drop that down to $115,000 for a 6-year fund. Keeping in mind you're creating a hole for next year, because next year you gotta realize the salaries of both, if you were able to bring them on. As far as, can we take a reduction in the overtime line? Probably not. A lot of times where overtime could potentially be driven is vacations, sick time, where now you're paying the salary and you still have that overtime.
But if you're paying for an entry-level position, it's 26 weeks in the academy.
Mhm.
And then an
they're
additional,
certified.
how many weeks on FTO? So you wouldn't have those bodies on the road until fiscal 26.
That's true, too.
Now, the overtime, though, to think that the overtime wouldn't be reduced when there's so much overtime going on right now because of the shortage, you don't think there's an impact there that's gonna?
Well, there will be, but she said it won't happen until F-26.
Right. For this next year's budget, it wouldn't,
Unless they were
They're not
certified
at the
officers.
streets.
Part of your problem is current vacancies, I think.
Right.
Vacancies of current positions.
Right, right, because there's, I don't even know what the number is anymore. Last we had heard, there were 2 opens, but that was, we had 2 in the academy, and I don't know that we still do, right?
No, we don't.
So they
And I
both,
think
they
you have a
both
change in
dropped.
You have a change in contract terms that's causing part of that also. In
Right.
being able to fill the positions with an OIC versus an officer or a sergeant
Right.
position. That, I think, is part of what is causing having to, order in.
Yeah, because the new contract,
contract
correct, states
changed.
that sergeants cannot leave the office. They do not go out
Right.
patrol vehicles, they do not hit the streets whatsoever, they stay in the office.
Yeah, was that a change from the previous contract?
Yes. That's what caused
I
all
just,
the.
no, I think it simply states that sergeants will be filled with sergeant vacancies are filled with sergeant vacancies, officer vacancies are filled with officer vacancies. Previously, they were filled with whoever was available, whether it was a sergeant or an officer.
The contract was silent before, now it's no longer silent, so it,
And so we have 6 sergeants, correct,
Correct.
that do not patrol. You know more about this than I do. Is there part-time police officers? Is there guys that freshly retired, still young, that wanna work 2 days, 3 days a week?
We
Just
do have-
to cover a couple
We do have
shifts?
some of that, I think, going on.
Officer,
Yeah.
It's just a reserve officer, but it's only for,
he was at the
particularly
parade.
for, private duty jobs.
I mean, I just feel like we have a problem that we're all aware of, and if we don't somehow address it, it's not gonna correct itself.
And it's not gonna make the situation any better.
No, and frankly, I think we're facing potentially more resignations if we don't address this at some point and address it now or soon, and this is the moment when we have to address it, so.
Well, I think later down the road, I hear wind of a couple of sergeants retiring, in the near future. We can take those sergeant positions, keep 4, and add 2 more patrol, which is needed.
Can we do that with the contract?
Contract doesn't state how many.
contract doesn't state.
It's silent on how many
That's how you
sergeants and how
handle
many
that.
officers.
So you could rework the flow.
That's why I didn't go after that line, 'cause
So I guess, the only thing I would say, Paul, is, when we went out with the budget this first time, it was with the idea of supporting, public safety, the importance of, first responders. And, and it still didn't get there.
I think,
So how do
Yeah.
we, so I mean, I think we all would be, very happy with adding more patrol officers if we could have them, and they were there in time. But how can we add it in the, I mean, we can add it in the budget, but will people, I had yes signs in front of my house, so.
I think part of what happened there, Candy, was the deputy chief position clouded the issue with police. People saw another administrator, I think, and I don't know how much of the public is aware or hears from our current police staff about the forced overtime and the lack of, the shortage of people. So I think the deputy chief thing, when they looked at the policing part of public safety, they just saw another administrator and not, more people on the streets. So I think that probably hurt the message.
I mean, I'd be happy to have them, except you just need people to say yes.
I think part of the question is, how do we try to recruit certified officers as opposed to only the ones that we have to send to the academy to, which a lot of towns are, and they're poaching our people. So we've got to get competitive in how to figure out how to recruit those people. But what are we down now, do you know?
How many vacancies total?
3 vacancies right now?
I mean, if I had to guess, we had 2 more slated, and then we had hired 2 that both left the academy, so are we 4 short?
We looked at that number today too. And I think that everybody's point, I've obviously gotten the complaints in my office, as well about, the forced overtime. When I came tonight, knowing that I had to get somewhere to begin this conversation, we already had to add a few items back into the budget. They were minimum. I just we didn't have the money at the end of the day. You know, when you're looking at $230,000, but it's not just, you know, yep, we looked at the step system of it. I also have to be cognizant of the whole, if we only fund it for half a year, of what it creates for next year as well.
Right.
So I played the whole scenario out, and at the end of the day.
And I get Paul's point of, it'd be nice to add 2 positions, but I think it's extremely important if we have, I think we're verified now, if we have 4 vacancies, that's gonna reduce overtime right there. If we can fill those 4 positions, that's gonna help.
I mean, we're discussing right now potentially trying to find .1 mil to get it to 1 mil.
Right. Now
We had these 2 officers in, I mean,
Now we're
looking
going
for-
back up 2 point.
I just,
And that's
before
where
we,
it is.
before we finalize something, I just wanted,
needed
I think the board needs to understand where we're at. And that, you know, write that, let's say the number is truly 4, we're down right now. We could be down 6 in a very short period of time.
Or more.
Or more.
I think you're down.
I think it was
you're
3.
down
We
three
said
right
3.
now.
Yeah, I think we're down
I think
3.
you're down 3, but I'm not positive.
Well, I knew that we had 2 that were in the academy, and we had 2 more positions that the chief wanted, for a total of 4. And,
And there was still 1 that was never filled, so you have 3, and we didn't fund the other 2. To Selectman Marino's point of how do we poach other towns, I think the town did a very good job in terms of we were at the bottom side of where we were paying our officers. Now we happen to be in the middle. Well, unfortunately, there's, 169 communities, so there's a lot of other communities above us that are right now heavily poaching. Can we potentially poach? Possibly, but we're up against a pretty good Goliath, because at the end of the day, when the officer can choose between this town and another town, and there's $10,000 difference,
So I had a conversation with an officer this week, and I asked him, what about bringing, is it easy, because he has friends in different departments, obviously, right? So can't we go to Hartford, where a cop's, potentially under fire, literally, three days a week, and get him to come to a beautiful little community like Winston and ride around on a boat? You know what his answer was to me? Absolutely not. He said, they don't wanna come here. Absolutely not. Our cops wanna go there. I said, why would they wanna do that? He said, because in Hartford, he said, when you pick up somebody on the road doing something, you bring them in, you throw them in the door, and that's it. You never see them again. They do the paperwork, they do the administration, it's all handled inside. He gets right back in his car and goes out again. And now you take a city cop that's always done that, and he comes in here and he's gotta pick a guy up. Now he has to bring him in, and he got bring him inside, fingerprint him himself, sit down, process him, do all the paperwork, fill the reports out, write the investigation. And so the larger city cops are used to that, right? They're playing pick 'em up. That's exactly how this officer explained to me. They just go around, they throw them in the back, they dump them off at a door.
So here's the elephant in the room. What happens if we don't have enough police officers to cover our shifts?
Forced
Does the
overtime.
state police come in?
Yeah, but forced overtime to a point, right?
Well,
Todd, I guess what the
mandatory
question is, okay, so we drop 2 more officers. And all of a sudden, now we have to fill those hours, right? Those 2,080 hours a year for everybody you drop, right? So now we got 4,160, right? What if that overtime gets put on there and 3 more of them say, there is absolutely no way I'm working 65, 75 hours a week, and 4 more drop? There's gotta be a minimal staffing. There's gotta be a minimal staffing, right? Where somebody comes in, the feds or the state or whatnot, and says, you know what, again,
What happens?
does the police
anybody
department go
know?
into receivership like a school?
Yeah,
Do they just say, you guys can't do this?
You would have state police for backup. They would come for backup and you'd probably
And
be
then
paying.
you'd have to pay them, and they're like
More than
$240 an officer.
Well, I don't, yeah, I would
Because
imagine that you would
Norfolk-
have to,
Yeah,
but I
that's
mean.
why we don't have
even-
them, because they're $240 an officer.
I mean, if there was a big emergency in town anyway, then the state police would come anyway.
Right.
Right. So I
No,
mean,
but I'm talking day to day.
I know, but that's why we did the contract, right? We
The
did the contract to try to get people and try to,
And it ain't
you know,
working.
So everybody's just gotta be very aware that we thought we had hoped we had solved the problem with the contract, and it doesn't seem that we have.
well, if people are dropping out of the academy and, are not signing up, and we can't get the full staff, I mean, that's, where a
We're
lot of
gonna be
this is,
losing
right?
the officers that are here now that been.
Well, I know, but what do they, we can't, like, say we have 3 openings and we want 3 people, we've just signed a contract, what would make 3 people from somewhere else come here?
You know.
I mean, what would we have to do for that? Is there, like, do we put like a recruiting bonus on it? Do we just like?
So I was just thinking the same thing. I mean, do we want to put a budget in for a recruiting bonus?
So what's the number that we're at now with these cuts? Did you get that number?
Right now, you're at 1.14.
Listen, I want this mill rate as low as we can, okay? I get it, but I also am very disturbed by what's happening in our police department. We haven't stopped the bleeding despite the new contract. We have other issues. Burnout and overtime is the one I'm hearing the most, and we've got to figure out a way to address it.
I agree, I'm
So
hearing it too.
if we were to do bonuses, like a, signing bonus, that would have to be union contract negotiated, right?
Yep, it would.
And would it matter?
You know,
I'm sure they wouldn't reject it.
well,
The problem is if you give it to new recruits, what happens to the people, that, the union?
Well, sometimes, right, so you got 20 other people in the department, they go, well, you're giving them $5,000 to take the job, I've already got the job, why aren't I getting
double
the
shifts?
what exactly would you be looking at in terms of, a sign-on bonus, a recruitment bonus, where, okay, that initial fee, but maybe that person that's going to go through goes to another town, remember, we're right in the middle, you have 50% of the towns above us, they're not doing a sign-on bonus, they're just giving you the cash every year. It's competitive out there. I mean, it's unfortunate that not a lot of people are stepping up wanting to become, officers, and that's the problem that we're in right now. We do have 7 applications, we talked about it last week, so
But
there's hope, but I can't promise you all anything, because I don't know where the 7 are gonna interview.
And so, again, I don't know how to say this, but to put this bluntly, out of those 7, are we taking 5 other departments' problem children?
Only one was certified. I can answer that, but only one was certified. So
Okay,
maybe
all right.
one officer, and I say that because I don't know, so I don't want to put that out there that we're taking a problem. But
You know what I'm saying?
out of
You
the
get a guy
7,
that- you get a
one
guy
was
that's
certified.
16 years with a department and all of a sudden wants to come to Winston, is there a reason?
Well, I don't know, despite the one person that you talked to who said that he finds the paperwork potentially annoying in a small town, there's a lot of people that would rather than getting shot at in Bridgeport every night, would enjoy a town like this to come patrol in. So I think there's a definite mix there. But why we're not getting, we have 7 applications, that's awesome, but we just got a long way to go.
We do.
And we need to prioritize it. If it's not in the budget, then great, we'll move on and finish our budget discussion, but it's gotta be prioritized because the bleeding hasn't stopped. And we're gonna find ourselves in a world of hurt if we don't figure it out. And with that, I'll be quiet for.
All right, so let's get back on track. So we're at 1.14.
Yeah, from the start, I think our goal has been to get to 1 mil or less. And I know that will pass, but we need 7 people on this board to accept the budget and to promote the budget. The discussion we're having is, we're giving it our best shot, we're talking about less response time from our ambulance, we're talking about this problem with the police department. These are problems that have to be solved, and this is so I think we've reached a point where the 1 mil is not the goal anymore, it's 1.1 or 1.2. I'm prepared to support something in that range.
Well, we didn't.
So I
go
think we
after
solved the
police or
ambulance issue, Steve, right? We're putting that back in.
Well, ambulance we put back in.
Yeah, but the fact that those are the things we're talking about, we're not talking about taking frills.
No.
I agree.
Well, no, obviously.
I absolutely agree with you on that.
There's an expression that I've used before, and I'll say it tonight. Right now, I think now we're starting to cut in the bone. All of the quote-unquote fat has potentially been, out, and I wouldn't even call some of it fat. But I think any additional after the 1.14 is, you've now cut the bone. But that's just me sitting in this seat.
So, just to refresh us, other than all of the adjustments that were on here, and the only thing we put back in that was on here was the ambulance,
Correct.
right?
The only other adjustment you made was the reduction of $8,000 to the Main Street maintenance line item.
Did we deal with the, did we deal with the town planner
We
position?
did not yet.
No.
That's what I wanted to do next.
I just did these so we can get through this list.
So what would the E be? It's E61? There's two?
Correct, you have multiple,
Billy,
multiple line
we still have two of these?
You would have
No, we cut one already.
5 line
Town
items.
manager
You have
proposed
4 reductions that total 111,895, and you have an increase in the unemployment of back up $10,000.
So, all right, so I'd like to make a motion, number E62, right? 61.
Yep.
Land Use Department, 148, Town Planner. Number 148190003. Eliminate the position.
Second.
Discussion?
Can we get the total
After we
savings?
That one line item. You want the total for the,
So we're gonna need the,
Position and benefits, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have all those.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do them by line item. So the line item, that line item, and then we'll get to it in the budget. Town planner is gonna be a reduction of $79,800, the line item that Troy just, referred to, 148,190,0003 would be a reduction from 79,800 to 0.
before we vote on this one, can you tell us what the amount?
You want the total impact?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's gonna be pretty much $100,000, so it's gonna be like
While
I
she's
went
figuring,
the wrong way, hang on one second.
while she's figuring that out, discussion?
Well, I think I just wanna know what
Should
the,
be 1.04,
1.04?
yes.
So one
so
oh four?
after eliminating that position and all
40,000
benefits,
close to,
so we'd be 1.04 mil.
right.
Correct.
So what's the health and the FICA on that?
Was that the number you were looking for, Paul? The total with benefits?
Total with benefits is 111,895, and then you have to add back $10,000 for unemployment.
So 111,885.
101,895 is what the total
Where
impact,
was it?
so it's a tenth.
I realize we need to cut money, but I'm not sure if that's wise in the overall status, but to get to the point where we need to get, I just guess I'm gonna have to be for it, to get to that number that we think is appropriate.
So did we have a second on the motion?
Yep.
So let me ask this, what you just said, Todd, to get to the number we have to get at.
To get to the number we think we have to get.
I know, but I mean, so Troy, what number we have to get to?
I already told you.
1?
Yep. I would support a 1 mil increase.
And
Or
will
below
the-
1, right, just a scooch below 1?
We're not 1. We're at 104.
Right, well, we're
which is
looking,
40,000 more.
we're looking
than-
for another 50 grand to get below
I'm
the.
not worried about that. I would be satisfied, I think, at that point.
You're satisfied at 1.04?
Yes.
Apologize, I think he said yes.
And you'd be able to,
Well, there's gonna be some other adjustments too, because the 10 grand in the FICA, right?
1.04 is
Yeah,
after
that
all.
all together, that's what it came
Net
to.
impact is
So- so then-
101,895.
so then that takes care of one set of no's, but what about the other man with the flyers and stuff? Will everybody be able to counter him at 104?
Yeah, what's his number?
I don't know, his numbers,
He'd like to get a refund every year from us.
Right.
But you do know that there's an impact there, and,
Correct.
you know, it's like having an eighth person that doesn't sit here.
That impact is a small impact. It is
Oh,
an impact.
I don't know if people said that last year too, and it went down the
It's
first time.
it's easy to convince people that they don't wanna pay more taxes, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, there was a,
Do you, I guess the question is, do you think we can counter that other influence?
I don't know, there was, it was so strange.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
know,
this board, from Bill to Steve, was not united on the last budget. And even those of us, and I'm one of them, that voted to move it on, didn't love it. I'm not sure we love this one, but it's better than the last one that we did. And I think it's, and again, this is really all about a public that has dealt with tax increases prior, and again, not mill rate, but we took it on real estate taxes last year. Inflation went crazy. I mean, everything that everybody's paying for today is so much more expensive. When I saw a bag of potato chips was $7.88, I'm like, are you kidding me?
Really?
Yes. You haven't been grocery shopping lately, I can tell.
I pick it up.
But I mean, that's what we're up against here, is the public is overwhelmed with what's gone on with inflation and everything else the last few years in taxes. So these are painful cuts.
So I guess the question being, Paul, is at 1.04, right? That's where we'll be, correct?
Yes, 1.04.
1.04.
So you're at 1.14 right now.
1.14?
1.14 without making any cuts, so without cutting the town planner as you are right now.
If we cut the town planner, we're at,
With what you have voted for
Yeah.
now, you are at 1.14. If you make the additional changes, you will be at 1.04.
Right.
so at 1.04, can we rally the troops enough to get this town to stand, you know?
It's got to
Yes,
start with
Can we counter some of the?
all of us.
It's either that or it's gonna hurt big time.
It hurts already.
It does hurt, but it's gonna hurt worse.
Yeah.
You're only $40,000 away.
Right.
Why not take the additional $40,000 out of your capital reserve, offset it to get it to a 9.9?
Good.
And then there's not even a 1 to consider. Like, it's not in the equation, it's a 0
Right.
at the beginning. Take the 40 and bite the bullet.
So we're taking the 40, we got to take the 3, whatever we just voted on, 3 for the boiler, right? So we got 300 that we didn't have before.
No, the boiler doesn't go in this budget at all.
No, it's in capital.
But
No, it doesn't.
No,
Oh,
it's just general fund.
It's out of the general fund.
It's out of the general
but
fund.
I thought we said we were going to pay for it out of
coming
capital.
out of
You haven't,
We didn't make that decision.
coming
you
out of
haven't,
your
you haven't gone there
Okay.
yet. But that's not gonna change, it's coming out of reserves.
Got it.
How you fund it all?
Well, the
it's
40 would,
coming out of
the
reserves.
40 would come out of reserves too.
Yes.
But I do like it not having a 1 in front of it, I'll tell you
I
that.
do too.
I think that's very palatable to the taxpayer.
So if you do 40 from, rainy day general fund, is it .99? Let's just make sure it's not 41 or 42.
Really, I don't know if I can do math this late.
That's why Annalie's got the computer.
It's close. It depends how close that mill is.
Yeah, you got, and I like your idea, but don't do 40 and it's 1.00. 42 is a .99. I've reached my bedtime, so I'm gonna.
I have, no, I think if we did that, if we got to .99 and got rid of that 1, that's gonna make a huge difference. And we could probably sell the 1.04.
What's it also,
Definitely sell the 9.
what's it come out to? Like we were,
Well, maybe before we do that one, maybe we
we're
should
not
just-
going anywhere.
We have, there's a motion on the
Yeah,
table.
let's get back on
Yeah,
track.
we still have a motion on the table.
Motion on the
So
table.
no
Yeah,
more discussion
I'd
on
like
the
to
town
talk
planner?
about the town planner
Okay.
position here a little bit.
Go ahead.
It was on the chopping block before, and we ended up keeping it. I voted yes to keep it because Paul asked. Now, what happens if we have investors and they start coming in this town, we don't have a town planner? Now, I know we gotta cut to the bone and all this, but now we're gonna be shorting ourselves possibly in a few months. Now what? So
We
I'm,
always add the position in next year, Bill, that's the way I look at it.
Next year is 12 months away.
Right.
and what
lost
happens
12
in 6 months if he needs the town planner?
Hopefully our staff is qualified to handle that stuff.
Are there bumping rights?
Probably, yes.
Yep.
It's
a union
I
position.
totally understand, but
Bumping rights?
I just, I can't do it. I'm not gonna vote to eliminate the town planner.
Well, can we,
Be right straight up,
Let-
right
let's-
forward right now.
Yeah, we're still in discussion. Any other discussion?
so,
I'm staying with you.
Have we, so what's the motion we have on the table right now?
To eliminate the town
It's the
planner?
town planner.
Right now, it's the
Motion is
79,800.
So let's talk about what goes on in that office. You got how many people in that office?
Three.
So you got 3 people in that office that are processing applications for.
3 or 4?
the-
Well, you have 4.
You have Lance,
Fire
Shane.
marshal,
If you include the fire, and I was,
you have
yeah.
the fire marshal, you have the assistant building official.
Yep.
You have the zoning enforcement blight officer, and you have the town planner.
And the secretary.
Well, she's not in the professional unit, she's not in the supervisor's unit. She's the admin person. So those aren't really interchangeable people.
Right. Well,
We
she
can
gives
say that-
advice on the phone, so.
We can say that when we didn't have the enforcement agent, when there was that time in between, you know, the blight things continued to build and not get enforced at that point in time. The enforcement agent has really done a good job, you know, with making sure that, you know, people are doing things.
Reports were not being done
Right.
to the state of Connecticut, and the money that we owed was not being sent to the state of Connecticut for a significant backlog. Like, years of backlog.
Yeah, if I had to choose a planner or zoning enforcement, I'm going with zoning enforcement all day long. Absolutely.
So can you go through the list of people that are in that office again? You have the town planner,
Yep.
Fire marshal,
fire marshal,
zoning officer,
which is the building official, right?
no.
No.
Nope.
Zoning and blight is one person. Then you have the assistant building inspector.
But that's part of the enforcement agent, isn't it?
No. Those are 2 separate positions.
I mean, on the budget, we have,
So you have fire marshal, building inspector, zoning enforcement / blight officer, and the town planner is the supervisor of that whole office. And you have an administrative assistant in that office.
Those 4.
right, so on the budget, we have listed assistant town planner / enforcement officer, building official, town planner, fire marshal. That's what's on the budget.
Correct.
Yep.
So Paul, what's your concern about what that position would do or not be able to do if you were relying on the 3 other people? Forget the fire marshal, I guess,
Yep.
but you're relying on the building official and the assistant town planner to help you process applications to the different various boards, permits. Again, we have a lot of wants. We want more police, we want this, we don't have the money.
Your job descriptions may change and you might have to bargain that.
You may have to bargain it as well, because those are all union positions.
union positions
But
that-
to answer Selectman Marino's question, go backwards a little bit. I think the one thing that this board agrees 100% on is what we want is economic development. It was stated ever since I met all of you, and I think if we're going to try and get a budget savings that could harm our economic development, I think we're moving in the wrong direction. I think, you know, being here for, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it is, I'm still getting a handle on that office. I've seen what the planner now does under the direction of, me. I've seen just last week alone, meeting with individuals, he's prepping those individuals, to get in front of planning and zoning, to get these things passed, to get us this grow farm, to potentially get that redevelopment down on Meadow Street. I think it was Meadow Street. I think it's not a great way of going about business. We have developers continually to come in here. These developers want to have their hands held, because every town they go to, they get coddled, they get their hands held. And if we drop the ball, we lose that developer. I think, you know, for the $100,000, which could unlock millions of dollars in potential revenue, it's a no-brainer. I understand this is a tough conversation. I understand where a lot of the board is coming from. But I think in a mindset of increasing economic development, I don't see why making a $110,000 cut is something that we should be looking at doing. Again, I'll continue, and as I said to you many weeks ago, I'll continue to work with the town planner. I'll continue to program that town planner to focus on that economic development. I can tell you the individual that's working in that position right now, there are countless emails that are coming in with all great ideas. He's a big cheerleader for the town as well, which is important, because when you're looking to attract businesses to town, you need that cheerleader. He does work countless hours. You know, I know it's a 35-hour-a-week position. The particular individual working that position right now is working far more than 35
I just would caution everybody that.
We can't talk about the person.
When you
talk
start
about
talking about, you know, personal.
Yep, yeah, it's the position. So the position right now, you are correct.
So in
Can't-
most towns, the planning and zoning officer, or the zoning and the wetlands officer, does the planning for the town. Almost all towns. Very few towns have town planners, unless they're large like Torrington and above.
Goshen
So-
just had one.
Windsor Locks.
Part-time, that was Marty Connor, he works there part-time, and he did Torrington, New Hartford, Norfolk, and it's not a full-time position.
I have a question. This Northwest Council of Governments that we're in or whatnot.
Yep.
Any of these towns, have we discussed any shared services? Can
That-
we share a town planner?
That-
With Norfolk and New Hartford, a couple of little towns, rather than,
Can I throw that out to you? I wouldn't suggest that. Because where's that town planner going to push the most for? The town that that individual particularly may live in, or has a favorite hot hand. That developer comes in and talks to that town planner. And we may all enjoy that town planner, but hey, why don't you go look over at this town?
So, let me ask you this then, because I get, you got a developer who wants to spend a boatload of money that wants their hand held. I get that, because that's how these people are. What about the assistant town planner and the enforcement officer, that combo job? Can our building official act as a enforcement officer and not have the assistant? Is there any one of those three positions that we could live without and not hurt the growth and the things that we're trying to accomplish?
so hybridize the position almost? Make it
I don't know the answer, or maybe the contracts prevent it from happening. I don't know, but I'm just asking the question. Is there, you know, if the benefit of the town planner is critical to the success of this growth, and I get that, do we have any flexibility with anybody else in that office? Is the assistant necessary? And I heard what you said, Candy, about the enforcement officer and blight. We need to have some of that going on. When we didn't have that position, that was a problem, but can we do a combo?
So I'll answer it with this, is that you'd be looking to open up the job description within the union, and I see the union looking for a slightly large increase by adding those additional responsibilities under the building official. So where you might have slight savings, at the end of the day, you're not gonna save, I think,
It's not
all
gonna be
that.
$100,000 savings
Yeah,
anymore.
and then are you getting the quality of work, I guess, you know, in terms of the enforcement issues of it, and then also, you know, the inspections done by the.
Well, I think that department, you know, over time has just started to get everything all together. You know, I think they've started to get it so that it's streamlined, so that people can come in and get their paperwork done, get their answers. The people that haven't done the things they were supposed to do, whether it was blight or, you know, there was that big thing up on that side of town. It just seems like they've gotten everything sort of in order like it's supposed to be. You know, we finally got online with, you permitting process, yeah, people can find things. It just seems like we're better, and then we would be going back again. And I think that's one of the dangers, right? And that's why it's so hard.
Yes.
Is because we've gone so far, and now we're gonna go back.
Correct. The other thing that we took advantage of in the budget was a revenue item as we're looking at redoing, all the fees that we charge. That's gonna tax the office, we're gonna obviously crack that out right away, but we want individuals focused on creating the new fee structure so that the money that we realized in next year's budget actually gets realized. We lose a complement in there, the work doesn't necessarily go away. I know, I've had conversations where the office was functioning at a good level before. Unfortunately, sometimes when individuals move around or leave or anything like that, it's hard to find that particular individual that did everything that they did. And, we don't have that right now. So it's unfortunate. But again, I think a year from now, we're sitting here, well, hopefully it's less than a year because we passed the first budget. But if we don't see developers that have signed on the dotted line, I think you all can come pretty aggressively at that town planner role and say, okay, what do we get, Paul?
So I guess I just have a question. So say like we were talking about 10 Bridge Street. So we have an investor that comes in. This guy's got insane financial backing. He likes this building and whatnot. He's not gonna try to develop that building because he can't have somebody else. Oh, here's your permit right here, just sign right here, and you can't do this. He's gonna, I'm going to a different town, I'm not gonna.
So I'll answer that for you, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I've seen people come in, not in this town, but I've seen people in that position who have the wherewithal to invest and do whatever the heck they want. And if it's not easy, they can find a town where it's easy. So, and again, we're being brutally honest tonight. The only part that prevents me from completely supporting and limiting this position is the hand-holding part that you talked about, because I do understand that. I've seen investors in other towns who felt that the obstacles weren't worth the effort. And if you don't make it easy, then you're out.
So my opinion on the whole situation is we need to just vote on this quick, because if we vote to keep this, then we might as well just adjourn and schedule another meeting, because that brings us back up.
Right.
Well, puts it
We're
to
not gonna-
1.14.
1.14. So where you are right now, you've reduced the mill rate from the referendum that failed by 0.85, which is almost 3%. So 2.98% you've reduced it.
So we were bringing a 7% tax
You're
increase.
bringing over a 7% tax increase here at 4.33 right
It'd be a 4.3 now?
Before we vote on this, the one thing that's in my mind on this planner position, the planner position salary is $79,800. Can this position bring in more or less in tax revenue than $79,800?
I said that, yes. I think, you unlock a few $100 million, a couple $1 million deals, it more than pays for it in the tax revenue that you're gonna get. Just Nova Farms alone, which could be that Grow Farm, is a $10 million operation. That could spawn off roughly $200,000-300,000 in taxes. Boom, paid.
Because at the end of the day, this position is supposed to generate revenue for the
Right.
town. And if it's functioning and creating revenue, I'm all for it. If we're losing money on it, that's when it should go.
And this person's also supposed to be a lead or helpful with this whole Main Street issue, with the speed, the craziness out there, the planning.
Yep.
I mean, the person that does this position is supposed to look at the entire planning. And I think that's where your redirection occurs, because that's what I'm looking at you for, is where you're pushing this position to be. Like, if it's not revenue, then put it over there.
Yep.
And so I think that some of these things responsibilities and everything they have to get moving. I mean, we have to get through this budget so that you can start doing all the things we want you to do. Right, because we're doing all this time here.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll close discussion, call for the vote to eliminate the planner position at $79,800. All in favor? Opposed? 2-4, fails.
Time to go home.
I said 2 a.m.
It's still in the back of the.
Yeah.
Listen, we still got Jim. We said like 2 a.m. Like,
There's still more, okay.
Jim's gotta work in the morning.
and listen, you all can make the decision. Just keep in mind, bills, we're dangerously close to possibly getting everybody rowing the oars in the same direction. We can talk a little bit more, but remember, we keep kicking this out. You keep moving that date of when we can do meetings and when we can go to referendum, all of that. So, I mean, we're rough, what's it, $100,000? 100 and how much?
115,000 would feel pretty good, I think, about now, because that would get us to the point
So do we
99,
wanna,
right?
do we wanna keep fighting it? Not fighting it, but I mean. keep-
Debating it.
No, not even debating it, I just meant like fighting that it's almost midnight. Well, do we want to keep going at this tonight, or do we wanna come back here, like
coming back 'cause
Wednesday
I'm
night at
exhausted.
7 o'clock? Or 6 o'clock, or, I don't know, however you wanna do it. Or you wanna come back, you wanna keep going?
I think I would be in favor of going a little longer.
I think.
I mean, I think we're, I mean,
at
at the end of the day, I think we're getting pretty close to,
Right, so should we do Jim's thing and then come back? That everybody can keep thinking during Jim's thing.
Absolutely, I think we need to keep the.
And then
Hard on
Jim,
the rail.
Jim can get back up tomorrow morning.
You
and
can
go.
call me with the results.
Jim's calling out sick
That's fine.
tomorrow at this point.
Tabling the rest of the discussions on the budget, moving on to item F, discussion of possible action on the water service line inventory.
For the record, I did tell Mr. Rollins he can come late. I just didn't predict this late. Said he's last on the agenda. I said, 9 o'clock probably safe.
This is cutting into my beauty sleep, just throwing that out there.
Oh, yeah.
Made like a week of it, but a month.
Do you have to vote on this?
Yes.
All right, then I'll stay until this is over, and then I'm out of here.
Well,
we're not done yet.
no,
I'm done. I don't care if you're done. I'm done.
I'm not sure you can just walk out of a meeting.
Oh, yes, I can.
yeah, but
No, he can walk out.
For the record, Jim Rollins, Director of Public Works. So I'm here tonight to discuss the Winston Water Works water service line inventory. If you remember, it was back in January or February, the Board of Selectmen resolved to send to referendum this same proposal. Excuse me, my voice has been sitting there wanting to speak up for the last 4 hours and not being able to, and now I can't talk. But anyway, this is the same referendum request that that the selectmen voted on back in January or February. The intent was to, when we made the motion here at the meeting, was to put it on the list of, the same day as the budget referendum. And for various reasons, it didn't happen, some strategic, some timing, some situational. So we've rewritten the schedule for going to referendum. Excuse me. So just to give you a quick little update, the Department of Environmental Protection and the Connecticut Department of Health has demanded, mandated, insisted, required that all water companies in the state, well, EPA, all of them in the country, do an inventory of their service lines, which is the lines that go from the water mains in the street into every home, business, institution. And this has to be done. It's not negotiable. My initial estimate that I did, just based on stuff that I was reading and learning and extrapolating, was about 400,000. We did receive, we went out to bid for this, and the proposal that we got is, 430-something thousand. So my request is to change the amount in the initial ask from 400,000 to 450,000. And an important thing to know about this is A, we are required to do this. There is no getting out of it. We have to fund this project, and it has to be done like right away. There's a time limit on it. We can pay $450,000 from the water fund, right from ratepayers, and do this. Or we can borrow through the Connecticut Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and get up to a 75% reimbursement. What that essentially means is we can either pay $450,000 out of our essentially, fund balance in the next year or so, or we can pay $112,500 and borrow that for 20 years at like 2%. To me, it's an absolute no-brainer. I don't know why there would be any possibility of someone saying no to that, but stranger things have happened. So my request tonight is just to, get the Board of Selectmen to approve the bond resolution for $450,000. And similar to the one you were talking about earlier tonight, where you have to ask to bond the whole amount, even though you're gonna be getting some of that money back later. Same exact idea, same way we did the other water projects. But I would like the Board of Selectmen to approve the bond resolution and set a town meeting date and a referendum date. The town meeting would be Tuesday, July 2nd, and the referendum to be Tuesday, July 9th. So that's my request for tonight.
So we have to go to referendum to bond this and do this 20-year?
Yep.
We
It's
do.
a requirement of the state water
Yep.
fund that it goes to referendum.
And for the record, I fully support the project. As Mr. Rollins stated, this is a project that is in a want or a need. We have to do it. And the opportunity to only pay $120,000 versus $450,000, he said it best, it's kind of a no-brainer. So we have to go down the avenue of referendum to be able to unlock the $300 and some odd thousand dollars. Again, I know this was talked about before. Ms. Rollins and I have had several conversations about this, and I fully support the project, and it's something we have to do.
Does the water department pay for it, or does the town pay for it?
100% paid by the ratepayers, water ratepayers.
So the lesser amount is also paid by the ratepayers?
We just use the full faith and credit of the town to borrow the money, just
Got
like
it.
the Board of Ed does.
Got it.
Or sewer.
Yep, sewer.
Sewer is another example. So this has no impact on taxes, anything that we do.
Unless you're paying on the water like I am.
Well, let's pay it on the water.
So I'll make the motion to change the resolution to up it to the $450,000, the cost related to the service line inventory project.
Wait. Did they never approve the resolution? They did? Okay.
Yep.
Then I'm, okay.
Yep. And then also to change the town meeting to the Hicks Room on Tuesday, July 2nd at 5:30.
And I'll make that motion too, to have the special town meeting to introduce and discuss this for Tuesday, July 2nd.
5:30 at the Hicks Room,
5:30 at the Hicks Room.
and to set the referendum date
And
for
set the referendum date for
July
July
9th.
9th.
8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the
Yep.
Pearson School.
Second.
Any further discussion on it?
Just one, you checked with the schools, right?
Nope.
Just wondering if we could use
Well,
it.
you know, you have in the past when there's been a bridge project and things like that where you don't expect to have a lot of people, you can have the vote actually here.
Where are we doing, are we doing the votes here?
Well, the referendum was at Pearson,
At Pearson. I
8 AM
just-
to 8 PM.
But it could be here.
And school's out by July.
School's out second week of June, but
Can you just say a site to be determined?
I think we could.
I mean, we
And a
have in
site to be
we
determined.
have in the past with things that you don't anticipate a lot of people voting for. I mean, I don't know how many would come out to even vote for it.
do we save money by doing it here versus at the school? Because Mel, if we have to go to the school, I'm assuming you have to bring in staff that day.
Custodians and all that, and especially if it's on a weekend.
This is looking at a
Tuesday.
Tuesday, but it's July, so you go to a different,
Different schedule.
Different
Yeah,
schedule?
and plus, we also have town rec there in the summertime, so the kids are there during the day,
Yeah.
so.
I just bring that up just because I
Well,
just thought of it.
let's set the dates and we can set the time and the location.
You don't have to do
And-
that in
and-
the resolution? I thought with the bond resolution, you had to have all that for legal purposes.
They did specify it in the resolution that they gave to me. I don't know if it, let me read if it's required.
I know that when we did the water tanks, I don't even think there was 400 people that voted on those.
Maybe, I'm pretty sure we can manage it if it's just one topic.
I think it's a no-brainer doing it here.
We have an elevator, so we're handicap accessible. And just the other thing you'd have to check on too is before the date between this and our referendum, because if you're gonna use the machine, they have to certify machines in between, and there's a certain amount of times to be certified for machines. So if you're gonna do this by machine vote, because you wanna do it on the 9th of July.
Yes.
On this, I would possibly suggest the question, yes, no, paper ballot, typically on projects like this, but I
That's what
don't
we
know,
did last time.
past practice, so you guys did a paper yes, no boxes, check one.
Yep.
Then you don't have to certify the machines, as Selectwoman Perez was bringing up, so.
I'm not sure if we have to certify before a town, Glenn, do you know, do we have to certify the machines before a town
Yes.
referendum
Deb does have to do
as
that,
much as we
yes.
do a regular
Yeah.
election?
A paper ballot negates any type of certification on this, because there's nothing you're certifying. Just trying to keep costs low.
This referendum goes out to the entire town, not just the water users, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's true.
So it's interesting, the entire town votes on it, and the water users.
Yeah, that's because we're using your full faith and credit.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That question comes up every time we do this.
So you wanna make the location town hall from 8 AM to 8 PM? on
Yep, I'll make the
July 9th?
location at the town hall on July 9th, 8 to 8.
And I'll amend the second.
Any other discussion?
Do we want to, okay, yep, you got it. Hicks room and then there, yep.
You need paper, by paper ballot.
Room for this.
Yeah, I was gonna say by paper ballot.
Yep.
And by paper ballot.
And by paper ballot, so
Sure.
we're checking.
Any other discussion?
Second, again.
All in favor?
Hey, it's tomorrow.
Unanimous?
It's almost.
Thank you.
Hey, it's tomorrow.
And it's only Tuesday for you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, do you wanna make more cuts, or do you wanna?
Put $100,000, so go.
Time card in for overtime, 8 hours of overtime?
Hell yeah.
Something like that, yeah. We're not done. All right, so how much money do we need to be at .99?
Probably
0.15 or so.
115,000,
115,000. So,
probably, I don't know.
All right.
I'll give you a number.
yeah, because now we got, because thank you for staying, Troy. I think it's important, because
Ain't gonna be much longer, so
well,
put
then,
something up.
listen, 7 people agreeing on a budget with a message of unity is huge.
Hey, Marie, can you bring up how much we've spent in Selectmen's contingency fund the last couple of years?
That was an item we talked
It's
about.
only 20,000 that we have, it's not even 25 anymore.
Right, but if we've only spent
It's only 20,000 in there, and,
20,000 closer to our goal.
but I know we've used it in the last.
We discussed
Thanks, Jim.
possibly taking 10 out of it, but figured
That-
going to you guys with that,
What has it ever been used for?
She uses for budget transfers at the end of the year, so for some reason in 2023, we're in a negative position of 45,421. There was something we were reserving for, I think.
Well-
Fiscal 22, we used 15,830.
Can I ask about, on revenues, the municipal revenue sharing line? It's, so in the top quarter, and fiscal 23, it was 210,000. In 2024, we budgeted 105 and got 364.
Because it's a line item that is a crapshoot with the state of Connecticut, and you never know what they're gonna send you. So sometimes they send you extra, and sometimes they don't.
Right, but in the last 2 years, we've gotten more than we budgeted.
Correct, because when they give you the budget, they tell you you're gonna get 105,432, but they may send you kind of a supplemental, right? And they
Yeah,
send
so-
the second one out. They don't decide if they're gonna send it, and you can't really bank on it.
and what it's based on of is the gross receipts that come into the state. So if they get to a certain level and they've paid all of their bills, they then divvy up the pile with the 169 communities out there. I do have a connection at the comptroller's office, and we probably won't be over collected in this year's budget. And it's not, it's a grim outlook out there. So I've looked at that number.
With receipts?
Yeah, so
Gross
the-
receipts?
Gross receipts, if there's
Because there's-
over collection, because they budgeted one number, but they ended up collecting a lot more.
Is that with, like, because they got over 200 million in surplus?
It has nothing to do with surplus. That was some of the savings that they realized, but it's more or less of the receipts that are coming in. When I was crafting another town's budget, I had called the comptroller's office and even OPM's office to see if there was a potential windfall of adding additional revenue, and they advised, probably not, Paul, stay with the number we gave you. There won't be any extras.
So town hall building, contract labor, is that, do we have like a couple people working here now?
Kenny, you're a town hall, I'm sorry.
Come on, Wade,
Building and grounds maintainer. who
no,
does-
town hall building.
Yep, who does, fixes doors, fixes heat, fixes all this stuff, and then there's a custodian. And they do not just town hall, it's budgeted through town hall, but they do, senior center, the public works building, just random stuff, Main Street outlets, like just all kinds of random stuff.
We have,
What else did I circle?
actuary. Where the hell did I just see that?
Other town properties, like the stuff that we're holding in blight, until they're taken care of, we manage those, just
Look at this anymore.
name all kinds of stuff.
And then I'd ask this, one of our very first meetings, back to municipal insurance. Do we have the bills now, the quotes?
No, they don't bind those until almost June 30th.
True story. Or even after.
$150,000.
What do you need?
You need $150,000 to get you to .99.
So let's try and simplify it even more. So there was an idea thrown out by our superintendent, $40,000 out of the rainy day fund. That was when the town planner was up. Do we have any appetite to, I'll admit it, create a hole for next year, but we're trying to get a budget passed. Is the appetite $40,000 to, I mean, we were there when the town planner was up, but do we have an appetite to take any money out of the rainy day fund to supplement this budget?
You mean like more than 40?
We don't even have the 40 in. Are we at 40? Because right now we're looking,
50,000.
we need 150, but that, when we had the town planner at 115, there was talk of taking 40 out.
Right.
Neither of those two, well, one was talked about and it failed.
Because you had basically 110 and
Yeah,
40.
so do we
So
wanna-
had the
You have
150.
102.
Right.
So
You
do-
have 111,895, but you gotta add back 10,000 in unemployment.
Do we want to talk about $40,000? I'm just trying to get a number. Are we at the 150 number? Are we at 110?
Well, I just think that the 40 only comes in as if we get close
Okay, fine.
to the, right?
So
Because-
let's
because
find the
otherwise,
110.
I mean, you got like, no offense, but right now you got the interest, you got the audits, and there's one other thing that are dependent on coming true
Right.
for revenue.
Well, it's not
So
just
now if
40
we
is
added
one.
more from the fund balance,
I agree.
you know, I can just, we're building it.
It could all be gray by next year.
It's gonna be.
I'm already great.
Or you'd be like the other Paul.
No, don't say that.
I mean, we can't feasibly sit here and say, all right, we can take $27 in copier paper, this and that.
That's what I'm
We-
saying.
Well, you can, but you're not
it-
gonna find $150,000.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we can't feasibly do that tonight. We need $110,000, $120,000 salary out of one of those lines. We said that if they voted it down, it was gonna be hard, it was gonna hurt. So, we gotta pick a line, somebody gotta go, if we're gonna play this game. Again, don't know how to say it nicely, but this is where we're at, right? If we need
Either that or you
150,
take it
if
out
we
of
need
Port
150,
Melanie, so
if we need
I tried to get it
$150,000,
done without
it's
taking
gotta
it out of
come.
Melanie. Let's see what you guys can do.
Let me propose something to you.
Unnegotiated settlements, we dropped that, I think, by $50,000 already. It was at 100, I think we put it down to 50 at a meeting.
Negotiated settlements.
Yeah, we already dropped it.
We already dropped it in half, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we already,
We already dropped that.
yep, there it is. We were at 100, we dropped it down to 50.
I had a question, and now I can't find the doggone thing. It was listed as actuary.
Yep, that's our actuary.
It was listed as temporary or
Don't
something.
make me laugh, I'm tired.
Sorry.
I'm gonna lose it.
Is, in general labor and recreation, is that being offset by other money? Is an increase in that?
We upped the recreation line on by 15 grand, the revenue coming in from the recreation fund.
So the extra spending in the general labor line is being offset by revenue?
I think we upped the.
We did.
Let me look and see what it was exactly.
So we're at a stalemate here. I think we should, go home, sleep on it, come back, fresh outlook.
I didn't feel like.
I got a long day tomorrow. I'm here this long,
I
you're
don't know,
very
I'm almost
lucky.
getting my second win now
Yeah,
about this
let's-
time, so.
I might as well make my coffee and go to work pretty soon, so.
I'm just gonna sleep.
So we've determined, I guess, during discussions that we voted and felt it was necessary, we have to have the land use officer. Is there a position that we can get by without? Again, a nice to have, but don't absolutely, town can't function without it.
Well, general labor has a $44,000 increase in recreation.
Yes.
What is that?
Because remember, there was a position that was inadvertently eliminated in the budget process last year that wasn't supposed to have been eliminated. And then I think the assistant, I don't remember what it was.
The assistant was funded out of a grant,
Was funded
that
out of Fund
12,000
was
something.
funded out of Fund 15, yes.
so is it now funded out of?
So there was a part-time position, was a actual person working that somehow in the process got inadvertently chopped out of the budget and was not supposed
I know, but this is what we got now, right?
My
So-
brain cannot calculate that at this time of night, so I don't know.
So let me throw out there. We talked about it a couple times. Is there an appetite for removing the social service director position and outsourcing the position for a savings? Is that possible? Because that could be the $100,000 right there.
Was it 100?
You're gonna get a-
74,000 salary plus benefits.
But then if you outsource it, then what?
I don't know.
You got 20 grand to spend, right?
Right, and you gotta take out the 20 grand. So your net is 76.
How do you out?
We'll just
do you
cut Paul's
outsource
salary,
social
the
services?
rest of it, and then we'll be good for the night. How you like that one, kid?
You won't get Paul here to talk about it. The what?
Just send it.
Send it, 1.14?
What's the bottom line number that we're talking about at the moment?
74,000?
Well, it would be,
For?
a 4.3% increase, and the mill would be at 1.14.
I'm looking for the total budget.
Total
Oh.
budget, 40,959,743.
959,
743.
743.
So, Anne Marie, what roughly did we drop in expenses tonight? How much? Was it 7? Did we end up at the number of,
Yeah, so we were at,
so it's
we
725?
started at 41,505,16. We dropped 725,683 from the top here, plus an additional 8,000, so 733,683. Is that right? Does that sound right?
Oh, you know what, hold on. Well, I mean, let me put my,
Because
let
we
me add
added an
8,000.
additional $8,000.
So then I gotta do, add 300,000, listen. We came back here tonight and we're proposing roughly $1,333,683 change in the budget.
We dropped the budget by that.
Well, I can't say
Well,
we dropped it because
no,
we
yeah,
found
the
$300,000 in
revenue, right.
revenue, but
So we dropped it 700,000.
we dropped it 700, but in essence, we had a $1.9 million roughly ask, right? Now we're only roughly asking for, well, it had to be more than 1.9 million. We're asking for $1 million less from our taxpayers with what we've done tonight because of the new revenue and the cut in expenses.
Wait,
I don't-
nope, hang on, because we did not. We cut just about $494,000. Let me make sure this balances.
Huh?
500.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, because we put
we
the
put the
ambulance back in.
ambulance back
I
in.
apologize, yep,
So
sorry.
it's still off some number here, I don't know.
So I actually
Well,
got
we also, the board cut positions that seem to be controversial out there.
Yes.
So you cut a substantial amount of money. You cut 2 controversial positions that were being driven by a couple individuals
Still off.
in the
I'm off the
conversations.
number here.
Yes.
So that might drop your nose by a couple hundred.
I know that
But I
last,
think you're gonna need to add a couple hundred yeses to get a one.
Remember,
And again,
Tom,
the paper's not gonna sell a 1.14. The paper's gonna sell, they got a 4.8% increase in taxes. They always go by the increase, the percentage increase. They don't go by the mill rate.
remember, you need 115 people that showed up at the last vote to change their vote. If you don't change the amount of people that comes out.
well, you also have to assume that, who's gonna do all this work now to get the yes vote out. People did a lot of work to get the yes vote out, and the equal number of people did work to get well, one person spent more time than anyone to get a no vote out. So the question is, you know,
It's gonna start here. If the seven of us are not unified on this, then we're gonna have a problem, right? I mean, so we have to, everybody's gotta agree that this is what we're sending and that we're all gonna support it. And if we can't all support it, then we have to keep working it.
yep.
So the question starts with you.
I already told you the number.
So 1.14 you will not,
Actually, it's 9.9 now.
so the 1.14 you won't support.
No,
And then we're screwed.
it won't happen.
Pretty much.
So, Troy, what do you gotta throw it, I mean, what's a suggestion? I know you threw out one, the town
I
planner.
threw
that
out
failed.
my suggestions, you guys voted it down.
Yeah,
Now it's
Troy,
your
you also,
turn.
But it was one-
Troy,
it was
you
one-
also gave us all this whole list before and you haven't
Right.
talked about any of it.
Well, you talked that, you turned that down too, so.
Well, I'm gonna turn down most everything you
Yeah,
say.
that's
from-
fine.
From straight out. I mean, I'm trying to find it in insurance, I'm trying to find it in small lines. I mean, I'm trying to find it here, trying to find it there.
You know,
Is there 150,000 on that yellow piece of paper?
I don't know, I haven't looked.
But I thought that piece of paper is mostly capital, was it not?
Yeah, it was mostly
I
capital.
think that was the problem with the yellow.
That
piece
wasn't
of paper.
operations, that was all capital. So that-
There was the first page, first 28 items. Well, I mean, some of them aren't happening, so. I brought it just for fun.
we're, again, I mean, we can kick this thing to another meeting, but we're $150,000
Well, he said he would actually support a 1.04, so
Right.
we're actually
Oh, then we're 100 and a little.
Well,
$100,000.
110,000.
Yeah, well, I
That was
guess,
with the town planner gone, so that didn't
well,
happen, so.
well, I guess if Troy is driving the number, then Troy's gotta get us to something where he can bring the entire board to that number.
I don't think so, cause I already did.
No, but that's your idea, but if you're really gonna lead it, if you're really gonna
I'm
lead.
not leading anything, you guys are pointing a finger at me like I'm
But
leading
you
it.
said you won't support.
You think I have the power to make people vote no?
Yes.
The people voted no because they don't wanna pay high taxes. I didn't go and call people and stand out in front of the post thing with a yes sign. I put one post on Facebook, that's it, and they voted no. And you know why? Cause they're tired of it.
The town budget meeting and said no.
I did. I said I didn't agree with it. So what? I have a right to do that. I don't agree with it. And I'll do it again. If I don't agree with it, I'm gonna do it again publicly. I'm sorry, that's the way it is.
My bigger fear,
I don't
other
have
than
to agree with everybody.
My
No, you
bigger
don't
fear,
have
other than having one more meeting after this, is if we send the 1.14, we have the town meeting, we have the referendum. I don't know if we're taking a gamble by sending that, because if it goes down again, how much more time do we add again? Because now we have to do this again one more time anyway.
Boy, I don't know
And we
if
have to
you-
go to town meeting again, referendum again, right?
So what would happen is if we came back again, let's think it through, if you came back again, we wouldn't any longer have the option of the town planner, we'd have to start with killing that.
Or you're gonna eliminate massive
I
positions.
mean, there's other positions to take out.
We would, so
I mean, there's
social
a-
services and town planner seem to be the
Yeah,
first
and there's
two.
there's a third person in the town clerk's office, if you really wanna start going down the line, you could look at, register hours, you could start looking at recreation, the assistants, and where that money's coming from, how much money we take from I mean, there's a lot of little small things that you can take, you're not stuck with any one position. There are things that you can look at besides, I mean, you're on the planner, which is fine, I get it, I understand how it came about, and I'm not arguing that piece of it, but there have been times where you have to go to all the departments, you have to look at everything. I mean, and that's why I was trying to go to municipal insurance, because it wasn't as high in the past, and if Melanie was right in looking at the workers' compensation, and if there's a better number, then maybe you grab 30-40,000 from that line, maybe the money from the revenue municipal sharing, you grab another 30-40,000 there. I mean, if you're gonna gamble with, when you're getting revenue, maybe there's little pieces here or a little piece there, so you can cobble together that amount of money.
So I have a question for you, Troy. It's $100,000, and it's a difference between 114 and 104. Tell me why 114 offends you to the point where you can't support it as a.
Because I promised the people that voted for me that I would be a responsible government and not raise taxes, and that is, if it's
So
over.
104 is a raising of taxes.
I only agreed to
You
that.
agreed to a 104.
Right, with the town planner gone.
Okay, but 104 is raising taxes.
Yes, it is.
$100,000
And
of
I'm
difference
gonna
on a $40
defend
million,
that
on a
because we
$40
put
million
that into the
budget.
I'm gonna defend that because we put that into the police and the ambulance. And that's where that number came from. Because that's how much we put in there. Actually, you put more than that. But I'm gonna defend that. That's why our budget is that
Well, you
high.
put more than that.
Because everybody else wants a zero. I was told zero. So, and I
Told
I
zero.
said that can't happen.
Okay.
The people I'm
So
talking
the police and the ambulance cost how much money?
The ambulance was 230.
240 was the ambulance. How much was the police?
A million something.
So $1,240,000 if you want to round it off to your numbers.
Right.
So $1,240,000. This would be $1,140,000 increase. So
Right.
you still saved $100,000 over what we had to do between the ambulance and the police.
But it's still over 1 mil.
So is 104.
But in order to fund,
said,
in order to fund the police and the ambulance, as Paul was saying, you needed to raise $1.24 million.
I just have to go get my vote.
So, I think you can, and I don't wanna tell you how to, go out there, but I believe you can go out there and say, I stand behind the 1.14 increase because it supports the police and the ambulance, cause that alone costs us 1.24.
I don't, because there's still positions that I think should be eliminated here that could save more money, that's why.
So, I'm gonna say one thing, take it as you will. Your name was on the ballot. You are the one that's accountable for everything that we do, all 7 of us, for every 8 of us, including Paul, for everything that we do. Not somebody in the background giving you their opinion.
Right.
If you're gonna take their opinion as weight, they should be on the ballot or running.
It's not one person that I take opinion from, I take it from a lot of people.
A lot of people should be, a lot more people should run for office
I
than
agree.
working behind the scenes.
I agree.
So just remember that you and your name on all the decisions that this board makes, not people whispering ideas.
Correct.
So just remember that.
Problem is, if we don't come to an agreement as all of us, we won't get, the only way we get this passed is all of us are on whatever means of communication you want to use, supporting this budget. And if we don't all support it, then we're back in here until midnight, another night in a month. And then the cuts are going to be, then you're gonna end up cutting the ambulance, you're gonna end up cutting stuff you don't wanna cut.
I probably personally won't do that, but you guys could.
Well,
Yeah.
So we're 100,000 away from unity, it seems.
well,
I got no more tricks.
do you want me to say something from the political side of the world that may help this move?
Might as well.
It's after midnight, might as well.
It's tomorrow.
I'm sure everybody
It's a
will.
new day.
Everybody will go watch the meeting and everybody will go comment.
are
and
long
There'll
gone
be all
by
these things
now.
out there.
Actually, no, they're not.
There's still 10 people on with us.
Huh?
There's still 10 people.
Are there
with us.
really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty good. I mean, I don't know, it's like,
Make sure you're not bar hopping?
she just wants to make sure you're not on the side of the road somewhere in a ditch or something, I guess. I don't even know what to say. When you look at the reality of the board, and you look at the number of votes, and you look at parties, and you look at town committees, and you look at all that, you guys are in a weird spot, when there's people that sit as selectmen, and your town committee takes the opposite, because it was in the paper this morning, where Kurt Moffett wrote it. your town committee took an opposite view of four of you sitting at this table. Right? And that is like, I don't know when that happened last. I mean, maybe it was in the, what is it, Walt Miller days, maybe, I don't know. But usually somehow you all find an internal way to, stick together, because otherwise, you're here as a majority, a super majority, right? You're a super majority. But it ain't working. And it's not because Steve and I haven't tried to help. I mean, maybe I am, maybe I'm not as helpful as you want me to be. I don't know what you want me to do, but, I haven't, tried to fight against anything. I haven't done any of that. So where are y'all going? So, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, I see the majority, I see all of us here working, so are you, is your group, are you split? Are you, are some of you running it, doing independent things? I mean, I don't know. But that's the reality, Troy, is that's where you are right now.
Well, if you noticed, the town committee followed
You.
my position.
Well, that's just great, because
So you're asking the wrong person the wrong question.
Right, so, not that I'll be on the ballot ever again, but I can tell you this, that if there was a campaign to run, this is like great. So, it's just how it is. I mean, it's like, you had all the answers. You said there was gonna be a lot of answers, and you said all these things, and here we are sitting on the second budget referendum. Yeah, that's where we are.
You're right.
Yeah,
I'm here too.
yeah. And, I think, there's been a lot of thought into things. I think everybody's been kind of working out here. If you'd asked me a while ago, I might have said, I don't know, but now when people ask me things, I say, Bill's got his expertise over there with all your mechanicals and your just your view of things, and, Bill here has been very thoughtful and thinking about things, and we, Todd I've been with forever, and Paul and I actually agree on quite a few things. I mean, if you really look at what's happening, Steve and I.
Yeah, I was gonna, which Paul did you?
Not you.
Oh,
She meant the other Paul.
Are we gonna discuss the budget, or are we just bullshitting here for the
Well,
rest
I
of
mean,
the night?
but it is the budget, right? So either the board works and everybody has given up something, or the board doesn't work and you just keep going at it as a board. So if the board works together, like it did, Jack and I used to spar a lot. We used to, and we came to agreements, and I gave up things, he gave up things. We compromised in there, and that's how we moved. And then, Candace and Todd and Glenn when he was on, when he came in 2015, we made room for everybody at the table, and we listened to things, and we listened to how things go, and we all compromised things. So everybody could compromise to get to this point. And so tonight, we asked you where you wanted to be. So we all compromised, and we kind of tried to get to that point. So can you compromise and come back the other until one
No,
point?
I will have to think about it.
So,
It ain't gonna happen tonight, I'll tell you that much.
So, Troy, let me put this out,
Yeah.
and I'll summarize where you going? Okay, then I'll wait.
So while he's out getting a drink of water, part of the problem is this always gets politicized, and frankly, Jack's 3 cheap shots at the meeting didn't help any of this. To blame this on all of us was inappropriate and just made it political, and probably got the town committee to look at what they're, who knows? But the end of the day was.
I wasn't there,
At the end of the day, it didn't help our discussions or all of us working together, because he did what he did. But to that end, right? I'd like a 0 budget, Troy. That's what I'd like.
Yep, that would be a perfect thing, right?
We would love that.
And
Cut
I
the,
want to support everything
cut,
that we have.
wait a minute, Troy. cut the police budget and the ambulance, we can have a zero budget. Okay? That's how we get to a zero. Okay. So understanding we can't get to a zero, because there's not another 1.2 million in here anywhere. In fact, right now, we flipped through these 15 pages 8 times tonight, and I can't find another 100,000 in here. And I would like to cut the 100,000. I would love to be a 0.99. Knowing zero is not going to happen, I'd like to be a 0.99. But I can't find another 150,000. So without that 150,000, we have to come to a number here that we all can agree on and support. Huh?
That's our crossroad.
And support.
We'll come back at a later date.
Okay, what?
I'm going home, I gotta work tomorrow, I am exhausted, so I had enough for tonight. So thank you.
All right, well, let's set our next meeting.
Well, you know, he's walking, it doesn't mean we're walking.
Okay.
It doesn't mean we can't vote on things.
Great, go right ahead.
I think I have a correction.
Okay.
Is it $115,000?
No, and I don't think it's going the right direction.
No.
Yeah, give me that.
Okay, so,
Wait.
while she's
can we-
looking,
oh. What I wanted to say was, a good budget is where nobody's happy.
so legal notices, legal ads and notices.
Oh, legal ads and notices. We advertise an awful lot. Talked about that today.
So we changed the charter
Yep.
to not have to advertise in the newspapers.
Yep.
Did that come out of here?
No, it didn't, and it was something prime example, so we're on legal notices and advertisement. It was a line item that we talked about today in our meeting, and I wanted to cut that line item, and I'm glad you brought that up.
Been spending it.
But we've been spending it, but one of the things, and I need to reprogram people, we go out and put our RFPs in the paper. No ill will meant to papers, but there's not a lot of people reading the papers nowadays. Everything is online. I think if we rework the way we do business, we're not talking there's a ton of money in that account. But
18,000.
I can pick up 10 grand.
Yeah, but you do know that we did change the charter.
We did.
We changed the charter not to have to put in some legal notices, and some departments are still putting
Yeah,
in
we're
legal notices.
That's what
And
you just said.
that's what I just said. So, hence the reason I gotta I'm only 6-7 weeks on
I
the
mean,
job,
we can't,
so.
planning and zoning, ZBA, inland wetlands, we can't change.
There are
that,
things,
right?
correct.
When we put in the budget, we put in a short blurb, not the full blurb.
Yep.
All the other things, you don't, the ordinances just have to be online.
Yeah. So when Tom was in the meeting today, and, oh yeah, I just put that RFP in the paper. I'm like, you did what? I learn things as, days go on. So, there is $10,000 there that I think we could cut out of the legal advertisement line item, but now we're still faced with 140,000, and then.
So maybe recessing the discussion until you guys can maybe take a look at it over the next day and a half, 2 days.
Yeah. I know I was just talking with the mayor real quick, potentially Thursday night, just based on my schedule, his schedule? No.
Be here.
Oh.
I mean, you can go.
The only night I can possibly be here again this week would be tomorrow night. Other than that, I'm out.
I got a PPT.
Only problem tomorrow night is,
Gotta
can't notice
post
it.
it, yeah.
Yeah, and I got a PPT tomorrow night.
Well, it's not
Unless you wanna meet at midnight.
tonight.
At midnight
Oh,
tomorrow
yeah.
night.
Oh, we're
we'll
gonna
post
get
it
close to
right
that
now.
notice.
So Wednesday, Thursday, I'm out.
Do you kick it, I mean, it's things, do you kick it the following Monday?
Yeah, next Monday.
I mean, it will, find time in my schedule, but it's important.
But if we're gonna kick it with the idea that
Well,
we're gonna cut it.
I was gonna say, that's the other,
Well, I was just
is
gonna-
there $150,000 we can find?
It's
I
a
don't know.
position that I'm not comfortable, you all have to make the decision, but it's a position that I'm not comfortable,
I'm not.
letting support behind it.
And now everybody's looking at me because.
Oh, it's just easier
I'm
to look
not,
that
I'm not
way.
saying I'm not supporting it, I'm just saying that at 1.14 with the crowd that's running around out there, there's the potential that we're gonna lose all this time.
It would be
Unless-
different, though, Bill, if we all got on and supported it, him, everybody, this is the best we can do. This is a budget, you know, this 1.14 is all the police and ambulance. We could have gotten to .99 and cut the ambulance tonight, okay? But there's nobody sitting here that thinks that's a good idea,
Yeah, absolutely.
right? But we could have got to
Leadership is making the hard
.99.
decisions.
Huh?
Leadership is making the hard decisions, and that was the hard decision, keeping that in.
And anybody who doesn't think that, I mean, we've been 5.5 hours, mostly.
I'm fully aware of that.
So anyone that claims we went into this, you know, not doing our jobs, we
It's,
were.
Oh, I-
a lot of times though, I say this a lot, like, not just about here, whatever. I just say it doesn't matter. You know, logic doesn't matter. That's the unfortunate piece of it, is that, you know, I sit here, I do all this, you sit here, you all do this, and then it doesn't matter, you know? Doesn't matter when there's outside forces right now that didn't open up the budget book, doesn't look at the ISO ratings, doesn't look at, you know, the social services, and, you know, I was at a meeting today, in social services, there was 31 people there from different agencies, and the stories they tell, right? Or people that don't look at the complexities of what happens on the educational side. You know, they don't look at what's happening in the classroom every day. That guy that was quoted in the newspaper about, you know, the teachers today, you know, teachers take bullets for kids. And that guy's out there in the newspaper saying teachers are living, living off towns, they don't even live in towns. You know, there's a disconnect. You know, there's a disconnect, and I get that there's not a lot of money out there. You know, I get that people are struggling. I get all that. And, you know, we have programs for seniors, and now we have, the veterans programs, you know, and there's the, funds, the Barclay Fund and stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I do know that on the education side with the state, our $8 million that we got hasn't gone up. For those that worry about education, if you actually look at tax dollars for education versus the total education budget, you will find the town side and tax dollars is higher than the education side in local tax dollars because of that 8 million we get from the state. So, you know, so some, that people will say things about that, but the facts aren't that. And, you know, the facts, the Board of Ed in town, actual local dollars is about the same. You know, and people don't know that their car taxes, you know, will, they dropped because of the value of the car this year, and the state still has to fix that. So there's a lot of things that are factual that the world we live in, and we talk about, but that doesn't mean it's out there. So why does that person that puts all those flyers out there and all those signs spend all that time doing that? Spend all that time putting these notices out to people? I mean, is the point about the budget, or is it the point about being relevant? Is it the point about being out there with people and having a place? Because that hasn't shown up here in a long time, right? And so is there an understanding, or it doesn't matter, you know? And
I almost think it doesn't matter. We gotta get out there and motivate people to vote. If you look at the total numbers, what were we, 900? Close to 900?
1,066.
Huh?
1,066.
Okay, that's pathetic. That's really pathetic for a population this size, right? And I'm telling you, and you're right, we might get .99, we might get 1.14. You're gonna be right around, I think at 1.14, you're gonna be right around 6 something again, and maybe this time you get 3 something again. You know, we gotta switch these numbers. My hope was if we could get it to 104 or 99, your numbers might actually be, they might go down. I think your 200 plus will still show up, but you might see those 6 something go down to. But we really gotta get some more yeses out there. It's really hard to get.
$52,000 in the medical benefits line item. We've understated it because I think at one point we had taken on
listen, we can start playing
So I
that
don't know what
game,
the
but
motion
your
was.
Seamers and the police, right? If you have vacancies and they don't come on right away, there's areas, but it's,
But I told you, for Seamers, I average it based
Oh,
on.
you average it,
I
that we
average
talked
it based
about
on the
that,
number
you
of
know.
employees.
So, we're sitting here trying to figure it out tonight, but it is what it is. We'll meet next Monday. We just set it for next Monday, and it's a consequence of a budget failure, is that you can't get moving. This is what happens when budgets fail, is there are things that get in the way and you can't get moving. So we'll take another week. You'll look at your numbers, you'll look at what the state has for you, poke around with the insurance company, and maybe somewhere along the line, we get lucky and can get, close enough.
So I can't actually do next Monday either.
Can we do next Monday? Let me look
So
at that.
having me here for any of these discussions has any value, then how about Friday night?
This Friday or next Friday?
This Friday.
I'm ready to vote now.
Yeah, we are, but we could do it, but then we might be back here again too, so I don't know.
I would really like to avoid that for a lot of host of reasons.
So, unless we're going late Friday, I can't. So, or going early Friday, I can't.
Fridays, not that, you can't, Emery, I mean, we got,
But then again,
I'm not here.
oh, you're off, and I got a commitment Friday
Yeah,
too.
so.
Married.
I'm trying to stay married.
Trying to stay
that might
there,
be in the
but
newspaper.
I'm not gonna be around Friday night because,
Yeah.
I'm married.
Any days next week?
I mean, I'll do it if we have to, but
I guess one more attempt at the board. I mean, we stared at these numbers.
I don't think
Thursday
we're
night.
gonna be able to find it.
I can't find any.
I can't find, I'm gonna come back, I
I'm
mean,
sort of on Candy's with the, we're cutting all these revenues close. I mean, we're really,
It's-
like, it makes me uneasy to put out a budget that's got so little
wiggle room.
wiggle room. Yes.
So me and Mel spoke today. We go out at the 114. Her and I wanted to do a couple things. Obviously, a town meeting, but we also want to create a video describing the budget as well, so people who can't make it out to the town meeting have the ability to go on social media or our website to actually click on this video and educate themselves. I'm not talking a 4-hour video, right? But a short and condensed video that hits the highlights of this budget. And I think what we need to do, getting a better understanding of the town as well, we know what we need to do. I honestly, I don't think we need to meet again. I think if this board wants, it's 114.
Are there, do we have signs made up that go around town? And I know you can't advocate for the budget, but that are placed in positions that at least inform people that are not on social media that there is a budget vote and the date and the time?
The island.
We have the A-frame out front that we've put out.
That's one sign.
Didn't we have?
So if you don't drive on Main Street, you don't
digital sign
see.
We didn't have the digital sign out though, did we?
Wait, what's this digital sign?
But if you don't
It's like a
drive
construction
around,
sign.
like,
Oh, the dirty water sign?
literally
Oh,
there's
I
like,
can use it.
you
Oh.
get yards, what's a bunch of yard signs cost you?
Um,
$400 for 100.
I mean, I don't know if it's gonna drive the people anymore, but
I've been telling people, if I saw,
I assume you
I
said
think
when I pass on to
I
heaven,
think with these numbers
At
that
my-
you've seen
at
out
my
there, the
funeral,
turnout,
I want a
what-
yard
what it-
sign.
What it really takes
I've had
is
so
it
many
takes
yard
a
signs. in
bunch
my
of us,
life.
and I
And
joke,
I
right,
want
door
a yard
knocking.
sign that says,
I think it's
"Buy
door knocking
candy."
a phone call. I mean,
I mean, you can't.
I know right now I have,
advocate,
I have at
but
least,
advocate.
I have at least 7 neighbors out there that are all around. We don't wanna see taxes go up either, but we'll support it.
I have 300 states.
But I guarantee if I can check the list, they didn't actually show up and vote,
What's
they
a
just.
general mailer cost us?
Mailing's too expensive.
It's more expensive, right? It was like 12.
Just to do,
Was it like
just to do
$1,200
a,
or something?
no, it's like 1,800 just to
Was
do a
it that
blanket,
much?
yeah. Yeah.
thinking the
Just
17th.
Josh's newsletter, 1,800.
Does that mess with Jimmy's dates?
No, nothing. So the question on the table right now is, when can you do a town meeting? Or, town meeting.
If we push this forward tonight to a town meeting, when would that be?
It would be the 17th. We could have a shortened Board of Selectmen meeting that night. Oh, no, excuse me, no, we can't, because you guys are both are at 7. So you could potentially not have a Board of Selectmen meeting that night and do the,
Do it at 6 o'clock.
oh, you do town meeting at 6?
No, the Board of Selectmen.
Oh, Board of Selectmen, call it special, because it's,
We've done this before when the town meeting used to be on the first Monday.
okay.
So you just do 6 o'clock Board of Selectmen. They're usually not very productive because you're in the theater, but you can do it and then.
If there were an issue that I needed to bring forward to you guys for the Selectmen's meeting, you know, I can.
But you have the usual, like if you have to collect your revenues, you just move them through.
Yep. So, you know, you know, today's the 3rd. You could do the 17th, which then put your vote. But at the soonest you can have the vote is that Monday, July 1st, or July 2nd.
Well, the other cool thing about tonight, I think this is the record now.
Yes, I like making records. Do I get a plaque on the wall?
It's almost
Because it
quarter-
doesn't count unless I
It's
get a
almost
plaque.
1:45. I think we've gotten the record.
No, it's not the record.
What's the record?
4 AM.
When do we-
4 a.m.
Who did that?
Easter weekend, 1997, something like that.
Well, then roll up your sleeves, people, we got more time to go here.
If we're going,
If we're not gonna set a record, we're not leaving.
I am starving.
Now that he mentions that, it's
I
breakfast.
stopped at the railway and got my ice cream before
Now that he mentions that, my father was mayor for that meeting.
What was it about?
But Easter weekend, what were you discussing?
Still, mate,
It was about 0.14%.
You know what's funny is the people in the back of the room are still here.
I have to commend everybody who's hanging out.
And there are still 9 people with us on YouTube.
We must be.
How many are on YouTube?
9.
Well, one of them is Steve's wife, and the other one is
Actually, the
is,
other one-
is
My wife just
Todd,
texted and
so-
said, I can't keep my eyes open anymore. She goes, I can't stay with you anymore.
I wasn't answering mine at first. She almost called the PD to find out where I was.
As long as I can get into my house, because 2 weeks ago.
So I guess
locked
the
up by
question
accident.
right now is,
Do we want to move this?
are the rest of us unified at 1.14? Because that's what we have to decide right now.
I'm there.
I'm there.
I'm there.
Send it.
You're there?
Yeah, I was never not there.
You're there, obviously. I'm there.
You know, it's, leadership is hard. You gotta make, if we cut the ambulance, we're negligent.
Oh,
Where's the accountability for us?
I'm
in
never
that?
couldn't in good conscience cut that. I mean, I would love to see $100,000 here somewhere. I would just love it,
Nothing
right?
personal, but I'd save 150 there before I cut the ambulance. I really would. I'd never cut the ambulance.
So,
Can you get the knife out of my back?
No, I'm just kidding, but really.
That was a short tenure, too.
I know. I thought we were on to something good here.
We can't do ambulance, we can't do police officers, and we can't.
Can't do the town manager. You can say it.
Can't do the town manager.
contracts. All right, I'll go ahead and make the motion to send budget to town meeting on,
You want the dollar amount that you
Yep.
want
Yes,
to
yes.
approve?
was it 40,959,
What is it?
743?
So, can you just, I don't know, can you go back to, can you go to E57? I'm not sure how it was worded in the motion.
It should be a reduction of 61,100.
That's what, our starting number was incorrect.
Oh. You didn't state that.
Any idea?
So me?
Yeah.
I didn't even get a sheet to work off of. I'm just
What number-
scratching
what are we at?
numbers here.
As it says here, budget total as of 6/1/24
Could
was,
we just do a motion again, just to make it sure that it's amended, that it will be a reduction of 113,290 to the health insurance line to 1,038,037 is the revised number, because we're gonna keep it at that lower number, and we're just rolling the dice on it.
Yeah, we cut it.
That's what it should have been.
Yes, but originally, the starting number was wrong, so I didn't know what the motion said, because it was, on this sheet, it says 1,099,137. That's not what it was in the last budget. It was
I never said anything about the
So the
numbers of the revised budget, I just said, health insurance, 918,900,002, minus 61,100.
So it needs to be revised to minus 113,290. We started at the wrong number. So the original number was a million. In this sheet, you're starting at 1,099,137,
Right?
right? The true number is 1,151,327. So if we were gonna actually only take off the 61,000, this number's gonna go up. It's not gonna be 1,048,000. So now you got another $52,000 hole. So let's keep it at the lower number, at the 1,038,000, which gets us to.
Oh, okay, okay.
1.14, otherwise you're gonna add another.
I got, so.
Okay, so the total is 113,000?
113,290. So we're gonna
I got it.
let the error flow through
got it.
and just, hopefully we have some vacancies that aren't carrying insurance.
So what's the total
So
budget?
your total now,
Wait,
Oh.
let's just do this, okay?
Oh, sorry.
I would like to revise and make a motion to revise E57 that we talked about, health insurance account 918,900,002 to a minus 113,290.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? 6-0.
Okay, now your numbers.
okay, 40,959,743 is your new expenditure total. Let me just make sure my revenues and expenditures equal. And that is with a proposed mill rate of 27.53, which would be an increase of 1.14, which is 4.33%.
What was the percent again?
4.33% in the mill rate.
Paul, could you also tomorrow get the increases in the budgets that passed in other towns right now? Because I think 4.33 is comparable to other towns that have passed their
And
budgets.
some of it's actually lower, Candy, than that. Our budget is lower than some other ones.
Can you,
Yeah.
so the mill rate's going up 4.3%, is that what we're saying? Or the dollar, or the actual tax increase is 4.3%?
You're saying the same thing.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's late.
It's all right.
I know it's.
Well,
late.
yeah, everything's 4.3.
I know it's late.
Did you find us money?
I'm not like.
That's the sad face.
Collection rate,
I looked at that.
so at 99, it brings you to 1.02.
You wanna go up to 0.5%?
Just
On the real estate you're talking, right?
Just real estate, personal
Yeah.
property, or
No, we're
real
under,
estate, elderly
Yeah.
homeowners, and.
so we track at
And
99.4.
the VAA.
So 1.02 or
Half.
1.14
So 1.14 is where we're at right
or
now.
1.02?
So
So we
you
think there's
just-
revenue that we didn't count.
So at 99 on the collection rate, on the real estate line items, brings it to 27.41, which is 1.02. I mean, I don't know if it's worth the change, I just figured I'd roll it through and see what it came out.
So you would still be leaving us a 0.4 under what it's tracking at right now?
What are we at for an actual?
99.4 right now?
So if you went to 99, we're still leaving 0.5%
Yeah.
wiggle room, so to speak.
Well, and you never know what it's, I mean, who knows when it's gonna come in.
If everything crashes
Right.
later this year
I
or
don't
the
know,
beginning of
so-
next year.
It's just,
I looked at that.
I was just looking at the mill rate page and just.
And it brings it down to what, 1.04?
1.02,
Oh.
Which would meet Troy's
Which would-
criteria.
unless he
Then you can
backs
put
up
in your
on us. but yes.
40,000.
Well, okay.
Oh,
so
and then
let
you
me
put
do
in your
this.
40,000.
Hang on. Let's do a middle ground.
Just as long as we don't cut ourselves short down
Well,
the
that's
road,
why I was
that's
just
the
doing a
scary
middle,
thing.
I'm doing a middle ground here.
Listen, by the
Put it
time we
at
get to the
98.
next year's budget, we're
So
gonna
we
have
were-
new business in town. He's gonna have done his thing and wowed them.
You were at 98.5 is where we had it. If you move it to 98.75, you're at 1.08.
And 99 takes us to where?
1.02.
And 40,000
And
takes.
40,000 takes you to .99. 40,000.
Now we got
General
something
fund.
going on here.
Now you're
Again,
below a
are we
mill.
overzealous on our on the revenues?
Well, if you are, then come November, you're freezing.
Yeah, we gotta put a spending freeze in.
Because once you get past.
September.
Huh? But once you get past, you know, you can't really lay off people and have money once you get to November, December. Because by the time you pay unemployment and,
Yep.
and do things like that. So if you're this close and things aren't looking so good, then it's all,
It's spending freeze, it's all tangible items that need to be approved by, you know, the town manager before they're spent.
yeah, but you gotta have a lot of it.
Yeah.
But by then, a lot of that low-hanging fruit is gonna be in the basket.
Well, there is that, you know, if you sell, you know, some of the property, that low-hanging fruit. We had, in North, we didn't account for any of that revenue.
Yeah, well, that's one-time revenue.
It is.
For a one-time,
Yeah.
Get you through the year if you're
It
short.
gets you through the year if you're short.
and then next
Well,
year.
but
And then
for
next
every-
year, yeah.
But for every profit, or for every property we sell, we're gonna start generating taxes off it again.
All right, so it's almost 1 o'clock. Let's wrap this
You
up.
got 9 minutes, we can be out at 1.
What's the matter, Todd? You don't wanna break your father's record?
I don't.
What, so am I
4 a.m.
leaving-
scares me.
Am I leaving that tax rate?
So do we want to change the tax to 99?
So you have to
Well, you
withdraw
got
your motion.
98.75,
Did you
which is
make
at-
your motion to?
I didn't get through it because we stopped because.
She rose her hand.
Yeah.
So we need a motion to,
Well, no, we need,
So-
are we going to change the collection rate?
98.75 is 1.08. 99 is 1.02.
So do we want to raise the collection rate from 98.5 to 99?
I bet you can go to 98.8 and 40,000.
Okay, hang on.
Well, that way you just make sure you don't like
No, I know,
The beauty of this is
that's 1.07.
we get
0.07.
40, which we did.
That's it?
Young
About-
fellows,
About 98.9. Well, you got a calculator right there. so-
1.05. That's a good, that's a nice round number.
Then if you take 50 out of the general fund, you're at .99. Did you say don't do it or do it?
Do it. 50 out of where?
Just the general fund,
Savings.
savings.
Or we can take 10 out of the selectmen's
make it
contingency
revenue.
and 40 out of the general.
Oh, you can take 10 out of selectmen's contingency and then 40
Yeah.
out of
That's a better way.
general fund.
You're taking it, when you say taking it out of the general fund, you mean line items you're gonna cut, or?
No, you're gonna transfer
You're
from
gonna
the savings
transfer.
account. Capital, transfer it from the savings account.
So you
fund
know how
balance.
you had $100,000 in general fund obligations to fund capitals? That's just been possibly reduced by $40,000.
No, it hasn't.
By an increase.
Well,
You told me to
funding
take-
sources.
You told me to take 50?
well, we don't know yet.
Well, you didn't get us to 104 yet. We have to be at 104, or what,
Hang on.
or 103, actually, to get to .99.
No,
Stay in
I'm
the
beyond,
general fund, so you-
I'm beyond that here, hold on.
Tell us when you get to .99.
Yeah, using 40,000 out of the savings account.
No, because that's bringing me way below, it's bringing me below that. So with .989, you were at 1.05.
Yep.
And then,
And then,
Take 10 out of selectmen's contingency.
no, hang on. Let me just,
I never thought I'd see 1 o'clock in this building.
well, I haven't seen 1 o'clock in like 4 years.
so
Concert earlier.
50,000
Unless I'm
brings
getting
you
up
to
going back to
exactly
work.
1.0.
40,000 is 1.0?
50. 50,000 total.
And if you took anything out of selectmen's contingency, it drops it.
But what's, and I can't figure out why, if I take it out of the expenditure side, maybe my brain just isn't working tonight.
What are you trying to do?
If I take it out of the expenditure side, it's 1.0. If I take it out of the,
But if you make it a revenue,
What are you taking out of the expenditure side?
I don't know. So if I just took out $50,000 from the expenditure line, if I put it in my modifier, it brings me to 1.0. If I take 2 million, hang on. No, that's 20 million.
Oh,
Too much.
We'll hold the vote.
If I bring that up to 2,050,000, this isn't the capitals?
Good thing I didn't get called in.
Watch.
Should probably check that.
Now, this is at 2,050,000. And that drops, it has more of an impact when you're taking it out from that. Right? To see what it's doing?
Yeah, so. Yeah.
Because you're taking, so this here is our expenditure number, 44909.
Yep.
Right? So if I go to here, let me put this back to 2 million. Right, so now we've got 2 million coming in revenues here. Right, now your non-tax revenue is 13,408.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Right.
either.
Yeah, but here's the issue.
630.
No, it's not a bad issue. Because your
13,408.
revenue, because remember, you're 1963. There's $37,000 right there, which is giving you. So when you look at,
Yeah,
so you're putting in a whole 2 million, but the actual 1963.
no, it's not, you're at 2,135,000. These two columns are what you're.
Oh, because but again, yes, so.
Oh, because you're actually dropping,
Because
you're dropping the expenditure.
yep. No,
No.
you're adding to the expenditure, because general fund obligation, what was the original number?
This
Well,
number's going,
172.
this number's going down.
Beer and dinner.
Yep,
So this
Yes,
number's,
yes.
this number's staying the same. Your
We
expenditure.
talked about that earlier,
That is correct, but you're changing the general fund allocation.
Really?
Oh, yes.
You're gonna be in
172.
town?
You're dropping it by 50.
You're gonna be back in town.
You betcha.
So now
What
show me
time?
where you're-
I will let you know.
But you're dropping,
And I think
This is
it's
what you need to
actually,
raise it
just
back.
dinner, it's gonna be like really nice.
Oh, boy, you're gonna kill me.
you're moving it
At least the trip.
to here.
There goes that $76 I just made.
I know.
Yeah. Do that hourly tonight.
No.
It's
UConn
dropping.
baseball went
Why
to,
is it doing that?
won and
Something
go
doesn't
into the
seem
super
right.
regionals.
Oh,
They beat
wow.
Oklahoma tonight, and we could
Yeah, they
back
beat
into
OU.
this.
I don't know that this is right though.
But we, instead of keeping them
Huskies
here,
roar past
we have a
Sooners.
$40
There's
million
a kid
budget.
on the
Have them approve that.
UConn team. I coached his father in basketball back in the early
No, no,
nineties.
no, but I don't know that this is the right.
Yeah, because you guys, remember, you're bringing capital.
Oh,
into
wait,
this.
I guess maybe not. Do I have the right one or no?
Do you wanna do that?
We can find it.
So you
Oh,
wanna,
what is
you
this?
wanna allocate.
7 to 1, I guess. June 3rd.
No, you already did.
Game is over or is still being played?
That's,
Yeah, just.
I think it's over.
Because it drops.
There, nope,
Unless it's
here it
playing
is.
under the lights.
This is why. See this? That number's gotta go up to 2 million.
Yeah, so go to 2 million.
That's why
so-
it's not, that's
UConn
why
wins
it's.
Norman
pulling up the
Regional.
wrong one.
Yeah.
That's why.
Reject you all.
Let's see
Beats
what happens.
Oklahoma
Now
7 to
it's
1,
gonna
earned trip to Super Regional.
All right, do you guys need 9.9 or 1? Because right now we're at 1.00.
Does that include the 10,000 from the selectmen's
Oh.
contingency?
Nope.
No,
There.
Ta-da!
There you go.
999.
9.9? nine, everyone's happy?
Maybe.
9.995.
Well, Troy did say he would be okay with 1.04, right?
No, that's only if the town planner is eliminated.
We could,
You could take five-
reduce the
you could take- hang on, let
selectmen's
me get the
salary
right
account
number,
by
because this is
$1,000 and
right
charge it to him.
I was gonna willfully make that charter violation motion.
Well, since I moved the microphone, if he just quit smoking, he could afford it.
They can still get you on the
All right, so we don't need 5,000, we need 4,000 on it, selectmen contingency, and you're at .99.
All right, I
So
make a
we have
motion.
3 items. You have, you have collection rate for real estate needs to go from 98 to 98.9%. So that's gonna be,
And that's for elderly,
that will be for real estate, elderly, and the BAA adjustments. We're gonna leave personal property and motor vehicles at what they're at. Then you have in revenues, you have 2 pieces here. Revenues, it's gonna be, our 16 will be to 1,999,790 is gonna be an increase of $50,000. And then on the expenditure side, we're gonna have, what do we got, E61?
yeah, 61 was the
One,
town planner one.
110,835, Board of Selectmen contingency is gonna go down by 4,000 to 16,000.
You're right, town planner was E61.
Yeah, but that failed, so I guess you're not using that.
One
So
more.
E61 was the motion to eliminate the town planner, so it would be E62.
Oh, E62.
And what was that account number again, 110?
That's 110,835. And then I have one other expenditure account line item that's gonna change.
So
What was
E63?
E62
E62 will be,
minus?
110,835, which will be $4,000 reduction to $16,000 for Board of Selectmen contingency. And then line item, so this will be E63. Line item 1,079,0001, transfer to capital fund balance, will be an increase of $50,000 to $2,050,000. So if you make all those changes, that brings you to a .99 mill rate increase.
And what's the budget total?
The budget total will be, well, you wanna vote on those and I'll put them all through.
So I move that we change the collection rate on real estate, elderly, and BAA from 98 to 98.9%.
Is there a second? Discussion? All in favor? 6-0.
I also move R16, account 219999790 to $50,000. No, that's up $50,000, correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? 6-0.
E62 to account 1110835, reduce the Board of Selectmen contingency account by $4,000 to a total of $16,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? 6-0.
E63 110 011 790001. This is transfer capital of $50,000 to a total of $2,050,000. Is that the right number? Okay.
Second.
Discussion? All in
Just
favor?
what?
Oh. Okay.
You transferred to capital?
You're taking an additional $50,000 from fund balance to fund your capitals.
Right.
Does that leaves us the 50,000 in the property tax line? Is that why?
You have to adjust it in two places, so you're adjusting the expenditure out.
Yep.
And you're adjusting the revenue coming in from fund balance, which will then drop your tax.
R16 was the 50,000 plus.
I'm just
So it's-
asking her how she, which, I was just thinking something, that you were putting the 50,000 in from the savings account into the regular revenues.
Not as a I thought it's just gonna, 6 of one, half a dozen the other.
Any other discussion?
Do the same thing.
All in favor? 6-0.
So now your total expenditures, 40,955,743, which is a 4.7% increase. So it's 1,821,740 is your dollar increase. So that's your increase in your overall expenditures. That creates a proposed mill rate of 27.38, which is an increase of 0.99 to the current mill rate, which is an increase in the mill rate percentage of 3.77%.
All
Do I
right,
have to go over all those numbers now?
I'll make
No,
a,
I think just, if you guys just wanna vote on the total expenditure number.
so I'll make a motion to send the budget of $40,955,743 to town meeting on June 17th at 7 PM, Town Hall.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I don't think it should be here, I think it should be Gilbert.
I'll amend the motion to, at the Gilbert School.
They graduate before the elections.
We still have a second.
Second.
Any other discussion?
17th?
All in favor? 6-0, unanimous?
Steve?
With the grace of God, I move we adjourn.
Amen.
That's not on the agenda, but I'm not gonna
Second.
argue. The motion's been made and seconded, but you weren't done with the agenda.
Hey, seriously though, we all, seriously,
Oh, yeah, we're supposed to allow for more citizen comments.
We, absolutely.
We didn't vote to adjourn, actually. We
That's
only had
right,
a
so,
motion,
yep.
so we're
Oh,
still
you're
in
right,
session.
okay.
The motion's been tabled. Citizens' comments?
Oh, okay.
Seeing no citizens' comments?
All in favor?
I already did it.
Unanimous?
you all did your work tonight.
Thank you to the 11 people who are still with us on YouTube.
One of them shoots.
We went up?
Yep.
That's Troy.
That's all right, let's. Hey, you know what I really love about tonight? I got 2 developers coming in first thing in the morning tomorrow. I should be.
You might as well just stay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, listen. The goal is to stay out of divorce.